All right, everyone. What is going on? We're locked in. Okay. Election day, everybody. Everybody keep it together. Results are indeed rolling in. I wanted to pull up AP, but AP's the interactive map is kind of garbo. What does NPC look like? NBC. Heat NPC. Funny. Yeah, let's go with NBC. Let's go with NBC. We like it. All right. We'll have a couple up. Let me pull this one up. Hello. All right. We're here, everyone. Anybody stressed out? Okay. So where are we right now? The voting, early voting seems good for Harris in many places. She's already picked up Vermont, as we can all tell. New Hampshire closes at 8 p.m. Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. Virginia is here. Literally 0.5% of the vote is in. Literally nothing here yet. Georgia has closed already. For Georgia now is too close to call. 3% in. Trump leads by just a couple thousand votes. Obviously, we can't tell what's going on there yet, so we'll just have to figure it out. When it comes to Indiana, though, let me see something. I heard that Trump was underperforming in Indiana in a certain district. Let me see if I can pull that up for you all. Hamilton County. Let me see if I can pull up Hamilton. Is it here? It's Fulton, Montgomery, Hamilton. I think we expect Trump to pick up Hamilton. Hamilton, it's not like a bellwether or anything, like who's going to win, but Hamilton is a pretty suburban district. Upper class, white, suburban, got some cash on them. Oh my gosh, speaking of white, OMG. Of course, white voted for Donald Trump. 6730. Oh my gosh, it's true. It's real. Nothing in at the moment. Or I just can't find it. Well, let me see if I can find it. Hamilton County, Indiana. Where are you? Let's see, kind of in the middle. It's a square. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 57. Okay, 57% in. Kamala Harris leads by a little over a point at the moment. What was that in? What was the ending in 2020? 2020 Indiana. Can I look at the interactive map? CNN. Let's see. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Just watching your new video. Happy to have you. Hope you guys enjoyed the new video. Somebody, okay, I gotta defend the video a little bit, okay? Somebody said that that video felt like Tim Pool's Donald Trump 50 state landslide. And I gotta say, that's kind of insane. I'm just gonna be honest. That one kind of hurt. That one kind of cut deep. Because I do not feel like this is anywhere near the same call. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And it's nowhere near the same call. I'm just gonna be real. Here, at the end of the day, okay, let's just be on. Okay, let me tell you all something. It's way more likely that someone wins this election with over 300 votes, electoral college votes, than it is likely that it turns out to be 270, 268 or something, okay? Like low 270s, mid 270s to like low to mid 60s. Very unlikely. Way more likely if somebody is up, they're up in way more states, and more likely than not, they're going to be carrying many of the other swing states as well. It's very rare that somebody doesn't carry most of the swing states. Let's just be honest, okay? So if we know that, what we know is that, if we know that, then we know that somebody's going to get way more votes than we think, usually. Okay, so Hamilton County in 2020, let me just show you this here. Hamilton County in 2020, right here, voted for Donald Trump. What was, by like 7 points. Okay. So this district right outside of Indianapolis, suburban, rich, white. If Donald Trump is underperforming here in Hamilton, we'll have a good idea that he's going to be underperforming in other suburban districts, and maybe Ann Selzer, that crazy woman, Ann Selzer, might have just been onto something once again. I personally don't think my goat is washed. Many people want to tell me that Ann is washed. I don't believe Ann is washed. I don't. I'm going to be. I don't hate to say it. I love to say it. Ann is not washed. And I think the likelihood of her cooking here, as she normally does, is quite high. Basically, Kamala Harris sweeps 49 states, including Iowa. Obviously, we all know this, right? We all know this, right, chat? I can bring up Indiana here. Not Indiana. I can bring up a little NBC here. Let me see. Can I? Is this it? That is not it. That ain't right.
You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering when are they going to get loans for their business.
Oh, that's not right either. Where the heck is? I can't find it. It's so weird. You also have a scenario where women like this. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting, and the conversations I'm having. So weird. Wait a second. I'm trying to get this this pop out to work. That they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah, was the that he won in 2020, but it was
one second.
The closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have...
I can't find it.
I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three places... I actually can't find it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority minority...
Oh, this is terrible.
Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out.
What?
The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh. You have schools like NC State in Raleigh, just next door in...
I can't get this thing to pop up.
And then right next door to that...
I'm so sorry, chat.
UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina...
Yeah, no, that doesn't work either.
Forgotten metro area. You have places like Green...
Dude, this won't work.
Winston-Salem, along with those...
It won't pick it up anymore.
These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well,
this is I'm genuinely flabbergasted.
It's one of the most battleground states. So
man, that really sucks. I was really hoping that would just be on my picture. It won't pick up my picture-in-picture anymore.
Hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe.
I guess I'm just gonna have to do this myself. I'm gonna have to do it raw.
Trump countries.
Heck it, we'll do it raw.
That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path
okay. All right, let's go back out. What's going on the bird? What's going on the bird app? We'll mute this. Not too much going on. Georgia at the moment. Let me check some people. Let me check some things out. Clear cache and cookies. Do it in a different browser. Yeah, I might need to, unfortunately. I could just, pull it up over here. I would just rather it only be on your screen. Honestly, I'd rather it be that way. So let's check Kentucky, because we have a ballot measure. We know Trump wins. This isn't surprising. This isn't shocking. Everybody knew that this would be the case. Everyone knew. But what I did want to check is our ballot measure, because that'd be more inch resting. I'm not sure if we have anything on that. Vote modes, nor size of lead, county. Do they not have my ballot measures on here? Here we go. No, Kentucky, what are you doing? Yes is winning. Oh, wait, my bad. Requires US citizens to be able to vote? Okay, yeah, whatever. I think this is not the one I care about. Where's 2? Hello? Wait, they don't have Amendment 2 on here? Is NBC washed? Is NBC washed? Okay, we're gonna have to check back. What the hell? Wait. Where's my ballot measure? What are they doing? They're cooked. Wait, let me see. New York, Montana. Bro, what? Abortion, marriage, elections, voting. No marriage, minimum wage. Dude, why don't you just have a page with all of the ballot measures on them? Okay. Yeah, okay. NBC's cooked. NBC, Dudu Garbo. I have rated it Dudu Garbo. That is my final rating. Okay, cool. We'll have to pick that back up sometime, because it won't show it here. Not at the moment, at least. We will pick it up sometime. Back out to the map. So yeah, we still have 30 minutes until Pennsylvania closes. Virginia is up. Miss Harris is up at the moment as well. Ghost of Avalon, happy to have you. Shark returns to enter election day frenzy. Absolutely. Let's see. Associated Press has 6 fully completed counties right now. Dakar, Indiana went from Trump 58 to 59, 2020 and 2024 shift. In Kentucky, has shifted to Kentucky counties have shifted to Trump by varying degrees. We can take a look here, right? Taylor 51 to 57, 49 to 54, 43 to 49, 67 to 70. There hasn't been a county in Kentucky where he's dropped vote share just yet. Not just yet. Kentucky, please. Oh, you know what I can do? I can go to my, because some of you jokesters don't follow me on the Bird app, so I can go here and show you guys this. Okay, so this is my map. This is my election map. Honestly, this is my election prediction for the night. Personally, I'm going to be honest with you. So out of the swing states, I have Kamala Harris winning 6 out of the 7 swing states. I think somebody's probably going to win 6 out of the 7 swing states, if I'm going to be real with you. Chat, I hate to say it, but the Republican has won in West Virginia. It's a bad night.
As I turn to the table here,
it's a bad night, chat.
Right now, it's Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate.
But let me shut these jokesters up, the lamestream media, so I can explain my map to you. So I have Kamala Harris winning 6 out of the 7 swing states, losing Georgia, but picking up Arizona. In Seltzer we trust. That's basically it, right? When it comes to this, 1, it'd be very funny. And 2, in Seltzer we trust. If I'm just gonna be real with you, it's just in Seltzer we trust. That's basically it. That is really just basically it. I think she's probably picking up on something. One of the big things is that she said abortion for one, and those tariffs that Donald Trump has been hawking for the last little while is something that has really turned off a lot of farmers and women in Arizona away from the Republican Party and away from Donald Trump. So if that's true, Harris can possibly post up a good score. But I think simply the fact that she has Anne has come out with a like such a good score for Harris makes me feel like, for one, the Rust Belt's going to go Kamala Harris's way, and two, Iowa could really be in play. It's very possible. It's way more possible than I think a lot of people want to admit, both on the left and right, honestly. On the left, they're scared of being too bullish, and on the right, because they're scared of losing, and finally being rounded up by Kamala Harris in Austin-Birkenau, where they belong, right?
Those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with.
Yeah, okay. We're not going to. Okay, for one, let's just have one thing, okay? I don't give a shit about these exit polls. They're always wrong. they're always incorrect. So we'll let them do that for a little bit. I'll go keep on explaining my map. So this is a big reason for why I think the Rust Belt is going to go Kamala Harris's way. That on the fact that there are no like really big red flags for her. If you watch the video that I uploaded like hour or two ago, you would know you would understand my opinion about the Rust Belts. If you haven't watched that, but little sum up. There's no red flags for Kamala Harris. Everything that we were looking for bad signs for her has either come up even with Joe Biden, who won, or outperforming Joe Biden, which is better than winning, which is great. And so if that's the case, then we're just, we're fine. Well, we're doing really fine. And that's why I believe that everything's really coming out very well. I think Walz is helping out with Wisconsin and Iowa's connection with Wisconsin as well. And that trending left will help keep Wisconsin in Kamala Harris's column, but Kamala Harris's Kamalalum. But we're just going to have to see if that holds out, right? North Carolina, I think North Carolina is primed for a little flipping, right? I think Stein, in the reverse coattails of Stein helping pull and drag Kamala Harris across the finish line, I think it's very possible, especially since Robinson blew up blew up his own campaign and took Trump with him. I think it's possible that she can get pulled across the finish line if it's close enough, but that's an if. We'll see. Georgia, I think she'll lose. I just don't think there's many big reasons to believe that Kamala Harris is going to really win Georgia like that. I'm just going to be real. Here's the thing. Some people think that if you don't think Kamala Harris is going to win Georgia this time around, that you think that Georgia in 2020 was a fluke. I don't think it was a fluke. I think this just proves that Georgia's Democratic Party is now strong enough to pick off weak Republicans. But I don't think it's strong enough to pick off strong Republicans. I don't think it's very possible. Donald Trump, in some way, is in many ways a strong Republican, stronger than he was in 2020 and 2016. And so I just don't believe that without a popular Democratic state representative running at the moment, that there's a big reason for why Kamala Harris will win. I think it's going to slightly go back into Trump's column. Maybe he'll win by like 80,000 votes or something. That's what I believe, personally. There's just nothing really really bringing people out to the polls in Georgia except for Harris. And she's except for Harris now, and she doesn't have like this crazy dominant lead or anything. So when it comes to these types of states like Arizona and Georgia, I think it's going to be very close margins, just like in 2024. Sorry, just like in 2020. But I think Georgia will be on the right, and Arizona could very easily be on the left because of a strong Democrat running in the Senate seat, as well as abortion being on the ballot as well. That I think will help tip the scales in Kamala Harris's favor as well. Nevada, I think Nevada is the white whale, right? I think it's still the one that got away for Republicans, and it seems, and Rowson, a guy who has almost never been wrong when it comes to his calls in Nevada, has shown one thing. And that is that his Rowson, who is a poll watcher and does analytics for voting in Nevada. He's almost never been wrong, and it is showing. He said that Kamala Harris is on track for a narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless. I'm going to defer to him when it comes to my Nevada call. It seems like that is the case for me, and so this is basically my map. In not Florida. Florida is not in play as much as many people would want to think, because I'm pretty sure Florida has been called for Donald Trump. At least it will be here in a moment. It definitely will be. It definitely will be here in a moment. Yeah, Kamala Harris is not Kamala coming back on this one. Hate to say it. You returned. I'm happy to have you. He's hawking. He's hooing. Skier. There's Indiana. Is there like lead map, estimated vote, size of lead? I don't really care about this. Oh, their dumbasses don't have a shift map. Man, am I gonna have to go to? Am I going to be forced to go to New York Times? Is this really what my life has become? Mass has got to log on to the New York Times on Fort. Because I wanted to look at a swing. I want to look at the swing map if they have it. We'll see. Swing low. Swing map. Swing map. They got less shit than the US one. I'm pissed. Pissed. Margin winner. I'm so pissed. Okay, wait, no. My bad. Wait, let's get off of New York Times for a second. I was being a little bit of a hater. Wait. Uno momento. Okay, we're back. I was being a little bit of a hater. States exactly. Right now there's a lot of Republican states out right now. But right now we're looking at major suburbs swinging to the right, small cities and counties to the right, medium metros, much more to the right by 6. Okay. So we're just gonna have to see how this goes for the rest of the night. At the moment, Indiana, for some reason, has swung to the left in many ways. Big swings to the left in Indiana. Big swings to the right in Kentucky. Not very surprising. Not very surprising in the least. We are getting some big swings to the left, to the right now in Virginia, which is a bit more what I was expecting. We were expecting a bit of a shift to the right in we're expecting a shift to the right in most all of these states, so don't be too surprised. It's just how that shift is happening. Florida is cooked. Like, Florida's done. Chat, it's time to cut it off. It's time to get circumcised, chat. We gotta cut that thing off. We gotta get rid of it. Do you see this creature down here? You see this monster down here? Get this thing away from me, Dade. Miami-Dade County. 80% of the vote in, Republicans leading by 11 in their biggest metro area. Dude, Florida is cooked. Cooked. But one more thing for my election prediction is I believe Donald Trump is going to do better in places where he doesn't need to do better. And I think he's going to do worse in places where he needs to do worse. Sorry, said it wrong. I believe that he's going to do better in places where he doesn't need to do better, right? So Florida, I think he's going to run up the margins. I think he's going to do worse in places where he needs to do better, like to win. And I think that's the Rust Belt. That's basically the basis for my prediction. Because he spent a lot of time in places like New York and New Mexico, Florida, places like that where he's either going to win already and or definitely not going to win, but it won't help him if he does win or if he wins by more. And so I think he's going to help bring down Kamala Harris's national vote margin here, in places like Florida and South Carolina, West Virginia. But chat, do you see something going on right now? You see something going on right now? Because I see it in this swing map right now. The Rust Belt in the Midwest, or I guess like the Mideast right now, Mideast Rust Belt. The closer you get to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, they're swinging left. Down here, they're swinging right. If this creeps on over, because these are relatively large shifts over here in Indiana. 2028 Blindiana. Oh, you think we're gonna the comeback is that strong? It go crazy.
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because
I do say it's pretty funny.
Let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera.
One of the big reasons why he actually spent a lot of time in those other states is because he does genuinely believe that he's up in those states,
this morning,
which I think is really funny. His team told him that he's up in places like New Mexico, New York, and Virginia and New Jersey. He actually genuinely believes that he's going to win those states. So that's why he went there. That's one reason why I went there.
Early votes at once that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or
he went there to secure the house. I think he went there because he really thinks he's gonna win. I think it's both, right? I think it's both. But I don't think it's gonna be 269. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Nothing was tampered with. The city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots.
Virginia shifting to the right. Big Virginia counties switching, shifting to the right here. We're gonna have to see if that has any implications on Harris's margin. We'll have to figure it out.
Until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that
what's this tiny ass county
have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee into the
91% in, 57-40 for Harris up here in
some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
Fairfax.
Conventional wisdom here, and then
where's that?
That flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is.
Take a look at the swings down here. Do we got anything here? Little right swing. 2 points.
Vote here.
5 points.
Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would.
18 points. Big shift here.
But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did.
47% of the senior vote right now is kind of crazy.
Outperforming where he.
But it's an exit poll. Remember, exit polls are probably very wrong. So we'll have to see. Don't take those polls too seriously.
For more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but
don't take them too seriously yet, Chad, okay?
8% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win.
The ballot measures is projected to fail. Let's go! All right, good work, chat. Good work, my Kentucky Frogs. If you guys didn't know, Amendment 2 was a Republican ballot measure to steal money from public schools and then give them to rich private schools, so the private schools could become richer. That they tried to make it as like a pro children, pro education thing when it's just like a pro rich people bullshit. Thankfully, it is projected to fail. Good riddance, that bullshit. Good riddance. 90% of Kentucky students are in public school. Why in the world would we take money from them? Our public schools are already terrible. Goodness. So we got something good out of Kentucky.
Those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground.
Whoa, a rapist and a meatball both come out in support for Donald Trump. Wild.
tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize.
Hello from Vosh yelling at chat. What's he yelling about?
Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep him in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
To how
Nothing crazy.
this race continues.
North Carolina,
On the other hand, you have the
2% in. Nothing really to say there yet.
good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually.
Georgia winning. Trump winning in Georgia. Nothing really to see yet.
There's a real focus on this effort and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point
Let's see.
you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out. They're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters.
They're full of new baby voters. We're so scared. That was the first time you kids have cast a ballot before. First time. Decision Desk HQ has said an 80% chance that Donald Trump is going to win Georgia. I'm going to be honest. So far, if that's true, my map is right.
It's men and women.
Yo, wait a second. We got to chat. We got to call the pizza porn, meat beating black Nazi seems to have gotten cooked.
Around the country, turning to those races, Fox News can project that North Carolina's Democratic Attorney General Josh Stein will defeat Republican Lieutenant Governor.
Death to Robinson.
Around the country.
Voters on the life or death for Robinson. Death. Cooked. Wait, I gotta check this one out. I gotta see what the margin's looking at. I kind of forgot about the governor race. I'm gonna be completely real. Oh my god. Yeah, wait, 2% in and they already said fuck that guy. Oh no, dude. 73% of the vote. This is crazy. I'm flabbergasted. They really said he ain't got nothing left. He ain't got nothing left. Screw this guy. Throw him in jail. We hate this guy, man. Good job, North Carolina. You did that. Right now, women are coming out in force. This is kind of wild. I can't lie. Women 53 to 47. Women have a 6-point advantage right now, but it's white. It is a white electorate right now. 70-30. White voters split 50-50 over Stein and Robinson. I'm so surprised that even that many whitos wanna vote for the pizza porn eater. But do your thing, Pookie, I guess. Harris also up a decent amount at the moment. Can we see the breakdown at the moment? Early ballots, 93% early by mail votes. Harris is winning 68 to 31. Not too bad. Not too bad. Early in-person votes. Kamala Harris won. Well, I was gonna say she won most of the votes. There's only 308. We don't worry about that yet. Apparently, we don't have too much yet from from here on the county breakdown. Not just yet. North Carolina. Very interesting. Wow. 69% of voters broke out by a vote as of now. All right. Well, North Carolina is definitely something to watch. We could see a Blorth Barolina tonight. Very possible. Stop the count. Oh yeah, let's check back on Hamilton. Let's see how Hamilton's doing. Okay, Donald Trump back in the lead. Still very close. It would be funny if we stopped the count, though. I'm not gonna lie. If you are in line, stay in line. If you're listening to this in line, stay in line. Snowy Fit, thank you so much for the tier 1. Bezos Bucks joined the frenzy. Incredibly pog, I thank you. Femboy Maddie, thank you so much. I'm happy to have you for 14 months in a row. Manifesting good vibes for the night. So true.
Well, Harris turns out more.
So true. I will say NBC's got some fire waiting music. It does go kind of hard, I can't lie. Trump's back in the lead. He won this by a pretty good margin, so let's see where he posts now. Let's see what he posts tonight. No, nothing big happening right now. I mean, let's check Ohio. Why not? You guys want to have a little look at Ohio? Yeah, it's whoever picked lo-fi hip hop for the waiting music, they knew what they were doing. Another 53-47 from the exit polls right now. There's a lot of women out there. There's a whole lot of women out there. But one thing that we are seeing right now is that men are going for Harris. Men are going for Trump more than women are going for Harris. It's from the exit poll. We're just kind of to see if that holds true. I wouldn't be super surprised in places like Ohio. Ohio isn't really seen as a swing state, so we'll just have to see how Harris performs. Let's check the Senate race. Let's see how Brown's doing. Yo, is Ohio Browntown? Will Ohio be Browntown? Figure out next time. The exit poll breakdown on this. Moreno winning 61% of the early vote, 52% of the early by mail. We don't have any election day vote in at the moment polled. Okay. All right. We love Browntown. Isn't that right, chat? Yeah, make sure you're up there. Make sure you're cheating real good and nice like for me, okay?
The biggest battleground of all, Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about, states that have been moving quickly.
We are moments away from the polls closing.
I'm so sorry. I thought when they played that music, I thought they were about to call Pennsylvania. I was like, what?
For grabs in the biggest hall.
I was flabbergasted. I thought they were gonna the biggest swing state of all, Pennsylvania, and the music played. I thought they were gonna make a call. I was shocked. Foley's, thanks for the prime, for the Bezos bucks. Incredibly Pog, I appreciate you.
It is good to be back in Pennsylvania.
The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania.
Hope you're medicating and sorted all that stuff out. Tricky, raw dog in life with ADHD. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the help.
It all comes down to this.
Her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to.
Well, I appreciate the care. Thank you so much.
Ready to make your voices heard.
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But
there's some talk about Virginia. Many people thought Virginia is going to be closer this election cycle. I thought it probably will be. Loudoun County. Let's check Loudoun, okay? Loudoun's been in the news a whole lot. Loudoun County is a big Northern Virginia. North Virginia is a big Democrat vote area. Right now, Kamala Harris is leading by, what, 16? Is that about 16? Yeah. Harris leading about 16%. I think, what did Biden post here? People said Biden posted yeah, Biden posted 25. Right now it's 23, but let's update this. Yeah, a good little shift up there in northern Virginia. Not good. Right now it's a shift +9. Biden took it by 25. Right now Harris is taking it by 16. Big shift that you don't want to see in Northern Virginia against Harris. Jefferson, though, has moved to the left. So we're just gonna, oh, my bad. Sorry, that's North Virginia. That's West Virginia. We don't care about that. we do not care what's going on there. A lot of shifts to the right in Virginia right now. In Normie, Virginia. Lots of shifts to the right in Normie, Virginia. I'm ready for the cyclone of sadness. You already gave it a name. You already turned it into like a Magic the Gathering card. Little shifts here, 4 points. That's a big one, 13 points right now. About 61%. And we're gonna have to see how that fares. Some places are going to the left, more places shifting to the right as we expect. Yeah, Loudoun's basically done. Counting. Is that right? Yeah, 95% in. Huge shift towards Trump in Loudoun County. Not looking like he's gonna win the state, but really does bring down the upper limit of Kamala Harris's margin. Probably looking at something like carrying the state by between 7 and 5, more than posting a Donald Trump, more than posting a Joe Biden style 10. We were kind of expecting something like that. He wasn't really she wasn't really campaigning in Virginia much at all. So Kamala Harris's margin is going to close up there. We're gonna see how that we're gonna have to see how that goes though. Senate, yeah, how's the Senate race doing? 56-43 for Kane. 56-43. So right now Kamala Harris is underperforming Kane by like 2 points, and Hung Chow, I think is running on par with Donald Trump. Makes sense. But Ohio is looking possible, not possible. Yeah, it's looking possible if you did you take too many of your meds, bestie?
Other states that,
oh, polls are closing, chat. The polls are here. Yeah, Donald Trump should jump up in his lead in the Electoral College vote here.
8 o'clock poll closings.
All right, what do we got? What do we got, chat? We got Virginia. We got Pennsylvania. They're done. Polls are closed. They're done. That's it, everyone. Pennsylvania is locked in. It's over. Now all that's left now is counting the votes. Did we do it, chat? Did we pull this out? We'll have to see. We will have to see. Oh my gosh, Maryland? OMG?
Projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes.
No.
What Alabama looks like that.
How could this happen? Alabama, no. How could you do this to us?
Will be projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 elections.
I'm happy to be streaming for you too.
Projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now on the road to 270? There it is, 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and, of course, Pennsylvania as well.
I'm terrified.
What we can right now.
Didn't you already just have a scary election with your insane Ann Capistan guy? You can't go through another hard election. I feel so bad for you.
Still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in, and in Georgia we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here, and I see you've got Virginia.
Bliowa. That's all I need. That's all I need for the end of the night, chat. Bliowa.
Yeah, it's a state that
Bliowa would go so crazy. You don't even understand. Bliowa.
Know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know.
I'm not gonna lie. I saw somebody say Bloomberg is looking real good.
So Prince William County, it looks like
the Bloomberg map does look really nice.
This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 40.
Blexes!
69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that county goes. Can we switch over to MSNBC, because I need Kornacki. Like, this guy's cool or whatever, but where's Kornacki? You ever think about that? Give me Kornacki. Give me Kornacki. Give me Kornacki. Give me Kornacki. All right, we'll watch this for a second. We'll watch this for one singular memento, okay? I'm keeping an eye on some people right now. Can I add? Add this person. I need to add some people to my work folder so I can keep track of the tweets a little better. So uno momento. Should have done this earlier, but you know. Just mute this up. Harris projected to win New Jersey. Let's go, chat. We took New Jersey. Yeah, while we're waiting, we can take a look at Texas. I know a lot of you guys are looking at Texas. I saw a lot of people earlier in the day saying that Texas might be showing something very interesting for the Democrats. We'll just have to see. No clue. Don't take early votes too crazy. We'll just give it some time. Give it some time. No flips yet for anything. No like expected flips for nothing. Wait, Bloomberg's got some style here. Wait a second. For future elections, you might have to check out Bloomberg. Dallas is lagging in votes, very much so. Oh my gosh. Jasmine Crockett putting up Assad margins in Texas 30. Jasmine Al-Assad over here. Impetus, thank you so much for the $2. Appreciate you. Hey Shark, are things looking grim? Bestie, like, nothing's happened yet. Literally nothing has happened yet. Korsnacki. That's rough, buddy. Tennessee 1% in. They already called it. It's over for Harris, chat. There's no coming back from this one. And Bloomberg has their own shift map too. Let's hecking go. Noise. I don't know. Well, they don't have anything for Ohio yet. Very weird. Very, very strange. New Hampshire posting very normal numbers. 14% in. We'll see how New Hampshire goes. A lot of Trump supporters, for some reason, think they're gonna like take New Hampshire, but I think that's we all know that's not going to happen. Could be close though. I mean, you know, we will have to see. I doubt it, but you know, we will have to see. Oh, Pennsylvania's in. This is what we've been looking for tonight, chat. Pennsylvania has dropped. All right. We started. Pittsburgh's in. Northampton is in. Both leads for Miss Harris. Senate race going as expected. Nothing to say just yet, so we're just going to find out. How's Travis looking? Where is Travis? Where's Travis? I'm bad with my counties. I'm not that good. A moment. Bink, I can find it, but yeah, I had a feeling. I knew it wasn't in Pennsylvania, but Travis County, it's like Texas has got too many damn counties. You ever think about that? It's like around here. I gotta swing it around a little bit. Where the fuck is Travis? Where the hell is Travis? Wait a second. Enhance. Where the fuck is Travis? It looks like a little weird guy. There we go. Nothing from Travis. It's Austin, right? Yeah, okay. Nothing from Travis. Literally not a singular thing yet. Big state have many counties. That's crazy. You're right. And it's wrong. Not only is it crazy, it's also wrong. We should force them to delete some counties. Fuck you. Georgia's red. I don't, well, like I said in my prediction, I don't see Kamala Harris winning Georgia. Personally, some fun things could happen down ballot though. That's cute. I don't see Kamala Harris winning Georgia. Michigan though. Michigan has closed up. Assad margin. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop it. Donald Trump is taking the lead in Texas. Awarida. Stop the count, dude. Look at this. Stop the count. Crazy votes. What's in right now? Oh, literally Oakland. Oakland in 76%. The Secretary of State for Michigan said that we're looking at a really high turnout number from Michigan. So we're just gonna have to see how that goes. She's usually right. She says that up to like 80% of Detroit could come in. 80% possibly. So wild stuff could be happening. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. Chat, stop the count and start the steal. I hope Nancy Pelosi put in all those fraudulent ballots for us. That's what we're hoping for. That's what we're looking for. I will lose my mind. Philadelphia, first drop. Philadelphia, first drop. We got drops from Philly. We got drops from Philly, chat. Oh, that's a, got the 87-11. Oh my God. Supreme leader Kamala Harris coming out with swinging huge. She's swinging that thing. Oh my God. Oh my God. No real swings yet. But that is that is quite the lead. I'm going to be honest with you. Stop the count. So true. Stop the count. It's time for these counts to stop. Last bad batch. Oh, do you remember that from 2022? Oh, dude, that is so funny. Thank you for reminding me. All right, guys, this is I promise you, this is the last bad batch that's coming in. They literally can't have any more bad batches. We've ran the numbers. We know that this is the last bad batch, guys. After this, Carrie Lake is going to the moon. Just buy in. We're so damn white tonight. Listen, subscriptions have lapsed. I haven't been around. I've had I haven't been doing super well, so it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense that we're cursed with whiteness. I get it. Listen, vibe out. Do your thing, okay, bestie? It's all right. But I'm broke as fuck. Don't sweat it. You doing a little better now? Yeah, I'm working on it. Thanks for the care. I appreciate you. Right now, Donald Trump, 30% of the vote in, within like 4 points of Kamala Harris in Virginia. Where are these votes coming from? Let's check it. Wait, Loudoun County had a data error? Okay, looks like Loudoun County's experiencing a data error. The one up here that's shifted to the right. Yeah, it was like 99, now down to 96. Yeah, weird stuff. Only 29% of the vote in though, so We gotta have to see how it goes. Oh, wait a second. This map displays only votes cast on election day, does not include the 119,000 early votes. So yeah, Loudon is not posting. Yeah, Loudon's not posting early votes yet. So that, remember, there's early votes that still need to be counted in Virginia. So don't be spooked. These are mostly election day votes. Early day votes have not been counted yet. So don't you sit here and start tweaking too crazy as of yet. Cause Kane also is yeah, Donald Trump and Hung Kao are running literally just about even. Just Kamala Harris is running about 2 points down. Tim Kaine is going to be doing a whole lot better. So we'll see where Kamala Harris lands when it comes to all this. But we could see, yeah, we should be seeing big shifts to the right at the moment. 2 points. This is a big one. 9 points. Big shift. Big shift. Richmond's come in to the right. Once again, we expect this because early votes have not been counted yet. This is also 3,000 votes here. Oh, and yeah, 3,000 votes here too. Come through, PA. What's your election map prediction? My election map prediction. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. You know, this is good music for what's happening right now. We're fighting for our lives, chat. How's it feel? Hey, 1 second. I messed up on my tabs. This is my prediction. This is my prediction for the night. Harris 309, Trump 229. She loses Georgia, picks up Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, right? I have her grabbing Iowa and North Carolina as well. So this is my map. Let's see if I'm right. So true so far. A lot of people just don't believe in reverse coattails. I just don't understand why. Maybe it's just because traditionally reverse coattails don't seem real, but these days it is very real. It's true and real, and very much so at that. Very much so at that. Trump pulling ahead in Georgia. Remember, early votes have not been counted yet, and 42% in. But once again, I don't believe she's gonna pull it out in Georgia. That's just my opinion. We'll just have to see, right? Really, there's nothing in from North Carolina. Hilarious. They're not even trying. They're not even pretending to try. Hate to see it. West Virginia, Indiana, normal stuff. It's just a bit of a waiting game now. Not much is coming out. Texas, Trump is pulling ahead in Texas as we expect. Really, I think there's no way she picks up Arizona. No, with Gallo and abortion on the ballot, I just don't think that she's going to be posting a horrible number in Arizona to the point where it's like, oh, there's no way she could have won it. I don't think she could lose, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that there's no way she picks it. That doesn't seem correct to me. What's the actual probability of Dems pulling out a flip out of Texas's butt? You mean for the Senate or for the presidency? Presidency, low. For Senate, I like a 60-40 in Cruz's favor. Probably 60-40, 65-35, something like that in Cruz's favor. I give it like an 80-20 in Trump's favor. Maybe like 80, maybe in like 90-10. I don't think Texas is ready to flip. If the Senate goes Dem, why wouldn't it go Kamala? Yeah, there's not much split ticketing. split ticketing is very rare in certain states. Arizona is a state that split tickets a little bit, not a crazy amount. Places like West Virginia, the North, this like here, New England, they like to, they split ticket for fun. It's like one of their hobbies, actually. So you don't know necessarily what's gonna go out over here. Let's look at New Hampshire's governor race. Right now, Joyce Craig is ahead. Joyce Craig is ahead. Hopefully she pulls out a victory. We'd love to see that. But like I said, split ticketing is their pastime up here, so we'll see. Right now, Kamala Harris up 11 points, 12 points up on Trump. What our shifts look like? No shift map just yet for New Hampshire. I guess I can go with this shift map. You got anything for me? Not enough votes reported yet. There's like 12 people who vote in this damn state, I guess. Wait, that is actually true. My bad. I can't cook them like that. That is true. True and real. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Good golly, Miss Molly. Yo, Ohio's posting blues. What the hell? Ohio's feeling kind of blue tonight. Blue Ohio? No. But just a little bit. Just a little bit. As a taste. We can taste Blue Ohio. Just a tiny amount. I do want to look at how's the Senate race going. We know Kamala Harris is gonna lose. Unless we know Harris is gonna lose, but how's Brown doing? Brown losing! Go worry, chato. Give a treat to the dog. Okay, when I have some time, you got it. Oh, worry, da. Are you winning, son? Not yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Virginia will be called sometime. Florida, yeah, Donald Trump has crushed it in Florida, winning by sheesh. Look at that. Look at that nasty, nasty win. Dude, Florida's cooked, dude. I'm telling you, they're completely fried. The 12 point W down there in Florida. At the moment, with 90% in. Sheesh. Can you imagine, some people were trying to tell you that Florida was in play? Did you see people trying to convince us that Florida was in play? Florida is so cooked. Yeah, they're finished. They are donezo. How's the Senate race looking? How bad is that? Oh, Rick Scott already crowned the king. Debbie has also been crushed. Really do hate to see it. Is that a pickup? 23? No. 23 just hasn't really been called yet. No flips. No flips. No pickups. Nothing. Really nothing happened in Florida. Really nothing. It's just Donald Trump really ran up the margins. So listen, one prediction is right so far, which is that Donald Trump will run up the margins in places where he doesn't really need to. Like, we all knew that he was going to win Florida. He didn't, as we expect. Hey, we didn't check the Senate race out here, did we? These numbers are scaring me. Weren't you here in 2020? Remember, like, election day is redder than election day votes get counted first, and they're redder than early votes. Big Philadelphia County drop. Big Allegheny County drop as well out of Pennsylvania. Split 73-26 in Kamala Harris's favor. Like I said, the Philadelphia drop split 87-11 Harris's favor. Another drop as well from Delaware. 75-25 Harris's favor. A little nasty with it. Are these numbers great? No. It's blue in all the spots that count, like North Carolina and Pennsylvania. You can't really say it's good or bad at the moment. Like, polls closed 25 minutes ago in a lot of these places. We don't have much of anything in yet. Pennsylvania is literally 6%, 7% in. I can't tell you that it's good at the moment. Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh are dropping, and those are all good. Those are all just fine. These are perfectly fine drops. And we can look at the shift map over here. We don't really see anything out of Pennsylvania yet. Not enough votes. Literally not enough votes are even out yet for us to see a shift. But what we have been seeing is that the closer to the Midwest you get, the bluer it is. Places that have a Democrat on the ballot running statewide seems to be doing better than places that don't. Like Georgia. Look at the Georgia map, swinging pretty far to the right. Florida, every single county swung to the right. My bad, except for in the Panhandle up here. Keep it classy, Holmes. Keep it classy, Holmes, with the 0.3% shift to the left. Good job. We're counting on you. We love you. We love you so much. Almost everywhere in Georgia shifting to the right. It was exactly what I expected. I don't think the Georgia Democratic Party or the Democrats in total in Georgia are strong enough to outrun a Republican at the moment, raw, with no extra help. Yeah, nothing up here in the Northeast. Oh yeah, Michigan did close. We don't see too much coming out of it yet. Yeah, so far pretty fine, normal, average drops coming out of a lot of places. No big red signs anywhere. Georgia is shifting between like 1 to 5 points. Each county shifting like 1 to 5 points in Donald Trump's direction. I was not expecting a Georgia win, but once again, I don't know, it could pull out. Early votes have not really been counted, so. And some other votes have not really been counted, so we'll just have to see. How's the Atlanta metro area posting? We'll just have to see. Where are they? 69% in. Clayton 70% in. 72% in. 54% in. Gwyneth is 0. DeKalb is 0. DeKalb's a really big one, and Gwyneth too. This one's 0. Newton 0. Yeah, so a lot of. And this is like just 4%. Yeah, a lot of like big areas like Fulton, Clayton, Cobb, and Douglas. A lot of these guys are in already, but we don't have Gwyneth and DeKalb at the moment. But like I said, I'm not really expecting some big win to come out here for Harris. I just want to see how it would be really nice to see how close she can get without being able to run against, run with any popular state Democrat on the ballot. I'm doomer pilled if PA goes Trump. I mean, if like Pennsylvania goes to Trump, like there's a small chance that Kamala Harris can win, unless something crazy happens tonight. Well, who knows? And to this is, thank you so much for the $2 tip. I appreciate it. As a Floridian, let me dream. Yeah, I mean, you can keep dreaming, because I think that's the only place where you're going to find a win for Democrats. Florida is cooked. So go ahead, keep dreaming. I think it'll be good for you. It'll be good for you. We're drinking in Massachusetts already. You're doing just fine. 7% of the votes in, 5% in, 57% for Harris right now, looking just fine. Illinois looking just fine. Texas, Kamala Harris down like 5 points, 4 points, something like that at the moment, as we expect. Delaware has been called. Joe Biden is Joe Biden's ghost has been coming for us. Donald Trump has taken the lead in Virginia, as we expect. Remember, no early votes are being counted right now. Let me take a look at some of the shift maps. Yeah, big shifts going on in some of these counties. Small one over here. Virginia Beach should be shifting to the right a bit. Yeah, just small counties over here. 90% in. Yeah, over here in Eastern Virginia should be posting better numbers for Donald Trump. Not too much in from North Virginia just yet. Oh, why did I click out? I want to take a look at something else. Yeah, over here. Yeah. Should be posting good numbers for Trump over here. Running up the rules that as he normally does. Roanoke, 29% in. Yeah, there isn't much here in Roanoke just yet. Danville, just have a bit in. Like the little tiny counties in here as well. Very, very few of them are in. So a lot of the bigger counties have just not counted almost anything yet. North Virginia, yeah, 34% in. So we're just going to see. It's going to take some time for all that to come in. About 37% in at the moment. 11th hour. Thank you so much. Shark Streaming, I'm happy to have you. I'm happy to have you back. Do we know the ratio of early mail-in votes so far? No. What we do know is that there are a lot of states that have really upped their that have really done a whole lot of early voting. Now early voting is down. Remember, early voting is down in compared to 2020 in many places. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they're down. Democrats are not voting early as much. Republicans are voting more early, and Democrats are voting more on election day. So we're just gonna have to see how all that shakes out. I've heard some good things from places where Kamala Harris needs. So we're just gonna have to see how that goes. Thanks for the $2. Not gonna lie, Shark. I'm really nervous. How about you? You know, I mean, like I think we should always be nervous with these type of elections, right? They're really important. So I got a little bit of nervousness in me, but I'm optimistic. I haven't seen any like massive warning signs about anything yet, really. In places where Kamala Harris needs. But yeah, in my opinion, like I said, Trump's running. I think Trump's going to run up the numbers in places where he already needs. Nate Cohn, who's the chief statistician and pollster who runs the New York Times Siena poll, said that what he's seen from a lot of his polls is in like areas where Trump doesn't need, and areas where Trump doesn't need, and in rural areas Trump is really maxing out his vote, but he really hasn't made any gains in suburban and urban areas, and even lost some votes there. So that's what I'm expecting at the moment. So we should see a lot of places that have just a little bit of votes, like really maxing out their vote share there, and then we'll have to see how the bigger areas vote. Ohio's definitely shifting. Ohio's definitely shifting to the left this election cycle. By how much? We'll just have to see. But you should see a red. But you should see a red shift in a lot of places. So don't be confused. Do not be confused. There's going to be a lot of places that shift red. I mean, like, come on. Did you think that this is going to be this election nationally is not going to be, in my opinion, super further left. They brought back the damn needle. Oh no. The needle is back. You guys ready to die? Oh yeah, RFK is on the ballot in Iowa. Nothing out of Iowa yet. Lord, give me Iowa. Lord, give me Iowa. I swear if I get Iowa, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go so nutty if we get Iowa. So we got in East Virginia, we got a couple of shifts. Right now, 12-point shift in East Virginia right now. And Terrell. Around Raleigh right now, we're seeing some shifts for Democrats. So we'll just have to see. 5, 6 points over here. There's been some shifts in Democrats' favor. +4 from R plus 58 to R plus 54. Let's go. Crushing. Absolutely crushing. Texas moving to the right so far. Oh, we got some stuff out of Kansas at the moment. We'll have to see how that goes. Not expecting too much out of Kansas, but we'll see. This night has been insane. We just start. If you think the night's insane already, you don't know anything yet. You don't know nothing yet. You have not felt pain yet. Wishing everyone well. Nevada is still voting at the moment. Polls aren't. It's 5 p.m. right now in Nevada. Polls are not closed yet, and Democrats are. It's hot. That feel. Do you think RFK is gonna pull enough votes from Trump in Iowa? I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I think it'll be mostly a shift. Sam Sauce, thank you so much for the 25 total months and 19 months in a row. Appreciate you. I'm going to scream so loud. 10 p.m. close. Really, you guys are crazy. So if you guys didn't know, in Nevada, Republicans actually, Democrats don't have a blue wall, don't have a firewall in Nevada, meaning Republicans actually won the early vote by about 45,000 votes across the state. And so now Democrats need to make up ground with independents and with early day votes. And right now, actually, Democrats are winning the early day votes in Clark County. A couple 100,000 votes, just about, give or take, still left in Clark County to come in, the state's biggest county. And so, yeah, by 6,000 votes right now, Dems are putting up a decent lead. Dems are now 4.4% up, over 6K margin with 2 hours left to vote. Yeah, like, dude, the other vote is going crazy. So what happened in Nevada is that they had automatic registration. So when you turn 18 and when you get your license, you automatically register to vote. and you don't have to pick a party. It automatically just drops you into the third party, other unaffiliated vote. And so there are a lot of votes out there from a lot of people who are usually younger, who we do not know their party affiliation. So who knows? Maybe they're all Aiden Ross viewers and love Donald Trump, and they are gonna hit the gritty all the way to they're gonna hawk 2 of the polls and swing Nevada 27 points in favor of Donald Trump. Who knows, right? But we're guessing that a large chunk of these independent voters are probably going to be Democratic voters. So we're just gonna have to see how much of it is, if it's enough to win. But we were not really expecting Democrats to put up this type of early day performance. Well, a lot of people weren't. In my opinion, I think you should have been able to see how long you're gonna be live tonight. Well, pretty a decent time, at least until about 2 a.m. I think I'm gonna be hopping on Dylan Burns' early stream, late 24-hour stream around 2 a.m. with actual Jake and them. Hit the gritty and Riz they skibbity all the way to the polls. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's true. And that's why Donald Trump will win 52 states. 52 state landslide. He voted twice? Thank God. Should have been more than that, though. 40% are Kanye voters. The unfortunate thing for Aiden Ross is that he has an audience of people who genuinely think it's funny to go to their polling place and write Hawk Tua in the write-in slot and then take a picture for like Twitter likes, only to get made fun of and be called a clown. So that might not do too much for him, unfortunately. Let's see if Donald Trump's trick of relying almost completely on men and voters who don't vote. Let's see if that's gonna pull out a W for him. Oh no, 2 ballot measures are looking a little iffy right now in Florida. Right now, the legalization of weed has failed its ballot measure, some people are saying. Right to an abortion. This needs 60% to pass. Right now it's at 57%. It's very close. Legalize weed. Yeah, legalizing weed also needs 60%. Really stupid. Also needs 60%. Did not pass that either, even though it's up 10 points. 11 points, actually. Establish a constitutional right to an abortion. This is very close. This could go. It's very possible. My brother's a Trump supporter. He's not voting because he doesn't care to wait in line. That's chat. That's what we call a W right there. Sounds exactly like a Trump voter. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm in despair why we need 60. Specifically so that they can pass ballot measures and say they're not popular. Because a simple raw vote, they'd lose almost every single policy decision. So they have to make it like really, really big, or else they'll get cooked constantly. Yo, in Kentucky, our Supreme Court race. W. A conservative justice retired, and we finally got another Democrat on our Supreme Court. Huge W for us. Yeah, there are bomb threats coming in at in some polling places as well. Really disgusting stuff coming out from a lot of conservatives. I mean, also, I didn't get to say this earlier, but I don't think that it's surprising that in Nevada, the in-person election day vote is more blue, because I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but there were conservatives like firebombing Las Vegas and Clark County ballot boxes. Obviously, if you're going to vote by mail, I wouldn't want to put my ballot in one of those mailboxes if I thought my ballot's going to get burned and destroyed by some crazy conservative or something, right? So So yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense why a lot of Democrats waited until election day, or maybe even switched from wanting to vote early to wanting to vote on election day. It's not really, it doesn't make any sense to me to think that those people are simply just not going to vote. And so that's why in a lot of places and in Clark County, Democrats are now winning election day because voters who were going to vote early are now just not doing that. Makes a whole lot of sense. Let's check back into North Carolina. 21% of the vote in, nothing too crazy. Trump up 52 to 47. But the governor's race is just not close. 454 to 41 is insane, man. About 52 to 47 is just crazy. Crazy. Governor's race, my bad. Sorry, this is a presidential race. No, for Josh Stein, 54 to 41 is genuinely insane. What are the differences here? Any big counties flips? 60% Josh Stein here, 59% makes sense. In this county, Donald Trump 75%, 71%. Where are these big switches coming from? 78% in Riley. Oh yeah, here. 17% for Robinson in Wake. Oh my lord. Holy crap. That's really funny though. Texas though, what about it? Do you think something's gonna happen there? You're wrong. Hate to tell you. I really do hate to be the one to tell you. But you are wrong. If that's what you think. It just seems to be margin. Scotland, 52%, 55%. $700,000. So it seems like Kamala Harris is dropping about 100,000 votes compared to Stein, and Donald Trump is running what, like 200,000 votes ahead of Mark Robinson. So there's about 300,000 vote difference there in total. It's going to be a couple million votes in though, so we'll have to see how strong a lot of these trends hold. That district map is atrocious. It's kind of ugly. Wait a second, chat. We got a projection. Maryland. Chat, we got a projection. Wait a second. The Senate race. Oh. How am I far back in this? No. Projection looks like also Brooks. MSNBC has projected also Brooks will blow up Larry Hogan. She will eat Larry Hogan alive for our viewing pleasure. Also Brooks seems to have taken the Maryland seat. A lot of conservatives for some reason thought that they were going to be able to swipe this seat. Everybody knew that like New England likes their Republican governors. They don't like their Republican US senators. That's not what they enjoy. So it seems like Bloomberg has not called this, but MSNBC has called Alsa Brooks the Maryland Senate race. So that's another Senate seat for Dems. Looking spicy. Averting the worst possible things that could happen. There's races. North Carolina up 52-46. Donald Trump pulling ahead a little bit there in the early vote. Makes sense. But in the early vote drop. Let's take a look at some of the swing maps. Let me refresh. I'm down 4 cans of Guinness. Yo, you good? They weren't actually burning early votes though, right? No, they were actually burning early votes. Yes, actually. You didn't see this? Duplicate, let me give me 1 second. I can pull this up. Yeah, you didn't see this? No, they were like firebombing ballot boxes, like for real. It's why a lot of Dems didn't vote. In Dem areas, their ballot boxes were at risk of getting like firebombed.
An investigation's underway following the discovery of an incendiary device inside a ballot box in Portland. Meanwhile, in Vancouver, Washington, ABC affiliate KATU
This is Oregon here.
Heavy smoke was seen coming from inside a drop-off ballot box. ABC's Alex Stone is tracking that for us from the LA Bureau.
Yeah, well, there's one. Let's see if I can find the one in There's one in Nevada, if I remember correctly. I could be remembering wrong, but I was very sure that there was one in Nevada too.
For the finish line, we're watching this very closely, the Senate race.
Yo, their asses have not come back yet.
To Russia.
What the hell? What the hell's going on over there? I didn't mean to hop onto this one. Oh my lord. But you know what? Let's watch a little bit of the majority report. Why not? What's stopping us?
Being investigated by the U.S. government, and so the Canadian Parliament held her in contempt. I mean, again, I think she's doing something different this election day than doing a stream with me on it.
The nicest jail ever, just a Canadian. Oh, sorry. Can you see the TV okay?
Right.
Cooked. Is that Destiny? That is not Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II. No.
Gender breakdown of exit polls in Pennsylvania show 6% more women.
Women are cooking? Women are out there?
My gender. I've heard of them.
It explains why you have people like Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk begging men to go to the polls. It's sort of fascinating.
Harris has won 2 states since we last were projected. That's what I'm furiously scrolling, trying to figure out.
Oklahoma shifting left. Hello? But Oklahoma? Leftward shift in Oklahoma right now with 30% of the vote in. Let's see how that goes.
This is what
Kamala Harris has made up some ground in Georgia.
I will say that Florida was worse than anticipated for Democrats. So the idea that Florida would have
Florida was definitely worse. That is very true.
Pipe dream at this point. Trump so far
13 points is kind of nasty.
In Georgia than we will.
13 points is kind of oof.
Some experts are saying that
it's looking bad.
Maybe I shouldn't be so confident here because
DeSantis basically destroying the Democratic voter rolls by kicking everybody off has really destroyed the Democratic Party.
That the abortion measure in Florida has failed.
They have to re-register 1.5 million people basically.
Threshold, yeah.
Do we know what the?
No final total. That happened like 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
It's fucking nightmarish.
Somebody is calling Virginia. I don't know who. I don't know what. But some people are out here saying that Virginia has now been called for Harris.
Man in red hat. That seems chill, though.
There was a lot of stuff. I don't know if you guys.
Thanks for the $2.
What was going on in Florida?
Thank you so much. Antithesis. Let me out of this state. Nah, you're trapped, unfortunately.
News outlets.
Yep.
that were reporting on
The ads.
how the ads were, basically misinformation. I mean,
Let me see. I don't see this anywhere. I know we'll have to hold. I'm seeing people saying that it was called by some.
All right. We will have. Okay, what do we have coming up?
By some state.
Documents.
I mean, that's pretty devastating.
I will say one thing.
Like, name how fucked that is, right?
I will say one thing, that through the night, let's pause this really quick. Throughout the night so far, Donald Trump has lost likelihood of winning the election. He started off at about 72% from Decision Desk HQ, and since that he's already lost 10 percentage points. About 40 minutes into the game so far. So now he's down to 60. So it used to be 70-30. Right now it's a 60-40 chance of him winning. That should also keep going down throughout the night. We'll just have to keep a look at it. Decision Desk HQ is the only forecaster right now that said that Donald Trump is in their forecast favored to win. So we'll just have to see how that goes. So right now, Decision Desk has the worst forecast for Kamala Harris going into Election Day. If that keeps up, obviously L for us. But if that trend of it keep going down, if that thing keep going down, you know what could happen. You know what could happen. Oh, stream a little laggy? Did we drop some frames? Let me see. Let me pull this up. I have a lot of things open right now that need to get closed. Wait here. Let me.
In a couple of minutes, we're going to New York, for that matter. But
I'll play this for you. I have to close some tabs because I have a lot of tabs open that need to go. Slowing down my computer a bit, and by a lot I mean like I think I have like 100 tabs open or something. They gotta go, man. They gotta go, man.
Arizona.
I'm bad at closing tabs.
It's so mean to pets too, because they don't know that they're getting fed an hour
Pets,
later.
try babies, dude. Babies have no idea.
Thank you.
Just one moment. Just give me a second, okay? I'm working on it.
Savings once and for all, right, people?
We will kill daylight savings. We will give it the chair.
So we got 4 minutes.
Yeah, let's pop up
polls.
Save this.
CNN thing here.
Arizona, Iowa, the apple
Around
of
9
my
p.m. just
eye.
Up in 4 minutes. We got a lot of states closing.
Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and Wisconsin. Reminder that when Arizona comes in, we're not going to know Arizona.
All right, let's we can hop over to CNN. NBC has not come back yet. I guess they're waiting for the next polls to drop. Is that right? Yeah, they're waiting for the next polls to close. They're chilling right now. Everybody, they took a pee break and they have not come back yet, dude. That's why I shit on company time type. They have not moved. They have not moved. What's the CNN live stream looking like right now? My brain is melting. I will say, I'm like 90% sure nothing is happening. Yeah, that's not doing anything either. Let me finish rounding up some of these. Let me finish rounding up some of these tabs I have open. Close. There we go. That's another 9 banked. That's another 9. There's another couple banked. Dude, I have way too many open. I'm glad you said something. Because I'm going to be honest, my ass kind of wasn't going to do it. My ass kind of wasn't going to close them. I'm glad you made the push for me to do that. Yeah, I don't see anybody calling Virginia. I have no clue what that jokester was on, but watch out. They're gonna be people lying. They're gonna be people lying. Save all. Save all. There we go. So hopefully my computer won't try and kill itself anymore. After trying to have like 1 billion tabs open at one time. I'm just gonna get rid of this, honestly. Rid of that one. Okay. Okay, now I think we're at a normal amount of tabs open. Oh no, please, Lord, save me. Please save me. Save this one. Okay. All right, I think we're good now. I think we're doing better. Yeah, nobody's doing anything right now. MSNBC. We got the Kornacki cam. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is hilarious. I think that like having the camera on Kornacki as he's like filing through papers and scrolling through Twitter like it's the Puppy Bowl. Like it's a streamer like pet cam. I think it's really funny. So you can just kind of look at him. Michigan polls are closing here in just a second. Like I said, the Michigan Secretary of State said that we have so the Michigan Secretary of State said that there are a lot of people who are going to vote, and Democratic strongholds are looking like they're going to be posting some really big numbers. So we'll have to see if that holds true. Misinformation on the internet? There's 3.1 million early vote. Yeah, there's a whole lot of early votes. Yeah, it was a crazy. Yeah, I think like what 50%, 57% of Michigan voted early already. It's some pretty wild stuff going on. I'm gonna be honest. Virginia just hasn't touched their voters in a little while. They just haven't. They just kind of gave up. They gave up on counting votes. They stopped. They literally stopped the count. How's Ohio looking? Donald Trump creeping up in Ohio, as we expected.
Based in red pill.
Yo, thank you so much for the 5. Guberment. Kamala is mommy, scientifically proven. Kamalami. For 8. My bad. I can't. My ass can't count. 6. Trump up a little over 6 in Georgia. Sorry, in Ohio. Ohio not going blue. In the president, we were all basically expecting that. But what is Trump's margin going to look like? I'm very curious. I saw a lot of conservative election wishcasters saying that Trump is going to be posting like a 13 in Ohio. I don't think that seems to be the case. I don't think that's going to be right. Brown still staying competitive, down just like a couple thousand votes right now. Still way more race to be held. But the shifts from 2020 are kind of crazy. Whole lot of places shifting left. And this is why I was talking about it's so important. This website sucks up so much damn RAM. I can feel my computer's eating itself trying to run this. There's a whole lot of stuff going on this webpage. But a whole lot of shifts left right now. Out of Ohio, which is what we expect, which is why we were talking about how important it is for a statewide Democrat to be running. Cincinnati, yeah, 64-35, posting good numbers down there in Cincy. Cleveland as well, posting great numbers too. Good job, besties. We love you. Are they just called 4 states? What do you mean, like the old slave states? Oh my gosh, Trump has won Alabama. Like I said, it's over. Mississippi, it's over. Owarida? Chat? It's over? Trump took Alabama? It's over? Oh yeah, Ohio's in, Chatterinos. My bad, Iowa is in, Chatterinos. Iowa is in. Let's see how it goes. Kamala Harris up in Nebraska 2 and Nebraska 1 right now. Nebraska 2 we were expecting. Nebraska 1 is not what we were expecting. Donald Trump was supposed to win Nebraska 1, so I want to see how Nebraska 1 does. Nebraska 2, a lot of polling places were saying that Nebraska 2 was going to be picked up by Kamala Harris by a pretty safe margin, by a pretty good margin. A margin that's not, that is quite insurmountable. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. 16% of the vote in, about 60-40 right now. Oh yeah, let's take a little look at the swing map going on in Pennsylvania. This is going to be important. Lock in. The Pennsylvania swing map. Now this is it. This is the big state. This is the one you all been waiting for, ain't it? This is the one. Let's see. You know what? Can I get some? Yeah, chat. Can you believe it's been just a little over 100 days since Joe Biden dropped out of the race? Insane, right? If I feel like we've lived 27 lifetimes. 27 lifetimes, really. All right. Clinton County. Right now, 47% of the vote in a D shift +8. Republican County in here moved to the right. A Republican County moved to the left. Republican County moved to the left by 16 points right now, but only 37% in, so we'll see if that holds. Democratic County has moved to the left by 5 points. Republican County moved to the left by 21 points. Wayne County completely losing its mind. Wayne County going insane. Pittsburgh put up 20 extra points right now, but once again, this is a not all the vote is in. Only 35% of the vote is in. 18-point shift in this Republican County as well. So what we're seeing right now is that there are a lot of Republican counties swinging left at the moment. Yeah, there are some nasty swings in here. Only one county so far has, from stats that we see, according to this website at the moment, has swung to the right. If this continues, obviously Kamala Harris is going to put up some pretty decent numbers. Let's check out the race though. Size of leads, pretty small leads for Trump in Pennsylvania. Yeah, small leads for Trump in Pennsylvania. Big leads. Big leads. Did this grow? Does the lead grow in Philly? The collar's doing fine as well, from what we've seen. Barely entered the vote in too. Yeah, there's a whole lot of vote in to come from the collar in Philly. Whole lot of the vote in to come from Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas. So we just have to see how that goes. Erie right now, literally a couple hundred votes in, but stop the count. Kamala Harris up. That's what we like to see. Let's check how Casey's doing. Yeah, how are they running together? So Casey and Harris are running almost literally identically. But Dave McCormick is running 1 point behind Donald Trump right now. That's what we see. 1 point, about, was that 473,000, about 20,000 votes behind Donald Trump at the moment. So McCormick is going to be underperforming Trump, which is what we've seen through polling, is that there's been underperformance, but a large underperformance from Casey, from McCormick and Trump. And Kamala Harris is underperforming Casey just like a little bit, but nowhere near to the extent that McCormick is underperforming Donald Trump. So one thing's going to be right. Like I said in the video earlier, unprecedented split ticket voting, or the Republican down ballot candidates are way more popular than we think, or Kamala Harris is going to run up the margins in the states that she needs. Only 3 options. So we'll see which one it is. I guess the collar is part of Pennsylvania. Yeah, so if you see, I guess it's easier to show on this map, right? Let me do a little zoom job. So this is Philadelphia County, and the color are all of the states that surround, it's all the counties that surround and enclose Philadelphia. That makes up this southeastern part of Pennsylvania's voting districts. So that means Bucks, Montgomery, Chester, and Delaware. This is what makes up the collar. This is where Democrats run up the numbers and are able to win the state, right? A lot of the state, except for Allegheny, where Pittsburgh is, a little bit of Erie sometimes, as well as where they get votes. But this is where Democratic votes come from: Philadelphia and the collar. But it's called collar because it collars the baby girl. It encloses, protects, caresses her, lets her know that everything's okay. The collar. Where has the big ass Dem areas take longer to count their votes? I mean, there's some places right now. Yeah, I mean, Philadelphia is going to be. We've heard that Philadelphia is going to be posting crazy numbers. There's been like inklings, through the grapevine. Through the grapevine right now. Weird stuff's happening in Texas too. People are saying that places where Republicans should be doing better, Democrats are doing better, and places where Democrats should be doing better, Republicans are doing better. So the DFW area apparently just forgot to vote. So the likelihood of any big Democratic win there goes down dramatically, because Austin, San Antonio, and Houston are all doing very well and overperforming, but DFW is underperforming by a pretty big margin. So we'll just have to see how that continues for the rest of the night. A level, thank you so much for the 30 months in a row remaining part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Let me shout out some people here. And to this is thank you so much for the 5. I'm unfamiliar with Decision Dex HQ. Is it a concern that they have Trump at 70% to win right now? No. When it comes to percentages, over favorite starts around 70-30. 60-40 is slight favorite. When it comes to actual percentages and chances and probabilities, 70% isn't super high. But that means that Trump goes into the race as the favorite, which I don't think is unreasonable. I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to believe. They're being more bearish on Harris. But so far that has gone down in their rankings from 70-30 to 60-40 for Trump. So things are coming down. Things are coming down for him. So Harris, that means they're seeing Harris doing better in places where they weren't expecting her to, or they wanted to see her do better in before they gave her a higher percentage chance of winning. Texas has been called for Donald Trump. Huge L for the Blexus believers. I know, but like I said, Dallas-Fort Worth is just not coming in the way they need it to for Kamala Harris to have any hope of taking Texas. And I believe that also probably goes for all red too. No flips in the House. Everything in the House just stays the same. Cruz has not been called the winner yet, but he's doing well. Rip Blexus. Cruz may also keep a seat. Once again, DFW just didn't come in the way that it needed to. More work needs to be done in the DFW area. Dems didn't invest a lot of money in Texas. Didn't invest too much money in Texas though. They were kind of they're really sleeping on Texas. I think it's time for Democrats every election cycle to be pouring money into Texas. It's close enough to where that could be the case. Yep, and it's called right there. Bloomberg has called, MSNBC has called, Texas goes to Trump. Our Blexus dreams have been crushed. Have 100% been crushed. Sorry, Pookie. Owarida. Let's check Hamilton again. Let's see how Trump's doing there. Hamilton, Trump up a decent amount. Was that 4 points? 5 points? Yeah, 4 points, just about. Let's check the swing-o-meter. That's Boone. Hamilton. A 2-point swing to the left right now. 2-point swing to the left. So just so you know, this is a suburban white upper class district. We were expecting this to have we wanted to see where this is going to go for us to see how the rest of the race is going to go. If this shifts to the left, there's a much higher likelihood that other places similar to it shifts to the left in the Rust Belt. So that's a good sign for Harris. Bad sign for Harris. Michigan's cooked. Oh. Washtenaw County with a 17-point shift for Donald Trump right now. Ingham County, oh my bad, not Ingham. Eaton with a 16-point shift, massive shifts. Livington with an 8-point shift as well. All of these are Republican areas though, so Republican areas become more Republican. This was Republican +1 back in 2020. Trump won this by 1 point. Right now he's winning by 17. Here, Democratic district as well. Biden won it by 47. Right now Harris is winning it by 30. So we'll see how this goes as the mail-in ballots come through. But I'm telling you, big shifts coming out of Pennsylvania too. Ooh, this one's kind of nasty as well. There's some really big shifts coming out of Pennsylvania at the moment. 50% in Republican district, down 8 points. 36% in Republican district, down 12 points. A district Trump won in 2020 now has Harris +6, a 17-point shift coming out of this district over here in the middle of Pennsylvania. Northern Pennsylvania over here in Wayne County, it was Trump won this by 34. Right now he's only winning it by 12, a 21 percentage point shift, as well as Allegheny, Pittsburgh shifting 16 points to the right as well. Very big stuff coming out of Pennsylvania. Those margins are being ran up. We'll see if that lasts. We have no clue. See if that lasts. Virginia though, Virginia is Virginia's looking a little nasty right now. Let's check back in on Virginia. Let's see. Trump leading in Virginia right now by like 1 point, a little under 1 point. Size of lead. Shift from 2020. Yeah, lots of big shifts coming out of Virginia at the moment. Let's take a look at this map because they have more for us here. Northern Virginia, not looking great. 1 point shift. Yeah, we were expecting Virginia to be further to the right. Remember, Virginia was supposed to be further to the right. Nobody was expecting nobody was expecting Kamala Harris to improve on a 10-point margin of victory. But where she ends up is going to be a little important though. We don't want to see her down in like 5 points. So we'll see how it goes. But right now, there are pretty big shifts right now. +9, 9-point shift in Trump's favor from 63% for Biden to 58% as well. Here in the North, 14-point shift too. Yeah, so looks like Republican areas are becoming more Republican. Some Democratic areas are shifting over as well. Lots of places in Virginia right now moving to the right. Let's check the Senate map. Oh yeah, we can take a look at the comparison. Right now, Tim Kaine is actually running ahead of Kamala Harris by around 50,000, by around 50,000 votes. Hung Kao is running under Donald Trump by like 30,000 votes, something like that. About 35, 40,000 votes. It's like about 50,000 vote. Oh my bad, like 70,000 votes. 70,000 votes here. Donald Trump retaining his lead at the moment, but that's slowly going down, and we expect this to shift in Kamala Harris's favor at the moment. We'll see how that goes for the rest of the night. Abortion failed in Florida, disappointing. Yeah, what I saw from polls is that it seemed like it looks close, but it might not make it. It was very close though. It's really sad. Really sad. Yeah, it got stuck at 57%. Really sad. It was so close. Just like a little bit more of a shift could really have done something. Could really have done something there. Unfortunately, so many Democrats have just been blown up in the state due to DeSantis's voter roll killing that just not looking good. Holly's underwater? Is he? Yeah, there's a lot of I think there's a lot of Republican votes not to be counted yet. Don't look too far into that. Don't look too far into that. Yeah, Wisconsin is in. Michigan is in. Let me see if there's any oh yeah, Donald Trump expanding his lead in Ohio. Now it's about a 9-point lead. Brown is losing percentage points too. He's down like 2 points now to Moreno. It's gonna be a close race. Gonna be a super close race. We'll see how that goes. I don't know what the early vote. I have no clue what the early vote, election day vote is looking like right now. So here, let me see if I can pull up some stuff from some of my analysts. Yeah, it's crazy how no won with 43. No won 43 to 57. I love democracy. Yeah, that's real democracy right there. Probably one of my favorites. But one of my top 10 democracy moments, honestly. We in here, we out there. Decision Desk HQ now gives Kamala Harris the lead in percentage chances to win Pennsylvania, only by 51% though. But Decision Desk does see Kamala Harris at the moment having the sauce to take Pennsylvania. And if she's got the sauce to take Pennsylvania, she's got the sauce to take it down the rest of them too. The rest of the rest of the blue wall. It looks like right now, Decision Desk is seeing the blue wall holding. We'll see how that goes through the rest of the night. Underrail Lover, thank you so much for the $40 tip. Yo, favorite emotes out for Underrail Lover. Thank you so much. I lend you my energy, win this election. Listen, I was gone for a while. My hand hurts after writing in so many fraudulent ballots, so I'm doing my best out here, okay? I'm making it happen. I'm making it happen. Georgia hasn't been called yet. I expect it to be called. Trump up 50% to 48%, about 2 points right now in North Carolina, with 50% in. We'll see how that goes. If you live in Florida, you might want to get out. Get out. Get out. Let me out. Let me out. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks for Florida. Sorry about that. Harris leads in Iowa right now. Iowa. Listen, I'm telling you. In Seltzer we trust, chat. You think we playing? You think this is a game? You believe that this is a game? My goat is not washed. Not yet, at least. Kornacki the Kornacki cam always reminds me of the little pet cam. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It reminds me of like the puppy bowl. They got like the puppy bowl cam on his ass. Oh, they got the puppy bowl on his ass. Stand back and stand by. Trump looking, New York Times is giving Trump the possibility of grabbing a 10-point margin out of Texas. Back to square one out of Texas, if true, but we'll have to see. We will have to see. I wasn't expecting a Texas grab. I was hoping for like a, I mean, it would make sense to shift to the right. I would have been ecstatic with like a +4 for Trump, but that's, you know, a little bit of wish casting. Honestly, we didn't see anything that really was telling us that it'd be like that. I hope it's not like a +10. I think a +8 for him would be something that I could bear. +8 for him would be something I could bear. Fall to my knees a little bit if it stays a +10. Very unfortunate, but you know, we'll see. We will see, because the Democrat is running down there. We'll just have to see, right? Texas will bounce around a bit. I expected Texas to be more competitive in like 2028 and 2032. I am not expecting. I was not expecting a Democratic win in the Senate or the presidency here this year. So. Somebody's, yeah, I don't know. There were some Biden dead enders who are like, Florida would be a surprise. They're gonna pull out Florida. No, I was shocked. People genuinely thought that Florida was going to make a turnaround. Are you serious? Florida is going to have to break for it to turn back around. It's gonna take there's gonna be a long time for that to turn around. Republicans turning back to the Red Scare tactics and just Cubans growing dramatically in their percentage of the vote share in Florida is just, and it kind of becoming like a dumbass Wakanda. it becoming like conservative dumbass Wakanda. Like, come on, let's just be honest with ourselves. There's no Florida wasn't turning blue. Actual Texas results are really close. I mean, you know, I wouldn't call 10 points really close, but I hope Harris is between 8 and 5. I'd love a between 8 and 5 ending for her there. That'd be good. Once again, literally nothing happening in Virginia as well. There's a, oh yeah, let's take a little peek at the swing map too. I know this will be interesting from stuff that's come in. We can take a look at some of the bigger states. I really like the swing map. I think it's gonna tell us a whole lot. Whole lot for one, whole lot of red, as we were expecting. Whole lot of red. But let's take a look at Atlanta and the surrounding counties, because there's some finished counties and just about finished counties. Rockdale with a 7-point shift, 1-point shift in DeKalb right now for Republicans. Clayton, 1-point shift for Republicans as well. Douglas, 6-point shift in the way of Democrats. D2 in Cobb. Fulton County, 0.4 for Republicans. Gwyneth, nothing yet for Gwyneth. So in total, it looks like a blue shift in the Atlanta metro area, and a red shift just about everywhere else between. It seemed like 4 to like 20 points, something like that. I think this is the shifts to the relatively small shifts to the left is going to be outdone by these shifts to the right here, which we were expecting. Once again, like I don't really see how people thought that Georgia was going to be improving on those margins. I know a lot of people bought into the hype of, yo, Georgia's younger and more educated and everything's it's just gonna move left constantly. No, it's not. Come on, let's chill. Let's chill for a bit. Right now, there's New York Times is projecting about a 5-6 point lead for Harris, about a 4-point shift. 4 to 5 point shift to the right across the entire state. We'll see how that goes. Do you think we'll have another Nevada this year? I hope not. I think last time made me lose hair. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by a Nevada this year? What happened last year? Shifts to the right in Maryland. There was a pretty strong, well, I guess relatively strong Democrat running, Republican running there. So not like the biggest, surprise. 5-point shift. Oh my lord. Oh,
As we say, most of the state is.
He's back.
Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that and reverse it. Now, this one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on it. Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania.
85.
About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the Election Day vote, Trump has been chipping away at it. And
yeah, now it's a 1-point shift to the right.
And again, this is a key county, I think, once we get full results here to understand where this might be going. Because this is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump, this was a huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County.
Yeah.
We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania.
Literally nothing going on in there.
Between 16 and 22 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no.
There's a big shift over here in Fayette.
County we want to be following as it comes in, and the other one is on the
18-point shift in for Democrats.
County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here. A lot of this you could just see here. This is what it led to, the mail-in vote.
Nothing from Butler.
Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now as the remaining vote starts to get tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we're starting to get some results here out of Wisconsin.
The faster than light music was going crazy though. I'm gonna be real.
Wow. The Bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney, it was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains.
That'd be really great.
So with 40% in, you're at about the
about here.
2020 level. And this is the other one.
Yeah, we're looking at Trump not putting up his 2016 numbers in Wisconsin right now.
Highest level of educational attainment. That is,
people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon Johnson in 1964. So this is one tonight where you want to see if Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in, this would be a very
she's doing that.
Democrats out of Ozaukee County.
But will it stay? It's only 30% of the vote in, so be careful.
Republicans, Democrats.
Yeah, I saw both the amendments. We covered that earlier.
That's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way.
70-28.
Coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats
nothing in Dane.
Dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county, Madison State Capital, University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County, every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020.
He is the gobbler.
Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's this. Biden, 260,000. Trump, 68,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes.
That's pretty insane. Right now, Kamala Harris is under that. It seems right now both Trump and Kamala Harris are underperforming. But we'll see if that continues. Once again, there's only 30% of the vote in. Nobody knows how it's gonna end up just yet.
Taking such hits in the rural areas of the state, can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think
that'd be nice,
the most they possibly can.
That tastes real good.
They're probably going to need more tonight. So again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
I do want to say something really interesting is that what we're seeing a lot from, I remember, so if you watch that video that I posted a bit earlier about the decoupling from Senate and the presidential races and how that really didn't make much sense, what we're seeing right now is that not being the case. How look, Timmy Baldwin and Kamala Harris are running almost exactly the same, and Donald Trump is running ahead of Hove by about 1 point. So that's what we're looking at right now. How will this shake out? No clue. Literally only 17% of the vote is in, and Kennedy is still on the ballot. So I guess we'll see how that goes, right? Kennedy is still on the ballot. Funny, isn't it? There is a call. Decision Desk HQ does call North Carolina for Donald Trump. Is they see that they have seen that Kamala Harris does not have the sauce to be able to cook up a win in North Carolina. Not this time. It's another loss for the Dems in North Carolina. Not the most surprising. Not the most surprising. I thought there might be a case. North Carolina and Iowa are my two long shot picks for Kamala Harris to win. Right now, one is cooked. They flattened my dreams in one. No North Carolina this year. More work needs to be done. Josh Stein went insane though. But Mark Robinson running behind Trump by 11 percentage points is the craziest thing I've ever seen. One of the craziest things I've ever seen. Without that being the case, I really do wonder what Trump's margin, in North Carolina might look like without Robinson blowing up the campaign. We're still not necessarily sure what it'll look like, but it seems like, Wake and Clifford, they're more maxing out their votes in these little rural counties. There's still some counties that have some sauce left in them. But in a lot of places where Democrats are running up the numbers, like up here, 90% done. And some of the Republican areas, coming around like the 60s and the 30s, right? And some aren't even in yet. It doesn't look like I mean, Fayette isn't in yet, but Raleigh is 73% in right now. Doesn't look like Harris has the sauce to take it just yet. So no return yet. North Carolina called for Donald Trump. Will have to see what the margin looks like. Could be interesting. Because there are definitely some spots that move to the left, but a whole lot of spots that move to the right. Trump really running up the margin in those rural areas that we were that we have been seeing from early vote data. Virginia, though, lots of big moves to the right, but Virginia has also been called. Decision Desk HQ calls Virginia for Kamala Harris, so taken off the board for Donald Trump. 57% of the vote in. Kamala Harris keeps Kamala Harris has been shaving a lot off of Trump's margin, Trump's margin, and it seemed like Trump doesn't have the sauce to be able to take that back. She is underperforming Tim Kaine, which I was expecting her to underperform Tim Kaine. Kaine's been around for a long time. The Clinton stink does radiate off of him, bring down his margin, but yeah, Kamala Harris wasn't spending much time at all in Virginia. I did read something actually, which is that this year is the first year that Virginia is the first year in the 21st century that Virginia is not considered a swing state. So Donald Trump campaigned in Virginia. Hillary Clinton picked Tim Kaine to be her running mate, so she could win Virginia. Right, Virginia was really big. But it seems like predicted not call. Decision Desk HQ is called Virginia, as far as I've seen. My bad. Has called Virginia and North Carolina. They've called both of them for Harris and Trump respectively. We might not see it here. We may not see it here yet. It takes some time to update. And I don't, this Bloomberg Decision Desk? I forget. I think so. It'll take a sec. And so this is thanks for the 5. Decision Desk has just projected Trump will win North Carolina, feeling pretty doomer right now. You're feeling doomer over Harris losing North Carolina? I'm gonna be real. You might need to go to sleep. This night might not be for you if a loss in North Carolina for Harris is your tipping point. I'm sorry. You think we'll see 270 at 1 a.m.? No. North Carolina was always a long shot. She put some work behind it, but it's still not a Democratic state. Not yet. No, not yet. Hasn't been called here yet. Other people have called it. Nothing happened yet. Pennsylvania, let's take a look at the swing map. Let's see if we can swing low. Some movements. 14-point shift up here for Trump. 10, 14. Scranton keeps moving. Scranton keeps moving. Ooh, wait, no, that's not right. Where's Scranton? Is this the Scranton County? Yeah, Lackawanna. Scranton keeps moving towards Trump, so this is a bad sign for Harris here. That Scranton, the Scranton area keeps moving towards Trump. If she can keep it like Kornacki said, if she can keep it higher, that'll be good. But we'll see how that keeps moving. The Pittsburgh shift +7. Not much. No shift out of the collar yet. Let's take a look here. What are we looking at? 31% of the vote in. Bucks at 58. 72. The Assad margins are coming in 82 to 16. Trump doing a bit better in Philadelphia County at the moment, but we'll see. I don't know if these are early votes yet. New York Times brought back the needle. People are trying to report on the needle. Nevada should be closing soon. We got some polls closing here in I think 10 p.m. Yeah, 10 p.m. about 20 minutes. We should see a lot of the West Coast come in. So look out for it. We're going to be checking Arizona and Nevada here in a little bit, but we'll chill for a second here. Not too much movement, not too much going on. So we're just going to chill out for a little bit. And take a look at some of the people that I follow. What are they up to? Yeah, there are a lot of states we won't know because of the mail-in ballots haven't come in yet. How much simpler? Imagine how much simpler this would be if if the Electoral College was gone. That's true. We would cook. We would cook. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, lots of red shift over here. Just little red shifts in Pennsylvania right now. Nothing out of the rest of the Rust Belt. Not yet. South is getting uppity again. Yeah, we might have to do something about it. Some shifts up here. Oh yeah, I forgot Iowa's. I wasn't even paying attention to Iowa. What's going on in Iowa? What's happening in Iowa? Oh, we got some Democrat leads going on. They got the little. You ever notice how Iowa's redistrict looks like a they got the little swastika district here, like they got that little thing going on. I don't know why they got this little thing going on, but I'm not feeling it. But we'll see. We'll see if that works out. It is GOP affirmative action. You're right. How are the fish? Oh, they're doing pretty well. This tank that you see back here is this is actually a saltwater tank. It's my first ever saltwater tank. I'm just letting it rest right now. I'm letting it set up. And then I want to put some coral in. I wanted coral. I thought it'd be really cool. So yeah, back here, saltwater tank actually. If you go to my Twitter, you can see a picture of it. You can go to the pictures that I posted. You'll find it. I haven't listened to the new Tyler songs. I haven't listened to them at all, honestly. I've been doing other things, so I haven't actually listened to it. I heard some people discoursing about it though. Yeah, he said something about intrusive thoughts. He said something spooky when it came to intrusive thoughts, and the girlies were not feeling it. Is album of the year? Really? I haven't seen any of it yet. Just so you know, we're expecting to see a red shift in Pennsylvania. Once again, remember a lot of the color ain't doing too much right now. You can see 37, 11, 22, 19, 27. A lot of Philadelphia and the collar are kind of just vibing. They're like they're doing their thing. They're taking a lunch break over there. Oh yeah, in Kentucky we got our first trans congressperson, which is cool. Big win, big pickup, big win, big win, big win. Looks like Lackawanna is shifting towards Trump, and it seemed like Biden's lead compared to Harris is going to be cut in half. So from an 8-point lead to a 4-point lead, with her underperforming by a couple points, Trump overperforming by a couple points. Makes sense. Scranton Joe and everything, right? So she's underperforming Biden there. But from 2020, yeah, about a 5.4 shift there. Where Casey overperformed there. We don't see a shift. We don't see like a big shift map, but Casey's getting 53%. So like 2 points down compared to Casey. McCormick getting 44. Trump getting 47. Big ups. A lot of people just not voting for McCormick who are voting for Trump. So we got a 9-point lead to about a 5-point lead. Okay. About a 3-point shift. Didn't Kornacki say that that Casey is actually from this area too? Do you see the stream? What do you mean? Pennsylvania going libertarian. Cook. McCormick is from Connecticut. What's up with a lot of these people from Pennsylvania? What's up with all these conservative Senate candidates from random states trying to run for Senate in Pennsylvania? What's going on? I don't get it. Can the Republicans not find anybody from Pennsylvania to run in Pennsylvania? Yo, Ellie Reid. I'm happy to have you. What's going on, everyone? You vibing? You chilling? Any flips? Nothing. Nothing going on right now. Oh, wait. Yeah, nothing going on right now. My bad. I got a little excited for a second, but there's like no voting. 35% of the voting. I will say one thing. NBC's wedding music is really ass. Hello, I need to go to bed, but I hope your stream is good. Yeah, take care. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. 7 minutes. 7 minutes, chat, and we get polls closing on the West Coast. Nevada closes. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Trump's electoral vote should go up because he should grab Montana, Idaho, Utah. And then we're in the thick of it. After that, we're in the thick of it. Also, when North Carolina and Georgia's called for him too, his his margin should go up. Yeah, not much happening right now. All right, and we vibe. And we vibe, besties. Michigan and Wisconsin going blue is great so far. Yeah, I mean, like I mean, you can't really say much about it. Like it's like they're barely in. And Trump is down like 0.4 points right now, so we'll see. Not much coming out. There's some shifts to the right. There's a blue shift right now, a red shift going on right now. So Milwaukee 3 points to the right, Dane 6 points to the right. So we'll have to see how these shifts continue. There's a huge back and forth going on here in the middle of Pennsylvania. So we'll see how the caller, when the caller comes in. What's the percent chance that Trump wins? I don't know. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, I'd give it like 40, 60 Trump Harris. So so Trump would have 40, right? Still pretty high percentage. So let's see. Dude, this is so weird. You see this here? I saw some people talking about New York. So right now, upstate New York is voting to the left, but upstate New York is voting to the left, but like New York City is voting to the right. It makes literally no sense. It's just okay. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the hell's going on over there. We'll see what's going on there. It's because upstate New York voted really hard right last election. I guess so. That's weird. Yeah, lots of things are super weird. Staten Island is what happened. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I'd hate New York if it went right. I mean, it's not going to, but Trump seems to improve. Trump seems to be improving his margin there. Still stressing about Virginia. All right. Think Trump has like a 60% chance? I mean, sure. I mean, like, it's just probabilities. I mean, sure, whatever. We're barely getting results and Dems are dooming. It is very true. I remember this in Chad, do you remember this in 2020? I know I do. Remember when the votes, when a lot of the election day votes came in and people were like, oh my gosh, oh worried, it's over, it's fucking over. And then we're like, OMG, we won. Yeah, Decision Dash does project Kamala Harris will win Virginia. So at least one person, at least one agency called. How's it looking? I think it's looking. I mean, right now it's looking pretty fine. Where there isn't very much of the vote in almost anywhere. We're half in Pennsylvania. We are 15% in Michigan. Oh my lord, he's back.
In Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And when finally we close out on this, we're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night as, look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in this big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points.
That's pretty good.
Is that progress enough for Democrats?
Are you rooting for it? I'm a Harris guy. So yeah, we're seeing Nevada polls closing. We're seeing Georgia about 80% in about there. Trump leading by a couple points. I want to see how that shakes out. Oop, my polls be closing. My polls be closing. The Arizona dump is in. They're dropping dumps, big, massive dumps. Trump has taken the tiny lead so far in Pennsylvania. With still not much coming out of the collar. Rural Pennsylvania is coming. Yeah, rural Pennsylvania is coming in pretty hot. Butler County coming in pretty hot for him. But 78% done. 37% done. 72. Allegheny is just about done. 65% of the vote. They're up there. Let's take a look at the swang map. $10 and Antithesis. Thank you so much. I'm doing because I don't remember 2020 well, and knowing about the red mirage is different than seeing it in real time. Like logically, I know it's far from over, but watching it in real time blows. Yeah, it does blow for a lot of people. It does suck. But you know, like I said, it seems pretty fine. About a 5-point shift with everything in the Scranton area. Still over 51% of the vote. Some of those Democratic big leads are coming down, except for like Lebanon. Lebanon plus 10 shift. Lancaster, moving from Trump plus 16 to Democrats plus 4. Kind of nasty. Pittsburgh coming down as well to plus 4. Still a move to the left, so I'll take it. 1-point shift down here in Washington. We'll see if that holds. 18-point shift here in Fayette. We'll see if that holds. Warren, there's some shifts up here in northern Pennsylvania to the left. We'll see how that goes. And it's a lot of the percent in. Kamala Harris is overperforming up here just by a bit. Just by a little bit. Wayne County has definitely come down. Well, but once again, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, this shift came in. It was leading by more, but now Kamala Harris has come down to a D plus 1. These rural areas should be running up the margins for Trump, but we'll see if that lasts. All right, a lot of the West Coast in. Sorry, a lot of the East Coast in. West Coast should now be dropping here in a bit. Well, actually, the West Coast should be dropped. Yeah. Arizona, New Mexico, and Nevada should be attempting to do something. Oregon's cooked, chat. It's over. Trump picks up Oregon. Tim Pool was right. 59 state landslide. They were right. No. No. It's over. Do you really think so about Oregon? No, it's a joke. No, it's just like a lot of election day votes dumping and rules and election day vote.
Based and red pill.
Me Skiller, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. As a former resident of Lancaster, nobody says the name right. I'm probably not saying the name right either. Thanks for the 5. I appreciate you for mispronouncing your homeland's name. That means a lot to me. Lancaster? Is it Lancaster? Lancaster? Custard? Now your ass making me hungry. They're making me hungry. Antithesis, thank you so much for the 5 again. So it won't be a landslide electoral Bush, but since it won't be a landslide in the electoral college of Bush v. Gore 2 electric boogaloos feeling more real right now? No. I mean I just completely disagree. We have no clue how things are going to shake out. Lancaster? Nah, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. Lancaster. I'm gonna be saying Lancaster. I'm sorry. I'm not. I can't hang with that. I hate to say it. Boo. No, boo you, stinko. Pronounce your bullshit however you want. Get the hell out of here. Worcester? Try pronouncing Worcester? I don't know. I would call that Worcester personally. Okay. I'm gonna be back. Okay, chat. Enjoy this. Maybe Kornacki comes back here in a bit. Colorado Blue? Chat, we're winning. Election's over. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So Kornacki might come back, so I'll leave the audio on while I'm gone. Tell me if he says something. We love him. And just watch the race for me, okay? Make sure you put in those fraudulent ballots. All right, I'll be right back. See you in a sec.
Yes, absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour, and suddenly what you get out of, remember here, Maricopa County, that's what you're looking at right here where Phoenix is, more than 60% of the vote in the entire state is in here, and Maricopa County all at once releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in, and then we will wait. Because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here obviously is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now, half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin. Because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81 to 18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79 to 20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same-day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same-day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, that Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining Election Day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you can take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline and maybe gain some ground back. So, with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't fall back any farther. Check in too on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people.
All right, chat. Anything happened while I was gone?
The city of Pittsburgh. There's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here too is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County, in Lackawanna County, excuse me.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Trump posting good numbers and Trump posting numbers that he's just about looking for up here in Lackawanna. 3. Some of these Dem leads have turned into either Republicans going even or really small Dem leads as all the votes get counted in. Not much going on here. Shifts like 1 to 3 points, pretty small. Pittsburgh has actually gone up when it comes to its shift from 1 to 2. Down here is a shift to +1. Some of these in here have moved pretty far. Like 18. Collar still not really doing anything. Burks is +13 right now. Burks here, this one's bad. Or +8 to 13. Let's see.
Based and red pill.
Oh, thank you. Just got done voting in Anchorage. Thanks for covering this. You're the only one I can stand to watch. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for the 5. It's crazy. What time is it over there in Anchorage? What's it, like 3 p.m.? It's like 3 p.m., dog. What the hell? Let's see. Where are we? What was I just looking at? I was looking at Bucks. Oh, there's only 30% of the vote in. We're looking at 30, 37, 11, dude, in Chester. 24, 45 in Philly. Okay. Harris still leading by 2. What the? Wait, what? Wait a second, chat. You see this? Oh, my bad. I was like, my bad. Trump leading by 2 at the moment. I was like, is Donald Trump underperforming Dave McCormick? I was gonna be shocked. No, he's overperforming by like a little bit more than a point. Kamala Harris is doing as well as Bob Casey, and Bob Casey. So it seems like Trump is a little decoupled from his down ballot races, and Kamala Harris is not decoupled from her down ballot races. So we'll see how that goes. 63% in. Lots of these counties all the way in already. Democrats have taken the lead in Erie, but only 31% in, so we'll see what happens. Some shift left, some shifts right. Not too much to say at the moment. The thing that I want to see, we'll start to know a little bit more about what's going on in the night when we get to a little higher percentages in these races being called. So we'll see. We'll see at the moment. But the thing is that I just don't know. The thing is, I just don't know if these are like, if what we're counting are early votes or election day votes, or what the mix is. I have no clue yet. Is Pennsylvania lost? No, I think like 30% of the votes in. No, 50. Like 50% is the votes in, and a lot of what's missing is the Harris counties. Same thing as last time. Philly hasn't dropped early votes yet. Yeah, Philly has, like, just like every election, Philly just kind of chills out. They don't. Philly has zero urgency when it comes to counting ballots. They like to take their time. So we'll see. So what happens is that Pennsylvania gets red, and then it slowly shifts more blue. How blue? And then the shift back blue is dependent on whether or not the Democrat wins, right? Can we get a Mitch checkup? Who? Yeah, we'll know more about Pennsylvania at like 2 a.m. We'll know more about the Rust Belt at like 2 a.m. or so. Looks like Seltzer might have been wrong though when it comes to Iowa. I see some people saying that she might have been wrong. Oh, well, we'll just have to see. We will just have to see. I think Harris is underperforming Slotkin just like a little bit. Oh yeah, by the smallest margin ever. It was larger, but now it's smaller again. Trump running a little over. It's the same. It's about the same story everywhere, where Trump's running about a point better than the down ballot Republican, and Harris performing about the same as the Democratic one. So when it comes down to it, like I said in the video, cross-party voting it doesn't really happen. So it's usually either going to be like the Republican and Trump wins, or the Democrat and Harris wins. We'll just have to see. How it doing, Shark? Feeling pretty stressed? I wouldn't feel stressed until later in the night. You gotta save stressing out until later in the night. I'm drinking. Japanese news reporting the US election. Wait, what is this? What'd you send me? What the fuck? You know what? Japan's doing it up. And the edit's going kind of crazy. All we have are these like little fuck ass PNGs. Why can't we have me's? Why can't we have me's? Yeah, I mean, like, we're uncertain. The thing is, it's way harder to tell what's gonna happen, because beforehand we could tell that there was a lot of early vote, and then the election day is gonna come, and then we'll see how red that is, and then we can compare it to early vote, and we'll see how blue that is, right? We can't really do that now, or at least I don't necessarily have the stats on when which type of vote is dropping. I just don't know. Utah's red? Yeah, it's true. So true. Utah cooked. Utah cooked. Yeah, so right now we're it seems like what we're seeing across the country, small slippage from Harris compared to Biden, small increases from Trump compared to 2020 right now. Will that hold? Will it turn around? I don't know. You can't tell yet. Japan wants Mormons. I think the last thing Japan needs are more It depends on the Mormons. I think the last thing Japan needs are more religious, like kind of radicals. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they've had their fill. I think they've had enough. Why is God censored? I don't know. I didn't do that. I haven't fixed it either. I think we're okay. This is the woke in action. So true. Wasn't gay marriage legalized in Japan the same way it was legalized here? That like banning it was unconstitutional. It went against Pennsylvania. It went against Japanese rights. I cried for 9 hours straight. Yeah, there's a lot of people that blocked out how 2020 felt. There's a lot of people who blocked out how 2020 felt. I remember because I was just looking at some comments. I was trying to see if I can find anything interesting to pull up for you guys. Yeah, no, it is interesting. New York Times has dropped Donald Trump's chances of winning from earlier in the night. Well, winning the election from earlier in the night. Fuck you, Staten Island. New Mexico is flipped back blue. Nothing in from Nevada. Nevada really they just have fun with it, honestly. There's a couple states with zero urgency, and Pennsylvania and Nevada are two of them. Zero urgency when it comes to counting votes. They love to dilly-dally. They take their time. Zero urgency. Kind of crazy. Is he talking?
So look,
yeah.
Just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially if this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no...
He would just need Pennsylvania to win.
We already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. We're going to check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key
One second.
We're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Mm-hmm. The classic. Yeah, the classic. So very likely scenario here. Let's pull up the 270 map, 270 to win map. Bing, bing, bing. Let's see. The classic. This is my original projection. I decided to go all in for my final. You just gotta have fun with it sometimes. So let's mark some of these down. So let's say Trump picks up Iowa, Georgia, North Carolina. That's fine. That's 250. All right. Some people have already called New Hampshire. I'm not really thinking that that's going to be too much of an issue. So if Harris picks up the rest of these, whoops, that would be bink, 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 whoop, bink, bink. That's 287, right? And which would be close to her maximum here, if that were to happen. Now, what could she lose in this scenario but still be okay? Arizona, Nevada. She could do that, and that would be the dreaded, very unlikely from historically, very unlikely, but once again, still very possible. 270, 268. Some people talked about faithless electors being an issue in this situation. They wouldn't be. The Harris campaign or the Harris campaign in this situation will be able to pick the electors. That wouldn't be an issue. That wouldn't be an issue at all. But if we go back out here, right? So that would be Harris's path. She could do something like this and get to 271 and be able to lose Nevada and Wisconsin, but picking up 2 Rust Belt states and then losing the third one's pretty unlikely. If she loses one, she's way more likely to lose all the others, which is far more likely. So this is the map that I think we're looking at right now, and we'll just see how the rest of the vote shakes out. We don't have it's similar to 2020 where we don't have a lot of the big vote in yet. The vote in suburbs and cities are not in yet, so we'll just have to see. Does Harris have the votes there? We'll have to see. Let me read out some of these. This got done. Oh yeah, read that one out. Thank you. Antithesis. I really do not remember how 2020 felt. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I kind of memory hold it too. But I do remember everybody feeling horrible from poll closing to late in the night to everyone feeling a whole lot better when we stopped streaming around like 2 a.m. something like that, and the rest and the next day when they started counting again wasn't too bad. Seriously, super chatted. Thanks for the 2. Appreciate you. Literally Hillary versus Trump right now. I wouldn't. I'm not sure if I'd say that. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe. Apparently people are dumping Trump stocks. People are dumping Trump technology stocks in the stock market. There is good news from Detroit. Detroit dropped some votes. Oh, what? Not this one. First votes from Detroit came out. Oh, these ones didn't come in. Oh, I guess they were reported, but they haven't been added here. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah. First votes came in here. I think this is in-person vote right now. So we're looking at a lot of in-person vote. We'll see how this shakes out. We're looking for a bluer in-person vote to help counteract the slightly redder from 2020 mail-in. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, 48. Yeah, Harris and Slotkin running about the same. Rogers running behind Trump by like a point. Pumping and dumping, so true. And see, looks like rural areas are pretty much just them areas left. Yeah, a lot of people don't believe that they don't, that Harris won't have the votes to be able to overcome. It's 83% in. We're looking at about 2 points. Like 2 points down, a little over 2 points down. So she should be able to close that gap around like 1.5, 2 points is what we're expecting the margin to be, but doesn't look like it's going to be a Harris win there. Ain't got the votes, unfortunately. Ain't got the votes. No blue landslide. It doesn't look like Harris has a possibility to get over 300 if she wins. If those are locked in for Trump, then that does close her path to 300, unfortunately. So it will be a closer race. Closer than historically close as well. I'm not going to report on exit polls. They're trying to bait me with telling you guys about exit polls, but I'm not going to. I am not going to. Colorado locked in. Over 10 points right now. Colorado locked in. New Mexico, what's New Mexico looking like? About 9 points right now. Looks like she's gonna carry New Mexico as well. Not much of an issue. Not much of an issue at all. Did California close yet? Chat, does anyone know when does California polls close? $8 p.m. PST. What time is it in the West? Oh, 15 minutes. Ah, okay. So 11 our time. At 20 PS. Are you sure? Really? Oh my Lord, they go way into the night. All right. All right, so right now we are locked in on the Rust Belt as usual. We're locked in on the Rust Belt. Donald Trump leading there at the moment. But we need these early votes to come in. And we'll see how it goes. Apparently there's bomb threats being called around polling places. I know Brad Raffensperger in Georgia had to extend voting hours in some polling places that had to shut down because of bomb threats. That's horrible stuff. I don't want them to win off of doing shit like this. So hopefully we see so hopefully we have a good night tonight. B is leading blue? Yeah. Red shift, then goes back blue. My bad. Yeah, shifts red in the middle. It's blue at a little blue in 2020 was red at the beginning, really red at the beginning, all the way up until the very end. Now it's going to be blue at a little blue at the beginning, red, and then starts to shift blue. So Republicans run up the margins in early day and in rules, and then suburbs and cities need to come in in those votes that are in the large, dense voting areas, and then pushes Democrats either over the line or not close enough. And that's how it goes. So we are looking at that there. I want a military coup so bad. All right. Right now looking fine in the Rust Belt. But once again, we won't know exactly what's going to happen until we have more vote in. So right now we're 61% Pennsylvania, only 24 and about 60% in Wisconsin. Trump has a very slight lead, and we're looking at 50% from Milwaukee, 84% from Dane, 73 to 24. Cute little Assad margin there. Iowa hasn't really come in much. Eau Claire. How did Eau Claire vote? Eau Claire. It's Eau Claire, right? How did Eau Claire vote last time? I forget. Green Bay red. We can look at the swing map and see what we got going on. Enhance. No, I'm enhancing too far. Please stop. I'm begging you. All right. So we're looking at Dane, Eau Claire, and Milwaukee. Let's see what the shifts look like right now. Right now, Dane is 4 points to the right. Milwaukee 4 points to the right. So it seems about the same. Eau Claire, it's the wacky looking one. About 1 point. Okay. So these areas, they're not too much in. 50, looking at 50% in. 45. Yeah, Pennsylvania not super in yet. 50, 84. 50, 84, 80. Okay. 72. 60. 6,000. Okay. 80%. Yeah, so we're waiting really on Milwaukee. Milwaukee and Dane County. Where's Dane? How'd Dane County move? 4 points to the right. So Wisconsin is having some trouble for Kamala Harris, I will say. How's the Senate? It looks like this Republicans are going to win. They were pretty favored to win the Senate this year, and they're picking off those seats that we were hoping would be a little bit closer, and they're close, but they just had such a favorable map this year. It was going to be like a big stretch for them to win. A little troublesome for Harris right now. Dane County is maxed out. We're gonna have to see how the last of the vote comes in. Eau Claire also maxed out, and with just little common little shifts to the right everywhere. Like these margins really running it up. Like these, like up here in the north, like rural areas haven't fully come in yet. Some like at 46, where Trump is up like 60 30, stuff like that. In Democratic areas are more in, like Dane more in. We're gonna have to see how that goes. Oh yeah, I forgot, there are the 30,000 ballots that need to be recounted. Was that Dane County? Oh, that's Milwaukee. In Milwaukee, a lot of votes still need to be counted. Milwaukee, a lot of votes still need to be counted. So there's still this is where like a lot of the population is. So 50%. right? Got some shifts here. They're not, these guys aren't in enough for us to call these shifts yet. So this is definitely looking like a very close election in Wisconsin specifically, but we'll see. I don't know how much of the vote normally comes out of 2020 Wisconsin election. Shark, why is it all red? Early vote hasn't come in a lot of places. Oh no, they're switching over to 20. This sucks so much ass. They're switching over to 2024. So, okay. Does anybody else have this problem? Like with the CNN interactive map. The CNN interactive map is not looking on, like it just won't load. Does that happen to anybody else or is it just me? What are the results for Wisconsin coming in? Let's see. I don't know. I don't have any. Nobody's giving any information on this. No one's giving any information on when these when the votes get counted. So I don't know. We just ride the ride until they get called by the exports. It was last time too. Yeah. Kim has one in oh yeah, Kim won in New Jersey to replace Mendez. As we expected. As we expected. 66% of the vote in. That's none of the vote in here. Dude, Michigan once again taking their sweet time. 52 for about 2 points. So once again, still about a little less than 2 point difference between Harris and Trump. Trump having a better margin here. In Wisconsin at the moment. Oh, we'll see how it all shakes out. Pittsburgh all counted up. Pittsburgh mostly counted up. 85% of the vote left. The caller still has under 50% of the vote left at the moment. Caller still has under 50% of the vote left. Let's take a look at the swing map. What are we looking at? At the end, it ended a 5 point shift in Lackawanna. Wayne County ended up with a 3 point shift. Berks with a 5 point shift. Berks is a bigger county, right? Yeah, Berks is a much bigger county than Wayne up here. So that one's good for Trump. Here, Pittsburgh just running about the same. I'm pretty sure like some early vote still needs to come in, so we'll see how that shift does. But it seems like they maintain their 2020 margins. Can I get Philly? Philly 7 points to the right now, waiting for the rest of the vote to come in. There too, 1 point to the right. But the caller up here still having pretty decent shifts to the left. We'll see if that holds. But right now, I would say I'm way more confident in Pennsylvania than Wisconsin. But Wisconsin's always a super close state, so it literally just comes down to the margins. we'll see about that. And I can't say anything about Wisconsin. My bad. I can't say anything about Michigan right now. Can't say nothing about Michigan. I will say this county right here in Iowa has shifted pretty crazy from a Republican +1 to Democrats +21. A 23-point shift is kind of wild. Not enough to take Iowa, obviously, as we see, but
Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here.
Oh, whoops.
In the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in
Pixelated US map. Kind of looks like Shark. Thank you, bestie.
Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more.
All right, we're going to get Callion.
So those are some big counties,
at 11.
Politically significant counties where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant potentially what we just saw in Dane County.
Okay, we'll have to see how that finishes up. In New York 18, Democrats actually hold a very key district. So House looking good for Dems right now. House looking good. So we'll see how it goes. All right. Go team. Yeah, Kim back in. Kim has locked into the office. The Rust Belt still up in the air. Nothing else from Nevada just yet. Arizona neck and neck with Trump just barely leading. We'll have to see how that goes. They haven't called Georgia. They haven't called Georgia or North Carolina yet. I'm super surprised about that, actually. Because there's like 90% of the vote left. Sorry, there's 90% of the vote in. Not holding out hope for Georgia. Dude, I never thought Harris would win Georgia personally, but I had some hope for North Carolina. I decided to go for two big swings in my prediction, like Iowa and North Carolina for fun. Iowa was the fun one. North Carolina was like, maybe if she has a good night, she could do it. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case right now. Going to be sitting around the 2-point margin, sitting around like a little over 1, something like that. Georgia. Yeah, Georgia gone. Yeah, there's nothing at the top of the ballot my bad. There's nothing down the ballot to help bring a lot of voters out. So it's not really a surprise to me that Georgia would slip back into the Democratic column. I mean, come on. Trump won. Biden won with 12,000 votes. A lot of people thought it was just gonna like swoosh, but what do we do if Trump wins? Fight him. Just like we do every time. Just like we do with every Republican, whoever wins. So you fight him. You oppose him. That's basically it. And now we wait. With hands? Yeah. with your hands. You gotta get in there with your paws. Kelly is blue. Whoa. Kamala Harris back in the race? Hello? Wait a second. Chat, we're locked in. Okay, let's something interesting we can go through is how things look throughout the night. So at the moment, I would say this is where we are. If you like, these are the ones that are locked in. I'll use a lighter color for ones that are not locked in, right? That we're going to be talking about. A lot of people are feeling good about Michigan right now. People are feeling less good about Wisconsin. And right now, Pennsylvania remains a toss-up. Poll watchers in Nevada feel good, and they feel less good about Arizona. And so this is possible. So I would say this is like medium case. Well, actually, let's start from the top, right? I would say best case for Kamala Harris right now would look like this, right? Bink, 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 bonk. And this as well would be winning the rest of the states that are not winning the rest of the states that are not cooked up. We'll just have to see how that goes. Oh, my bad. Winning the rest of the states that are not claimed. We'll see how that goes. And then we'll have lean, and then I'll use this red state to go to the second worst option. And I think the second worst would look like this, where Trump picks up Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, but loses Nevada and Michigan. People are saying Michigan looks a whole lot better for Kamala Harris right now, is from what I'm seeing and reading from the people who I who like have looked at the elections throughout history, and who have a decent track record. This is the medium case, and obviously the worst case for Kamala Harris would be Trump sweeps the rest, and actually, my bad. Trump sweeps all of these, but she barely holds on in Nevada, or basically repeated 2016, something like that. But like one of the other winning cases that she could have would look a lot more like, would look a lot closer to this. This would be a winning map if the 2020 census didn't come up so bad. But in this case, she could pick up this. She could lose this and this as well. So she could actually lose Nevada and Wisconsin. Wisconsin could fall off the map and Nevada could fall, and she could win if she holds on to Arizona. But if Arizona goes 2 and then she picks up Pennsylvania and Michigan, she would lose, with Trump getting 278. Wildly close election. Very, very difficult, right? But it's way more likely that one candidate wins all the rest of them or loses just about all the rest of them. So we'll just have to see which one it is there. But for the ones that I feel better about right now, I feel decent about Pennsylvania and Michigan. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no reason to be upset about Nevada yet. So I would say, without seeing any more data, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting Kamala Harris way further than this right now. And I wouldn't give Trump Wisconsin or Arizona right now. But if I felt like really bad, I could say Wisconsin starts to lean red, and Arizona would be a toss-up, because I don't have too much information on Arizona at the moment. So I'll leave these out for the ones that I feel good on. And this is where we'll hold this right now. So we'll hold that. Still not Georgia or North Carolina called. That one's surprising. Arizona way too close to call. I mean, Arizona isn't even really in yet. Pennsylvania blue sweep. We'll go crazy. We just throw Trump in jail. Would be badass. What areas did Kamala Harris focus campaigning in? Her bread and butter. The Democratic bread and butter. Here. I mean, mostly here, right? She spent basically all of her time in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. All of her money in here as well. She spent a decent amount of time in North Carolina and Georgia to help keep them in the keep Georgia in the blue column, to get North Carolina in the red column. She knew Roy Cooper. I was gonna say Bud. That's a senator, right? Roy Cooper. She had his help to help flip North Carolina. Doesn't look like we can do it this time. It don't look like we can do it. So I'm gonna mark that off for these off for Trump personally. And I do still feel pretty good about Pennsylvania and Michigan. So, and I don't, like I said, I don't know too much about these states yet. So I would say this is where the race lies for me. So like at the end here, win or lose, I think Kamala Harris did about as good as she could do with running a 100-day campaign, right? So I'll take it. But I still think she's definitely in the running to win this. The rest of the vote really matters. What the votes look like? You're asking? Right now 45 million, 52 million. Trump leads in the Electoral College right now, but we're not but a whole lot of states not to come in yet. We basically got the whole map filled out now. Hawaii hasn't closed. Alaska hasn't closed either yet, so we're still cooking it up. We can check back in on Pennsylvania though. Lizzie, what are we looking at? 88% of the vote in Allegheny. Democrats still ahead in Erie. Yeah, this hasn't moved at all. Monroe County, super close to. Burke's 97% in. Harris is down 56 to 42. And we're looking at Chester. What time is it? It's 11. And the collar still is a lot to come in. 47% in, 48, 47, 38 as well. And Philadelphia County about, what was that, 25? Still 25% of the vote left to come in, with Harris posting a 77 to 21. A lot of this is early vote as well that still needs to come in. So we'll see how that goes. How are our two candidates looking? Casey is once again like getting the same amount of votes as Kamala Harris. Donald Trump running ahead by like, what was that, 2 points? From Dave McCormick as well. So basically everything looks about the same. So we'll see if these numbers start to come in. Yeah, lots of blue areas still left to come in. A lot of red areas are done. Yeah, we're looking at 90s everywhere else. There's some places where Republicans are running up the margins that still need to come in, like Bedford over here, Fulton County. This one's 98% done. Yeah, a whole lot of places. But there's Franklin. No, that one's good. 59. My bad. Adams County here. A bit of a smaller county, but still like 40% of the vote to come in there. York County, Democrats and Republicans running, Trump and Harris running basically even, 31% of the vote to come in. So we'll see if that continues. That won't necessarily. Oh wait, let's see.
Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump.
The county and the city are the same.
He brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That
all right.
Boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these 3, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59-8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
All right. Yeah, guys, votes are still being counted. Yeah, so I would say here's where we are. It's getting late for me. I'm sorry. I had a really early morning today. I got up at 5 a.m. So I'm sorry if I'm a little sleep. I got some 5-hour energies on me. So I'm sorry if I start to slow down a little bit. Anyways, where we are right now is we're looking at the probably a closer election than 2020, falling in between 2020 and 2016, I would imagine is what we're looking at, between 2020 and 2016, sitting in there. What that looks like, that's obviously a very slim Harris victory, a very slim Trump victory in a lot of these states, because so about a point, a little less than a point is what's going to decide a lot of these races. So we'll see what happens. But in Pennsylvania specifically, basically to cut it down, what we're looking at right now is mail-in vote, and mail-in vote in some places, same-day vote in other places, to come in, which will tip the balance one way or the other. Right now, Harris will need a decent amount of those to be able to make up some ground, because she is down right now in Pennsylvania. But she's going to need to boost up that number for her to make better gains. Where that is, I'm not sure. Will she 100% make it? I mean, I'm not a future teller, but there's a decent amount of vote left in the places where she needs votes. So that's why this race is nowhere near called. McCormick also pulling away as a lot of the Trump places wrap themselves up. Yeah. Basically, Trump areas are well wrapped up with a lot of their votes. York County here still have some votes to come in that might tip more Trump. But yeah, a lot of these places in the interior of Pennsylvania are done. So what we're looking at right now in Pennsylvania is the color. We're looking at Erie. We're looking at Pittsburgh. And a little bit of, center. It's funny. It's called center. It's literally in the center. It's funny. In York, one Trump area, and basically 3 more, right now at least, more Democratic areas to come in with the vote. And if that comes in good for Harris, she could win. Bad for Harris, she'll lose. That's basically what we're looking at right now. Not much, as far as I've seen, not much out of Michigan just yet. There are areas where she needs to do well. And we'll see if that sticks. So we'll go here, right? So here we'll take a look at Eaton, and the rest of these counties here. This is the margin, and this is the margin, and under 2.8 is what she's looking for in almost all of these. In 4 of the 6, she's doing that. In 2 of the 6, she is not at the moment. Will it get worse? I'm not sure, but we'll have to see how that goes. Could switch back any other way. There's a whole lot of early vote that came in Michigan, so we'll see how that goes. And Michigan is nowhere near done being in yet. Only 30% of the vote in. They still got 70% of the vote to go. NC called? Okay. Thought so. Okay, we're done here. Okay. Let me hit some of these back up so I can get this, because I didn't see this. Please tell me she's winning. I literally got my mom to vote in Emmett, Idaho. Yo, congratulations. Yo, good work. You gotta make sure you vote everywhere. Making sure that you're competitive everywhere, or at least showing that you do come out and vote is actually super important. So thanks Chase the Stars for 5. I can't tell you that she's winning. She can still win though. Argo, thank you so much for the 47 months in a row. I really appreciate you. Haven't been keeping up. Should I be dooming or blooming? I think you should be looking at the race and being like, anything could happen. Anything could happen. We'll see. It completely depends on how the rest of the vote's going. Brutus Magasin, thanks so much for the $4.99. Ain't nowhere to run. Freedom ain't free. So true. Cook. So yeah, we can look back at the trend map, see how the trends are going. Yeah, Philadelphia right now, to the right of 2020, doesn't have a lot of their vote in. It's super interesting because it seems like the caller right now, the caller has moved left. Mostly. It seems like the caller has moved left. Bucks still needs to finish up. Right now it's to the right. But most of the caller has moved left. Philadelphia at the moment has moved right, but we're expecting mail-in vote coming in there, so they'll shift that board back more towards the left. How far? I guess we'll see. So the caller has moved left. The state in the middle has moved right. Pittsburgh has moved just a little right. We'll see how that finishes up. That's stayed about the same. Yeah, Pittsburgh has moved about to the right. The interior of Pennsylvania has moved to the right, and Erie has definitely shifted to the left. But once again, right now we have no clue what the vote will look like at the very end. They only have 50% of the vote in. Ooh, so what we were expecting, Trump, well, partly what we were expecting, Trump running up the margins in rural areas like he did in 2016 and 2020. But the Democratic areas will need to have to show some extra force to be able to come out with a win there. Whole lot of red in these areas from 2020. Shifts right here a bit. We're looking for Dane to finish up better, and we're looking for Milwaukee to finish up better. From what I've read, people say early vote still coming in from there, which would make sense for why they're redder. But will that stay? Will that change? We'll have to see. Detroit, not really much in from Wayne County. That's where Detroit sits. Same pattern that we're seeing, which is the rules running up and running out of their vote, basically. Yeah, but oh wow, literally nothing out of Detroit yet. They're really taking their sweet time. So nothing out of these states yet. Sorry, nothing out of here yet. Similar thing with Trump running up better than the down ballot Republican by a very slim margin. So we'll see how that goes. So I think we're just about in the home stretch here, where what we're going to see is that we're going to be counting these ballot drops that come in, these dumps, these big massive dumps that come in, and they're going to tell us one or two things. If the dumps come in, if the massive dumps come in good, then Kamala Harris isn't in good shape to win these the Rust Belt, maybe by a slim margin, but she's in a better state to win the Rust Belt. If they come in like really even or bad for her, then she's going to have a bad. Well, she's going to have a bad night, and the rest of us are going to have a bad night. Anxiety attacks. You live in Ireland. Are we cooked? No, I wouldn't say that. It looks like, I mean, looks close to 2016 and 2020. Close, really close races in the Rust Belt. So it just comes down to, yeah, it just comes down to the Rust Belt. Comes down to Nevada and Arizona. Nevada, Arizona, and the Rust Belt. How these states go is very important. Oh, is he talking? He's not talking. No yapping. No Steve Korsenacki for us. So, close elections is what we're looking at. Did they call PA? None of the Rust Belt has been called. And all the Rust Belt is still under 70% in. Oh, my bad. No, Pennsylvania is now at 76% in. Still a lot from Philadelphia they need to come in. I have a plan, Arthur. Have faith. Yeah, we're waiting for our fraudulent ballots to come in. We gotta cook those one-ups. We gotta cook those ones up. What makes you say Dems didn't vote as much? Well, we have no clue if Dems didn't vote as much. It's about whether or not there are more Republicans that were able to be brought out. Well, sorry, I'm not sure if it's more Republicans came out or Democrats didn't vote as much, or where the independent split went. That's going to be a big thing. We're not sure yet. So I can't. Okay, so we can't ask like race autopsies while the race is still happening. Please don't ask like autopsy questions while we're still. Yeah, I can't tell you how good the food was while we're still cooking. Why is NYT giving Trump an 89% chance of winning? Because on this trajectory he'll win. I mean, same thing with 2020. On the trajectory he'll win. It all comes down to the ballots that we don't know exist, right? So in 2020, what happened is that the ballots that we knew existed were, oh, is he yapping? What happened in 2020 is that the ballots that we knew existed were very Republican, and it was like hoping that the ballots that didn't come in were pro-democratic, and so that's why you had a high one there. It's the same here. It's the same here, and also if he wins North Carolina and Georgia, all he'll need is Pennsylvania, and he'll be up to 270, and so that's why they're giving him a very high chance, because right now his pathway to victory is more clear than Kamala Harris's. So Harris would have to win the Rust Belt or some combination of some other states like this to be able to win the election. While bink, bonk. While all Trump really needs is Pennsylvania, and then he'll win. And so that's why he has a much. Oh, he's yapping. For Democrats, so certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of Virginia now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He
comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to
pull your shit together, New York.
Because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But
Chat, does the screen look like piss to you, or is it just me? Long time no see. Hey.
16 points.
Yo.
Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications.
Wait, does it look like piss? Is it yellow?
Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state, but take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties, New Jersey, the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. Okay, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got
really?
Getting close to all of the vote
in Dane.
In Dane County, 160.
Hasn't updated to me.
That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000.
They're looking for 180. She's at 160.
2,000, 182, 100.
So a little. So yeah. She can hit it.
So again, if anything like that holds, boy, that's Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved.
So she can hit it, but it would be close.
Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will.
We'll have to see.
Not much to come in Waukesha. Big.
Yeah, not much to come in. Milwaukee. Well, a lot of Milwaukee still has to come in too.
Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better. See what happens with that remaining.
And when Nevada's votes come in, honestly, whenever they feel like it.
Wow counties, Brown County,
Really, where they feel like it.
County, you know, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties. Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin, and tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County, but I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by
small shifts. When
Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those WOW counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there.
We'll talk about some stuff here when he's done.
That's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
All right. So yeah, not really too much changing with Kamala Harris. When he said earlier, Kamala Harris does need to get some of these numbers to be able to win. She did get some of those numbers out of, what was it, Dane? Yeah, she did get some of those numbers out of Dane. He said it was like 95% in. I'm seeing 87, so we're just gonna have to see. He said that she's getting some of those numbers to Dane, about 20,000 votes down from Biden's numbers. Trump is doing better than he was in 2020, and so it's kind of like in areas where Trump needs, he's hitting his marks. In areas where Kamala Harris needs, she isn't hitting her marks all the way yet. New Mexico called. All right, so it seems like she might be just like right in, like, once again, right in between 2016 and 2020, and right there on the margin between winning and losing, a hair's breadth between winning and losing in some of these states. Lots of votes to still come out in Pennsylvania. He basically said nothing about, oh no, my voice is getting hoarse. Oh no. When I accidentally said Pennsylvania there and I meant Michigan, you know when you've been talking for a while and you get that like pain in your throat box? That just I'm getting cooked, chat. I'm getting cooked. These types of streams, they can be a little difficult on the voice box. I'm doing my best out here. Anyways, not much to come out of Michigan yet. We don't have too much to go off of there yet. So 67% of the vote still left in. We have it's just the Rust Belt. It's just the Rust Belt. So we should have a pretty good look at who's. We should have a pretty good look of one of two things, which is if the last of these votes start like breaking heavily for Trump, or just straight up remain even for Trump, he would be on a pretty big pathway to victory in the Rust Belt. If they start coming in more like that Dane County drop, then we're looking at a nail biter in the swing states to where we're looking at a nail biter in the swing states where it'll be about a point, less than a point. Yeah, losing Burks isn't a great sign. What was it? Oh, my bad. Burks is Burks is really not a good sign. Yeah, Burks is really not a good sign. So we'll just have to see, because Biden won this, right? Did Biden win this district? Did Biden win this? I forget. I think Biden might have won this district. Yeah, this is a PA one, right? So this one's definitely a bigger shift. The rest of the collar is mostly holding up. But we'll have to see where the rest of these counties drop. And Philadelphia is creeping. Yeah, Philadelphia is still creeping. 80% of the votes in. We should have another drop here. 15 seconds. Chat, are you ready? Oh, my bad. Latest drop was 15 seconds ago. My bad. I'm cooked. My ass is cooked. Democrats seem like another close race in Erie about 74. They're still holding about a 4-point margin in Erie. Allegheny Harris under 60, which I would say is not good. So we would like to see the rest of this vote come out to push her over 60. Trump under 40 as well. So it's about a 60-40. We would like to see her over 60. If she can be over 60, that'd be pretty good. But we'll have to see. This one still needs to come in. Dolphin County, Yoke County starting to finish up coming in, and the caller still has a decent amount. Chester, almost done. 10-point win for her there. Montgomery is still 40% of the vote out. 65-35 for Harris there. 50% in Bucks at the moment, and it's tied 50-50. I think did Kornacki say that Bucks has more early ballots to come in? If so, then that'd be pretty decent. Then that would be okay for her to be able to expand that margin there, to close up some of this gap, because now she's down like 200,000 or so. So we'll have to see how this goes here. Bucks is one of my yeah. Simpsons predicted her victory, I believe. So true. You gotta believe in something, right? Give me the music back. What else I want to look at? Nebraska. There was the Nebraska Senate race, right? That we were looking at. Kamala Harris seems to win main at large going for Trump 10 points. District 1 District 1 tied. 2nd district, Kamala Harris up 10 points at the moment with 70% in. 10 points with 70% in. About a very good spread actually for her there. I want to leave yet. I want the Senate race. Fisher. They're tied. What we've been seeing so far is the rest of the vote to come out has been breaking more conservative right now for Fisher. Has been breaking more conservative and for Fisher. So, but my man's locked in a really tight ass race. That's actually super interesting how this is such a tight race. Omaha tied just about. Osborne just barely up. Lancaster up, another Lancaster, dude. I'm fried. 75% in with Osborne up actually. Grand Rapids, Hall County with Fisher up. It's actually going to be a close race. That's really interesting. There might be something too running Democrats running independents in places like Nebraska. This might be actually a really good call. Not gonna lie. A pretty good call. Biden lost Berks. Okay. I thought he won Berks, but you're okay. He lost Berks as well. Woof, yo. North Carolina, no go. Nevada is maybe. Michigan is a whoa. Is a whoa go. Georgia is red, bro. What else is there? Pennsylvania maybe. Wisconsin, a little worrisome. So like if we look back at this and then we see, right? So if we give Trump Wisconsin, that puts him at 261. And so then we're looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. Right, you are seeing this. What are you talking about? Yeah, so then we'd be looking at these states, right? And if she got, these and then this, then it would come down to Arizona. This would be a crazy night. I'm gonna be honest with you. Trump, Wisconsin, Kamala Harris, Michigan, Pennsylvania would be kinda insane. But I don't think Pennsylvania is gonna be. I don't even think Pennsylvania is gonna be called tonight. I think Pennsylvania might be. I think it's gonna take some time to call Pennsylvania personally, but we'll see. Yeah, I guess we can take a look at the House. How's the House looking right now? Right now, how flips looking? Oh no, that map is doo-doo garbo. Flips looking. Looks like in Tennessee, big flips for Republicans, like 3 flips down here, 1 flip for a Democrat. So like that's +2 right now, running even. So lots of places to come in. I have been seeing there's almost no, there's not many flips. Do they show flip races? There's not many flips right now. I think, what is this, Republicans +2 right now when it comes to flips. California still needs to come in. Yeah, it looks like Democrats have taken 1 race from Republicans up here, and the rest of the map is just spick and speen. Nothing to say. So almost no point in continuing to watch. I mean, you can, feel however you want. I think it's still a close race. Republicans have reached 50. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. They're able to take up those races. Moreno has beaten Brown. Damn, 4 points. Hate to see it. The West Virginia race, obviously, we're expecting this one to go. This one we're hoping to be a little closer. Ohio's just moved away from us. Ooh, and Wyoming, obviously there wasn't a race there. What's the other ones? Oh, we're still waiting on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania to come in as well. So right now we're looking at 2 flips. Montana's still out there. 13% of the vote in. We can't really tell much about that right now. And some not coming tonight. I mean, we're gonna know how close the race is, right? Some things are gonna move one person's way or another. Can we bring the London grasshopper protest people here to the Senate floor? Oh, whoops! I exited out. Well, I mean, at the end, when it comes down to it, you know, it seemed like the polls were more right. I was feeling that, and there was a lot of signs. There are a whole bunch of conflicting signs, but I felt more were breaking in Harris's favor, and that could still be the case that she wins. But a big win isn't likely. But a squeaker is what we're looking at the moment. So when it comes down to it, it's going to be very, very small votes that come in at the very end here to determine where this goes. I'm so gassy tonight. I'm so sorry. Pennsylvania closing in on 85% in, 81% in. The Senate races here are also really important. Notice how it's always the desolate hellscapes that go red. No, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all states that I wouldn't call them, these are hellscapes at all. These states have been doing so much better. These states have been doing so much better now that they have a Democratic leadership. And their Democratic leadership is very highly liked. This whole campaign, this whole election season has just been so wild, really. This whole election season has just been so wild. From the multiple assassination attempts to Joe Biden dropping out of the race, Kamala Harris having a little of 107 days to cobble together an election. To cobble together a race, 107 days. Two wars going on across the world. You know, coming out of a pandemic. So much crazy shit. Wish Biden would have dropped out sooner. Yeah, if Biden would have never ran. I mean, I said this earlier. I said this earlier in the year. Yeah, elections. Yeah, this has been the world's long. This has been longer than 2020, in my opinion. Even though there was no primary, basically, this has been the longest election season. Those 3 months between Biden dropping out and now has been the absolute longest time ever. Like genuinely ever. It was crazy. Are we fucked? I mean, I think we'll know soon. I think we'll know if we're gonna be on the edge of our seats or fucked here soon. I would say in the next like 2 hours, 2 hours or so. As Wisconsin comes in, we'll know that. As Wisconsin ticks closer, we'll know. Nevada. So Nevada still has nothing in. They've honestly just given up. Arizona is still taking their sweet time. They're slow walking it. What are you looking at in Detroit? Let's see. My bad. In Michigan. Let's see. 50% in. Whole lot of red still needs to come in up here. 25, 54, 41, 67. Wow, Wayne County is not doing anything. Detroit's not doing shit, man. 77%. Okay. Now this is interesting. Now this is interesting. Okay. I see. So so a lot of these red counties, they're like over here in the east. Some of them are really counted, some of them still have some more counting to do. They've ran up the numbers here. Some of them are much closer to 50-50. Some of them are way closer to big Trump blowouts in a lot of these counties. So we're waiting. So a lot of these have come in. Oakland has come in a lot for Harris. That's a big Harris area. Wayne County only at 14% is kind of crazy. Honestly, Washtenaw is at 67%. 65-32, much better number for Kamala Harris over here. Grand Rapids, a little worse at, but it's 54% in. Anything that comes in as over 50 for Harris is still pretty good. Kalamazoo still needs to come in. Harris leading by over 10 points, but also there's only 12% of the vote in. So there's a whole lot of vote that still needs to come out. There's still a whole lot of vote that needs to come out. 46. Okay. Yeah, a whole lot of vote that needs to still come. So yeah, Michigan is still very much in play. So once again, oh, and what? Don't kill me, please. And Arizona, they've just frozen. They're just not. They just ain't doing shit right now. Arizona just ain't doing nothing right now. So I guess we're just waiting for that too. Waiting for Arizona to come in. It's basically completely tied, which is pretty good because the early vote was really in Trump's favor, and so this is looking a whole lot more like so really was really in Trump's favor. So it's looking a whole lot more like there's a lot of Republicans that are coming their way. Is he falling behind Bucks? Let's take a look. Give it a look over here with 54% of the vote in. Okay. We'll see when this is closer to 60 or 70. Looks like Gallo is absolutely taking it. I did see that. I did want to take a look at. They mentioned Bucks, so I wanted to take a look. It's only 50. Bucks is only 50% in, so we'll see. We'll see what the rest of the vote is like. I'm not sure if that's early vote, that was mostly in, or election day vote that was mostly in. So we'll wait until later to see how that shakes out. But yeah, it does look like Gallo is definitely crushing Kari Lake like we expected. By a pretty good margin too. Great margin. So there's a whole lot of Gallo Trump voters out there right now. But actually Gallo has more votes than both Harris and Trump. Both of them are running ahead, which is really funny. Sorry, both of them are running behind Gallo. Seems like if you're in Arizona, you're a Gallo voter first, and after that you're like a Gallo Trump or Gallo Harris voter. And it seems like there's an equal likelihood of both Gallo Trump and Harris voters, at least at the moment. Oh. Vote splits are so weird. Yeah, they're super weird. But hey, I mean, it's just gonna come down to this. Yeah, because like Casey and Harris are basically both locked in. McCormick is still running like 2 points behind Trump. So what we're looking at right now is probably Trump and the Republican winning, or Harris and the Democrat winning. And I think like the third most likely is Trump and the Democrat winning. We'll have to see how these votes shake out. She's regained some points in Bucks, so I think Bucks will probably switch back sometime. 93% in Allegheny. Trump dropped some percent. I'm not sure if Harris gained percent. It seems just like Trump just dropped percent. Virginia called as a go. New Jersey called. Really hope Harris wins. Hey, listen, I mean, we're still in the race. 75% in Wisconsin. We're closing in on 50% in Michigan, and we are 80% in Pennsylvania. So now we wait. And now we wait. When do I need to start coping? Whenever you feel. That's the great thing about coping. What is Nevada doing? Like I said, they're vibing. They're just taking their time. They really just vibe. They don't worry about it too much. Like I said earlier in the night, zero urgency. Zero urgency. They ain't got shit going on. They ain't got nothing going on. They ain't got nothing. Right now, some election watcher places are starting to give Democrats a better chance of taking the House. So it seems like the House will be in Democratic hands right now. At least they're favorited. It's favorited for them to be in their hands. For it to be in their hands. There you go. They're mailing ballot. Listen, listen. everything takes a long time to count in Nevada. Like they're really just vibing. They're just taking their time. They're literally just chilling. They're actually just chilling. Yeah, they're cooling, they're bulling, they're minding their own business. The ballot machines are actually slots. I think they like to play with their ballots. You know, they make them into paper airplanes. They're just chilling. I think that they're like giving themselves a pat on the back for voting. I think they're giving themselves a pat on the back for voting. And so they're just kind of taking a chill. You know how God made the world in 6 days and then he rested on the 7th? After Nevada has done like 2 weeks of early voting, they take a couple days after the election day. They just kind of rest and look back at all their hard work. They don't worry about counting votes. That's for tomorrow them's problem. Tonight, we bull. All right, so we have Joshua Smithley, who has come out with this. This is one of the Pennsylvania poll watchers. He says, "Here's the situation. While there's some suburban and Philly vote left to count, things don't look good for Harris. While would expect to call it pretty soon unless she gets Assad margins in what's left." And that's basically what I was kind of feeling, which is like at the end here, what we'll need is to see if she does better with these last drops. And if not, it's going to be, if she does better with these last drops, we still got a race. If she doesn't do better with these last drops, it's the night is over. It's one of the two. So that's what's going on here. She needs good drops left. She needs the good drops from what's left. I, along with some others, are surprised by how some assumptions turned out. Yeah, some things that we got from polling, it didn't seem to hold up, like a big shift in the suburbs. We were looking at that, but it didn't seem to materialize like that. The problem is that Harris is slightly underrunning Biden everywhere, and I think we saw that, right? So in this map earlier in the night, it was looking a bit better, and as E-Day vote kind of came in more, it remained bigger shifts to the right, and so in a lot of these places, except for here in Pennsylvania, like what is this place? There you go. Except for like Cumberland, and there's another one. Yeah, here in Yoke. Oh, Yoke County, actually? I didn't know that there was such a big shift to the, left. Anyways, except for like here, there are shifts to the right with votes that still need to come out. So, is he yapping?
Plurality close to
He do be.
Because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in
Konaki takes yap priority.
What that is, a couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 21 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties.
Big boys.
A couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic.
When they call Pennsylvania, oh, I mean, depending on how the next drops go, like, you know, in the morning tomorrow or in a couple days.
Essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Not Harris, not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update. And Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020.
Where's Montgomery?
Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny.
Bucks Northwest.
And again, this theme in Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground. Seeing it, this was such a close.
Oh, here we go. Thank you.
2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Here, Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here, given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains.
I'm doing my best. Listen, I don't live here. I live in Kentucky. Leave me alone.
For Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down, that did knock his percentage down to 20.8.
Oh no, Alan Lichtman is cooked, dude.
But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia.
Oh no. Dude, Nate Silver's gonna beat this guy's ass. No, Alan, what have you done?
This one took Trump down a notch. But
Alan, no.
To the level Democrats.
Oh no, man, he's tweaking.
Counties that have basically.
He's doing Mikey's. Mikey's, dude.
120,000 votes, his lead statewide.
Oh, nah, man.
But one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the tradition.
Actually, Arizona and Nevada have just
margin exploded.
Have just forgot I think they just went to bed. I think it's their bedtime, man.
In 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points.
They forgot the election discounts, yeah.
All together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide.
Yeah, so that's that's basically it. So you were like so you said Harris up to 210. Yeah, there's still some stuff to come in, but yeah. So basically Harris looking for the last of her vote that could be out there in places like Pennsylvania. In places like Wisconsin, right? Yeah, but there are definitely some bad signs, right? Like so basically what's happened is that he's explaining is that there's a lot of areas where there's no big change anywhere. There's no real necessarily big change anywhere happening. Harris is doing slightly better in some areas, slightly worse, and fewer areas compared to where she's doing very slightly worse than Biden. But once again, Biden did win a lot of states, but by smaller margins, by pretty small margins, right? Just a couple points across everywhere. Like I think a 1 point shift to the right would have meant that Trump won the election. Close election when it comes to the states, blowout when it came to the Electoral College. That's just how it goes, right? Because of just the way the college goes. So it was just that it was that, during Trump's term, a whole lot of shit was going on and people were unhappy. How'd this happen? Like a whole lot of shit was going on and people are unhappy, right? Like, I mean, again, I made this comment. I think didn't I make this comment when I was debating Zan on this, that when it comes down to everything, there's no real good reason that Democrats should really be winning anything. They should get blown out in this election. It's going to be a very close election, no matter who wins. But I mean, if you just look at it, if you just look at everything, if you just look at everything, there's, like the way people feel about the economy and the way the world's going, right? Biden has absolutely destroyed his approval rating with a lot of minority groups. I mean, in 2020, remember that Joe Biden said that Latinos weren't a part of his victory. Latinos weren't a part of his victory condition. And so he just disregarded Latino votes throughout the entire election season. Cooked. That had a lot of bad blood for Latinos in the country. A lot didn't show out. Some switched to voting for Trump. Not many, but all it really needs was like a small amount here and there that didn't vote. Small amount here and there that'll vote for Trump. And then it just, and it cascades into a larger effect statewide, just 1 point, 2 points over the entire election. But that 1 point and 2 points is a 1.2 point election in the states. Tree voting for X, but his handle is Wood, so he's just like us, right? And so it just, that's just kind of what it comes down to. Little things, just Biden's approval rating everywhere, the handling of the economy just basically comes down to that, really. And this is supposed to be an election where Democrats are supposed to perform worse, and so it just all came together to like small point losses everywhere. To where now it's a Harris hope and pray for the Rust Belt to kind of like eke through. So we'll see what these margins come out to. We'll see what these margins come out to at the end of the night. At the end here, it is the Democrat areas that are coming in. So we'll creep to where we are at the end, and we'll see. Republicans have won the House. That's the Senate. I was thinking they're probably going to win the Senate by 52. Like 52. Like if they were really cooked tonight, like a 50-50, if they had a good night, 52, If they had a great night, 54. So we'll see where they land there. When it comes to the House, because we haven't talked about any of these races. When it comes to the House, almost no flips actually. Only +1 flip for Republicans right now for the end of the night. So we'll see how the rest goes. A lot of holds where Democrats were looking to kind of make some gains that just didn't materialize out here. They just held everything. Oh, they did flip one. My bad. They got one flip. They got one tasty little flip out here. Tennessee, the Tennessee Democrats got kind of flayed, honestly. Oh, there's a bunch of open seats. I see. It's actually all of their flips are in Tennessee right now, and that's it. Minnesota, you good? Ilhan Omar has won her seat. We pog out. We pog to the moon. Oh, wait, so we're looking at a little race here. There might be another flip here in Nebraska's 2nd district. In Nebraska 2, wait a second, chat. The Democrat is ahead. And by just like a couple thousand points, 50.6 to 49.4. That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. If he's able to pull out a, if Tony is able to pull out a win here, this would put them even, Democrats even again. And then we'll have to see how Nevada shakes out. They said that they don't, people who watch Nevada said they don't feel like, from what they've seen, it doesn't look like Democrats are looking to lose any of their seats here. So that would go even as well. Not too much to say about that. And I mean, and then once again, oh, actually, there's been a little Democrat flip here in Alabama. Yo, Democrats pick up a slot in Alabama. Yo, Bama going crazy. Let's go, Bama. And so this is what we're looking at right now. Probably like even when it comes to all the flips. Republicans are on the defense here in a lot of these in a lot of these states. It seems like Democrats have finally got their gerrymander game back up and running. I love unfair politics, because if everybody's unfair, then we're back to fair again, right? And then Nevada has to come in whenever Nevada feels like it. Whenever they feel like it. Let's go. Yeah, that's good. Whenever they just kind of wake up and feel like it. Oh, this is actually kind of crazy too. Democrats might sneak a victory out in Iowa. All four House seats in Iowa are held by Republicans. Right now, a Democrat leads with 90% of the vote in. But what, like about 2,000 votes, just about? It's about by 2,000 votes, 90% of the vote in. We have no clue what happens here. Democrats could see themselves picking up stealing a seat from the Republicans in Iowa, which would be pretty nice. I can't lie. Would be pretty nice. I can't lie. Hey, Atlanta still move left? That's good. Couple points. Gonna have to set that up for later. At a later date. Dude, look, 10 p.m. Chat, it is now 12 p.m. It's 2 hours and they're actually just vibing, dude. They do not care. They don't care, man. What the hell's going on? Nevada, wake up. Wake up. Nevada. Me bang on the Nevada. Wake up. Have to throw some damn bricks through their windows. What's going on, man? Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. All right, so what we got? Yeah, it seemed like Seltzer was definitely wrong. Seltzer was 100% wrong here. So Seltzer cooked, dude. This election, dude, the Trump era has really cooked so many things. I said in the video that we released today, Trump in 2016 lost bellwethers, but still won. In 2020, he won bellwethers, but still lost. In 2024, I don't know, maybe he'll just like break some pollsters, break some bellwethers. Things just come out crazy style. Things might just come out crazy style. I actually have no clue how this is going to turn out. Rip Iowa. Iowa, wake up. Nah, we're gonna have like, if Kamala Harris actually loses tonight, we are going to have the worst discourse ever. We are going to have the worst discourse. This honestly one of the biggest reasons why I want Kamala Harris to win. Our asses are going to have the worst discourse ever. For people having, everybody's gonna want like a autopsy take on. Everybody's gonna want like an autopsy take on what is it? The election. Oh, I'm not engaging in that shit at all, dude. We're going back to conservative reacts. I'm not touching that shit with a 10-foot pole. We're going back to conservative reacts, dog. Absolutely not. Like talk videos where I talk about something that I think is interesting and conservative reacts. Absolutely not. I don't want to go back to that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm back after a nap. Everything okay? Harris needs to pull out some votes. Or she cooked. Do you think the election will be called tonight? It can be. They're definitely counting votes pretty quick. Definitely quicker than 2020. It definitely can be. If Harris doesn't get the margins that she needs in the next couple of big drops from big counties, then I think yeah. If she does, then we got a long night. Trump wins, every Republican Senate member starts a podcast. We're doomed. Oh, hell yeah, man. Not the damn podcast. Because, you know, Ted Cruz already has a podcast. As an Iowan, same. Oh, you're from Iowa. We ain't got many of y'all there. We ain't got many of y'all. Oh, actually, we got something from Decision Desk HQ. DDHQ is saying that they're feeling bullish on Democrats in the House. Actually, which, if we were to suffer through a Trump presidency, would cook, and absolutely cook. Having at least a Democratic House would be very nice, actually. So what we're looking at right now is it seems most of the House races have been called. Where's the most of the House races have been called. California still needs to come in. There's some places that look like Democrats could flip from Republicans. That looks bad for them. So here we are at the moment with a 60-40 chance for Democrats to control the House, if that were to be the case. And if that were to be the case, and worst case scenario, Trump wins, then he wouldn't have the ability to pass like his most draconian policy. And if Harris wins, she'd at least have a House. Right? Because she definitely won't have a Senate, but she'd at least have a House. Fuck Philly. It's not really Philly. What we're looking at right now, it seems like Harris doing fine with white voters, but voters of color, minority voters have been an issue. Kamala winning Hawaii, yes. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. The only place more Democratic than Hawaii in the country is Washington, D.C. Is our site not working? Oh, I'm sorry. You can type in sharky.cc, SHARKY.cc to join the site chat. I've been telling dooming. I have reversed from dooming to telling doomers in my circle to shut up. Thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you. Why would any minority ever vote for Trump? Well, I mean, listen, it's not really a, okay. So one thing, it's not really a Trump thing. It's just like it's not really a Trump thing. It's more of a, he just got in at the right time. He just got in at the right time. When it comes down to all this, like the Biden presidency wasn't doing hot. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. He did pass great policy. And people like his policy more than Trump's policy when it comes down to it. But when it comes down to it, but when people are like, inflation was high and the Republicans succeeded in making immigration like a bigger issue, and people feel bad about the economy, they usually just turn to Republicans, right? That's just usually how it works. They throw each other under the bus easily. Well, a lot of them don't feel like they're throwing each other, like throwing someone under the bus. They're just like, Joe Biden old. When Donald Trump was president, milk was $1 less. So that's kind of it, really. Decision Desk has upped Democrats' score actually to 63% for winning the House. So it seems like they are way more favored to win. They're creeping up as the night goes along to win the House. So it seems like at the end of the day, the popular vote will be in Democrats' favor. Will that help eke out? Will that help eke out some small W's in the Rust Belt? We'll have to see. Sexism plays a big role. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You just look at the fundamentals of the race. I don't know. Look at the fundamentals of the race. In my mind, from what I saw, what it really felt like was from the things that I saw, what it really seemed like was it was kind of like 2020, right? So Joe Biden was down compared to Trump when it came to a lot of like when it came to some things like economy and some policy, just straight up. But when it comes to like who you want to vote for, people just kind of leaned more towards Trump at the end. Any big news yet? Nope. Still the exact same as where we have been for like an hour. Can you teach me how to stay calm? I mean, I've just watched a lot of races. Should we still have some hope? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, there's definitely, I mean, the race, I would have hope until more people are straight up, until more people are gonna come out, more people who who are trustworthy come out and be like, these leads are starting to become insurmountable for Harris. When that happens, then I'll be like, okay, now it looks like this isn't gonna happen. Until then, what we're waiting for at the end here are these last drops for us to call whether or not these races are going to go one way or the other. Really, it's these last drops. It's make or break for Harris here. So. Oh, Konaki about to talk? Maybe. Apparently, Democrats actually lead the early vote in Nevada. Democrats lead the early vote in Nevada. In Clark County. And so, it's looking like Nevada right now is like tilt Harris, lean Harris. So if she loses if she picks up something in the Rust Belt, so if she picks up something in the Rust Belt or like loses one thing in the Rust Belt, probably in let's say the scenario where Wisconsin, oh, that's not right. Where's my 270? Yeah, where like Wisconsin falls off. So let's do bink. Oh no, bink, right? Then it would be like this, and then it would come down to Arizona, whether or not who could win Arizona. So then it would actually shift, right? But once again, Trump just needs Pennsylvania to win, and then he would just break out to 270, and then it could even be like this of the night in like wildly close night. But also if Harris picks off Pennsylvania, but then like loses something like this and like that, then it's very possible that Trump could win also close election. But if Harris pulls out something like this, she could win 277 actually, and actually lose Wisconsin without actually losing the election. So we have to win Pennsylvania, but Trump doesn't. Yeah, it's true. Like I mean, but for Democrats, Pennsylvania has been the number one pick. That's why everybody has been spending most of their time in Pennsylvania. But yeah, Trump can win without Pennsylvania. He could do something like that. He could do something like that, right? And then Pennsylvania could go blue, but it still wouldn't matter. But then Harris would have to pick something off like Wisconsin, which this is the most insane map I've seen in my entire life. So this don't make no sense. That doesn't make any sense. So it'd be way closer that all of them go together, right? Or something like that in Wisconsin, and Wisconsin gets picked off. So we'll see how that works. I live in Florida. Oh, you got cooked, chat. My chatter, you got obliterated. How's this close ridiculous? Well, people don't like Biden. Right? Like, just people don't like Joe Biden. He's actually at this moment in time more unpopular than Donald Trump was when Biden beat him. Right? So that's important to keep in mind, that Biden, so that like Donald Trump was the most, you know what's really funny? Like in 2020, it was Donald Trump won the most amount of votes of any president ever, except for Joe Biden. And now it's Donald Trump was the most unpopular president ever, except for Joe Biden. It's just weird. It's just weird. But what it really comes down to is, it's just like a little it's actually what if Trump actually comes out winning, I would say it's much closer to like an inverse of 2020, where if it wasn't for Israel, and if it wasn't for how bad inflation got, and if it wasn't for Ukraine, I think Joe Biden would have been in a better position to win. And if it wasn't for Joe Biden would be in a better position to win. If it wasn't for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris would be in a better position to win as well. Like she would have gotten more time to win. I mean, I said this beforehand that when I was debating Zan, I said this as well. If from the very beginning, Joe Biden decided, I'm going to just, make sure that I groom Kamala Harris to be to go after me, right? To run after me, and I'm just going to be a one-term president, and that was just it. Then I think it would be a whole lot easier for Harris to win. Oh, Democrats creeping ahead a bit in the House. Was that not the plan from the start? No. He said that originally? No, he didn't actually. So what Joe Biden said? Joe Biden said, I'm running to pass the torch to I'm ready to stop Donald Trump so we can pass the torch to another generation, right? He didn't say he was going to run for one term. I don't think he ever agreed. As far as I remember, he never actually agreed to run for one term. He never agreed to actually run for one term.
Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala
Georgia call
doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here.
Area shifted over to Trump
right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie, we saw it in Northampton, we're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the two big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are two big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, it's more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
All right. Thank you, Kornacki. Good shit. So yeah, I mean, you basically heard it. In my projection, I already have North Carolina for Trump. I mean, we haven't checked North Carolina in a while. I guess we could, right? What's going on here? A much better margin for Trump, actually. Right now, it's 3.6. A 2-point reversion from, actually, yeah, about 2-point reversion from 2020. So about like if this would be the case, like a just 2-point shift everywhere. Right now, this is 11. So that would make sense. So what we're looking at right now is about a 2-point shift in a whole lot of places for Trump. Not a big shift, small shift, right? And that's what we were talking about. Like everything, like a lot of places just move very slightly towards Trump. Toward Trump in Trump's direction.
Based and red-pilled?
Psycho Salad, thanks so much for the $4.99. Before this ends, I just want to thank you, Sharp, for being a part of my journey out of the alt-right and eventually voting for Harris Walz. Hey, congratulations! And that's a big thing. I hope you're doing a whole lot better, and thank you for the 5. I'm glad that I can help you with anything in your life, how you feel, and the way you look at the world. I mean, I really appreciate it, but it's all you. So thank you. Oh wait, right to abortion ballot initiative has passed in Arizona. They've said the ballot measure. Now some people are calling it for right here. Yeah, I mean 62-37. Yeah, it's a bit of an insurmountable lead. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that's a win. That's a W right there. Life sentence for sex offenders. All right then. All right. They're definitely doing things over there. Okay. But we worry about this one the most. Determines pregnant individuals. Life is threatened. Ban laws that individual. So this is one. Not forced to get over a 60% margin like in Florida. Thankfully, this one came out as a W. Really good one. Permit employers to pay tipped workers 25% less per hour. What? I'm glad this one lost too. What the hell? What the hell? What jackass wrote that shit? Yeah, still looking at Arizona. Gallo running ahead. Gallo overperforming Kamala Harris. Donald Trump overperforming Carrie Lake. Decent amount of split ticketing. But it's super even. But Trump has started to pull away like a little bit. But if that holds, so it would look something like this. It would look like that, right? With 280, Trump could get that as well, and it would be 295 to 243. If Arizona would hold. If not, it would be like kind of 306, right? Like 2016, just about 2016 again. If that were to be the case as well. If Harris keeps that, then it would be 243, and then she could pick up something to be in the running. She would need to pick up 2 more states if that would be the case. So let's put these in Trump's column just for the moment. She would need to pick up 2 states. Obviously the best states would be Pennsylvania and Michigan here. That would be her pathway there, and she could lose Wisconsin. Obviously, if she just takes the Rust Belt, right, she could lose everything else, and then she would still win the election. What will the Democratic Party learn from this election? I'm like nothing. Like like they learned from like what they learned from like every election, probably. Like nothing. Honestly. No, I think Schumer in the Senate is there, like Schumer is like in the Senate learns more, right? But when it comes to Jamie Harrison and the DCCC and the DNC, they are immune to learning. they are immune to learn. Like you remember, right? Like Jamie Harrison was like crazy on the Biden train. Right, sorry, if you remember, Jamie Harrison was trying to make Joe Biden the DNC, sorry, was trying to push the DNC further ahead than normal, so Joe Biden would be forced into the presidency be forced into the nomination way beforehand, so the other Democrats trying to push him out wouldn't be able to do so. Right? So like they don't learn nothing, man. They don't learn nothing. You underestimate the "nah, I'd win" mentality of the DNC. Honestly, you're so right. Honestly, you are so right. You are cooking. The glass ceiling is real. What the fuck? They made that shit out of bulletproof glass, huh? Please just make it end. Well, I mean, when it comes down to this, right? As I said during that Zan debate, Trump is just doing better than he was before. A lot of it comes down to the fact that people just kind of forgot what Trump's presidency was like. A lot of people just don't care anymore about January 6th, unfortunately. And the fact that inflation just got so bad back in 2022 was just kind of the final straw for a lot of people, really. NBC calls Georgia. They didn't call Georgia yet? I'm kind of flabbergasted, I can't lie. Still not a single vote in from Nevada, just so you know. Some things never change, Nevada. Never change. Nevada kind of irrelevant now. I mean, if Harris does end up losing these states, then yeah. Oh yeah, that'd be true. No, if not. More like Nevada. So fucking true. We're cooking now, chat. Ugh. So, where are we? Decision Desk XQ and a lot of other professional poll watchers. Well, not poll watchers. A lot of other election watchers have been saying that Democrats are looking good to be when it comes to retaking the House. That'd be a pretty decent take for them tonight, especially if the rest of the night goes bad. Senate already went. Just about everybody was expecting the Senate to go. It was less of would Republicans win the Senate and more of how much would they win it by. That's a whole lot more. I will say, I was shitting on Atlas Intel, but it seems like they're keeping their A+ rating. Really do hate to see it. I hate to see my enemies winning, but sometimes you got to give it up. Atlas Intel kind of cook with this one. And Atlas Intel got to cook with this one. And Selzer may lose her A+ rating. Quite sad. Make sure Project 2025. Yeah, that's a big issue. That's a big issue. It's a big issue, but I mean, we're just gonna have to deal with it when and if it gets there. When and if it gets there. I think in total, I think Kamala Harris ran a pretty decent race. I'm just gonna be honest with you, for running 3 months into an election with your vice president being the worst. I mean, if she does lose at the end of the night, I think if she does lose at the end of the night, I do think that one of the biggest things that held her back at the end is probably Joe Biden, really. And I do think she absolutely could have done more. I absolutely do think she could have done more to separate herself from Joe Biden. I mean, I said it before when she was doing those interviews that you could easily just say everything that you don't like about Joe Biden, I disagree with, and everything you like about Joe Biden, I agree with. Right? That's just right. You could just run off that and it'd be so easy. But she didn't want to run like that. So I think that's one mistake that she made outside, but I don't think anybody else is going to run. I don't think anybody else was going to run against Biden much. At the end of the day, Biden was just like a big albatross against any Democrat's neck. I think any Republican could have like snuck in. I had this video idea that I wanted to come out. I wanted them to be back to back with the landslide video. To give like two perspectives, but I wasn't able to get that one out before today. My life has just been so busy. But I want to do this one video on specifically all the things wrong when it comes to this election cycle and how difficult it is for Democrats this year. Because it is very, very difficult running behind on almost all of the most important issues. Joe Biden being like super unpopular. I mean, I think, oh dude, Joe Biden inviting Netanyahu to do a pro-Trump rally, like while the election's going on. I'm gonna lose it, man. I'm gonna fucking lose. I lost it. Oh, I lost it. Genuinely insane. Our president, our Senate, D House of the current state, right? Yeah, right now what we're looking at is a Republican president, Senate, and Democratic House is, I would say, the most likely result to come out. We're hello? Oh. We are now approaching 90%. They're 84% here in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at some of some of the important counties. 92% in for Dane. Is that a shift? Is that a shift to the right at the moment? Let's check. It does seem so. Whoo! That is pretty bad. That one's really bad. A shift to the right in Dane. As Kornacki said, a place where Democrats have just been creeping forward everywhere at every election cycle. It reverting back like that is quite bad. Quite bad, not good. Something they're gonna have to recover from, honestly. It's so over for Palestinians, like more than it's ever been. Yeah, that is very true. Trump is going to nuke Palestine. Which yeah, that's really not good. If he does win. If he really does. Oh, Nevada decided to count votes. Oh my God. Nevada decided to lock in. They woke up from their nap, chat. They have woken up from their nap. Red alert. Nevada has woke up. And it's red. They're like 50,000 votes in. The PA gap is growing. PA seems over. Let's take a look. Let's see. Is Casey Cook though? Casey, it's very possible Casey Cook. We're like 90,000 votes down. 90% in. Gap's growing. That's 70, 20. No, Trump's margin creeped down from the last time we saw it, right, in Philadelphia County. Montgomery. She's back over 60 there. Chester went down. York, yeah, York really pulled away for Trump. Allegheny, Pittsburgh, unfortunately. Kringe, very small, slight lead for Trump in Erie with basically everything in. It seems like it's going to be like a 2,000 point lead, a 2,000 vote lead. Around there. She's down 200K with about 150K left in Philly. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess you'd have to say it. Chat, unfortunately, it seems like a wrap. It seems like Trump has won. We'll have to do an autopsy on the whole race. But I did keep one thing around. Where's Harry? We'll do our biopsy, as we always do. Should have listened to Pelosi. Mother was right. That's so true. Ooh, that's it. Well, it depends. It depends. So here's, oh no, we're gonna be sucked. Oh nah, dude, the discourse is gonna be so ass, man. Holy, it's gonna be so doo-doo garbo, dog. Fuck, because some dumbasses everywhere are going to have like the worst interpretation of the night. But I will say one thing: Joe Biden's like obscene levels of Zionism absolutely cooked Trump. So absolutely cooked Harris in Dearborn. Where's Dearborn, chat? Do you know?
Based and red-pilled?
In Dearborn, absolutely cooked. Please be joking. Unfortunately, I am not. It does seem like Trump's lead at the moment is insurmountable. I would say definitely insurmountable. What Democrats are looking for right now, I would say, would be to pick up the House. And I think and I think what tells it right now is how the campaigns are acting, because Kamala Harris has canceled her planned speech for the night and said she will address supporters tomorrow. But yeah, there was this Harry clip as well.
Just 28% of Americans, voters, think the country is going in the right direction, is on the right track. And I want you to put that into a historical perspective for you. Okay, what's the average percentage of the public that thinks that the country is on the right track when the incumbent party loses? It's 25%. That 25% looks an awful bit like that 28% up there. It doesn't look anything like this 42% doesn't look anything like this 28%. So the bottom line is, very few Americans think the country is on the right track at this particular point. It tracks much more with when the incumbent party loses than with it wins. In fact, I went back through history. There isn't a single time in which 28% of the American public thinks the country is going on the right track in which the incumbent party actually won. They always lose when just 28% of the country believes that the country is on the right track.
It is you are swimming upstream if you're trying to win in this environment. Also, President Biden, on a micro level, a lot of the coverage today is over something President Biden said. On the macro level, what kind of a weight is he on the Harris campaign?
Yeah, so, Joe Biden isn't on the ballot, but he's certainly in the minds of Americans, right? So I went back and I looked, okay, was the successor of the same party when the president's net approval rating was negative at this point, which Joe Biden's most definitely is? He's 15 points underwater. Now, we don't know if Kamala Harris is going to succeed Joe Biden, but we know back in 2008, George W. Bush, his approval rating was down in the 20s. Did a Republican succeed George W. Bush? No. How about in 1968, Lyndon Baines Johnson? His net approval rating was negative. Did a Democrat succeed Lyndon Baines Johnson? No. How about in 52, Harry S. Truman? His approval rating.
I'm going to be honest. That new power that the Supreme Court gave Joe Biden, it's our only hope. It's our only... Biden, you know what to do. Make the right decision. I'm going to leave it up in your hands, Make the right decision before it's too late. Him too. You're right. And then Jeffries. And then if we take the House, then Jeffries would be in. What's the right decision? The right decision. The right decision. Yeah, you got to work that. You got to work your way down the chain of secession. I don't, Shark. That's why I asked. Listen, if you don't know, then you're not supposed to know. That's just it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying it how it is. I'm just telling it how it is. I would never suggest killing anyone, just so you know.
Was in the 20s, if not the upper teens. Did a Democrat succeed Harry S. Truman at 52?
Here's how Jill Stein can still win.
No, as Kate Baldwin says.
Diana.
Separate story.
Well
Close, wrong time of the year.
Well played.
Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican, succeeded Harry S. Truman. So the bottom line is, for Kamala Harris to win, she'd have to break history, be a Democrat to succeed Joe Biden when Biden's approval rating is way underwater at this point.
Again, it could happen. It just doesn't in recent history for sure. Okay, registration numbers, Harry.
Yeah, Republicans have been registering voters in big, huge numbers. They have been gaining in party registration versus the Democrats in the swing states with party registration. We're talking Arizona. I think it's a 5-point. They've expanded their lead from 5 points from where it was back in 2020. How about Nevada? Big Republican registrations there. They like the early vote. How about North Carolina? Big Republican registration gains. How about Pennsylvania? We spoke about it before a few months ago. Big Republican party registration gains versus from where they were 4 years ago. So Republicans are putting more Republicans in the electorate. The Democratic number versus the Republican number has shrunk. And so the bottom line is, if Republicans win come next week, Donald Trump wins comes next week, the signs all along will have been obvious. We would look at the right direction being very low, Joe Biden's approval rating being very low, and Republicans really registering numbers. You can't say you weren't warned.
Again.
Right. And so so here's the thing. This is why a lot of Republicans were really bullish about Trump winning in 2020. But he just couldn't overcome the fact that he was Donald Trump. When Trump isn't in office, when Trump can just say whatever he wants and just kind of be right, when it comes down to that, then he can just when it comes down to that, then he can make a good case for why he should be the president. He can make a good case why he could be the president, because he just basically does what the Republicans do. It's always easier to run as the person not in power and say that if you were in power, you'd be able to do everything right. And we saw how Trump literally just completely fucked up COVID. But what people remember from COVID now isn't the fact that Donald Trump completely blew it and spent $10 trillion on literally nothing and completely screwed up the fact that we could have been able to get out of the pandemic way faster and with way less pain. And then he lost, and then Joe Biden had to be the president to be able to fix the economy. And now he's back, and he's like, "Look how bad he did. Put me back in office." And Joe Biden's old, and inflation was bad, and we have 2 wars going on, and people are like, "I'm just kind of done." I remember when he was in office, and milk was $1 until it wasn't. Right? Ugh. I will forever hate you, PA. It's just, It was just like the fundamentals, right? The fundamentals were also on Trump's side in 2020. Just he was in office and people hated him. What's gonna happen is the same thing that always happens. Okay, it's gonna be this. If Donald Trump actually wins, here, which is seeming more likely as the night goes on. If Donald Trump actually wins, what happens is that he's gonna get in, and the economy is gonna be pretty all right for like a little while, and his approval rating I think is probably gonna be like 53%, something like that, and then he'll start doing things, and then the economy will crash, and then his approval rating will sink down again, and then Democrats will win 2026, and then we'll get a Democratic president in 2032. Is it 32? Yeah. No. 2028. And then we'll get a Democratic president in 2028. Who'll have to fix the economy again. And then they'll have a low approval rating for a while, because people are going to be like, why didn't you press the fix economy button? Since we put you in office to press the fix economy button. There's not going to be another election after this. No, there will be. No, there definitely will be. It'll be bad, but no, there definitely will be. I think we're gonna have to deal with a lot, but I think there will be in the end. Yeah. I think Donald Trump's going to erode democracy like a whole lot. But there will be another election. Yeah. I never I mean, I told you before, I told you before, I never believed there will never be another election again thing. I think Donald Trump is bad for democracy. I mean, he tried to coup the entire country in 2020, but yeah, nah, there's going to be an election again. Wait, I'm playing with my sticky tack. I'm sorry, I got a little Doherty. I got to clean it. Un momento. I cleaned it. Can't say another term of Trump. Joe Biden, finally for once, do the right thing. I've been watching all night. I'm drunk in this 6, but I appreciate your great attitude and giving updates. Gonna be a rough 4 years if he actually wins. Yeah. But we'll tough it through together. So true. Thanks for the 50. I really appreciate you for that. Thanks so much for the love. Thanks so much. Hey, I mean, like I said, win election, lose an election. If he actually wins, we fight him. We fight him to the last. We fight him to the last, especially if Democrats are able to take the especially if Democrats are able to take the Senate. Sorry, if Democrats are able to take the House, I think it's going to hamper Trump tremendously, and we'll be very we'll be in a much better spot to be able to have everything be all right at the end of this. I will say one thing. If anything good will come out of this, is just like in 2018. Remember, there was no better time to be a Democrat running than when Donald Trump was in office, and if he's actually able to win again at the end of the night, we're gonna be in that spot again. It just depends on whether or not we can field good candidates and push them out. Like I said before, Democrats are in a horrible position moving into this election. The Senate map was garbage. The only place they were really doing well was the House, because they were able to thankfully counter gerrymander the Republicans in the House. We need to take a look at like races down ballot. Sorry, we need to take a look at like state legislative houses as well. Democrats maintaining the supermajority in the House of Delegates and the Senate in Nevada is really important to stop their Republican governor from passing really shitty laws. So we're going to have to see how that works out there. If that works out, then I think we'd be in a pretty good position. I think we'd be in a pretty good position. After that, there comes groundwork to do. It just comes groundwork to do. Someone want to move to Ireland? Nah, I like my country. I don't want to go anywhere. Thanks for the 5 though. I really appreciate you. We gave the president unchecked immunity. We are not going to have a 2028 election. Nah, we will. We will. You know, one thing that we can hope for is that Donald Trump's dementia finally gets so bad that he's just not able to do anything anymore. He's not able to do his shit anymore. He'll just be sitting there. His brain will just be cooked. You know that if he actually wins tonight, that in mid 2025, 2026, you know that man's brain will be cooked. It will be a microwave potato, dude. Cause his mental state has already completely crashed. His mental state has already completely crashed compared to 2016. Dude, have you seen a side by side Trump 2016 to Trump 2016 to Trump 2024? He ain't making it. I'm telling you, bro, that guy is not making it. You know, so we'll just really have to see.
Based and red pilled?
He'll order the hit. I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, but you know, we'll see, right? Right, but we will have to see. We'll have to do a full biopsy. Left's been taking the L forever. We've never stopped because it's hard. No, I wouldn't really say so. There's a lot of great down ballot leftists that have done amazing work in places like Wisconsin, Minnesota, like the Great Lakes, in the Midwest. There's so many great leftists that have done so much great work there. There's leftists that's really got into there's leftists in like places like New York that have done incredible work as well, and that have gotten into legislative seats in like Dallas. There are leftists working in the legislature to build homes, buy unused skyscrapers and buildings around the city that are just taking up space and taking up resources and turning them into like homeless shelters as well. I mean, this is just, there's the idea that here's the thing. We believe that because all we care about a lot of the times is national races, when that's just not where politics begins and ends. There's so many places down ballot and across the states where leftists have done such amazing work and have really built structures of power. But if what you see, like 6 years after 2018 is, we lost two. We lost two like members of like the squad or something, and like the DSA is broke, and so that means like leftism is dead and stalled out or whatever. I mean, like, come on, that's not come on. You're just, honestly, you're coping. You're just coping at that point. Instead of coping, you could be working for you could be working for even better leftists to begin with. Like, here's the thing. At the end of the day, you have to win to lose. And what I mean by that is, we look back at like Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman and those two losing, and that's really unfortunate. But if they were never in Congress to begin with, they never would have even had the opportunity to be able to lose to begin with. What I mean is that it's good that we even had people in office that could lose, and we still absolutely have many people in office that could lose, and that's why you should work for them and not think that everything is over and then give up, because there is so much more work that needs to be done. Listen, at the end of the day, we are at the whims of the National Democratic Party that we've been talking against and know is ass for like the longest time, right? That's just well known. that is very well known. Joe Biden's presidency, while I think a lot of good things came out of it, has led to a lot of strife, and his communications has just been terrible with like the American people. The optics are terrible. His mental health decline, terrible, right? And dropping out of the race 100 days before the election, also terrible. So everything on top of it, forcing Kamala Harris to run this race so far behind. And I still think that she was able to put on an amazing showing, and hopefully through her showing, still able to have the Democrats squeak out a win in the House of Representatives. I think it would be absolutely amazing. Would be a really amazing win to this, because you know for a fact that if Joe Biden was still running, that we would be looking at like we'd be looking at goddamn like fucking 55 Republicans in the Senate, like generational blowout for Joe Biden, and like the Republicans being able to keep the House, right? And we all know that wasn't the case. You're going to hear a lot of takes from people if Donald Trump actually wins, that of like going about this and that, maybe she could have done this or that better. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Let's just be honest here. Let's really be honest here. Do you really believe that anybody in Kamala Harris's place could have run a good enough election to substantially win more than she did? I'm just going to be honest here. 100 days, the most unpopular president in American history. So much strife and so much pain and so much anger across the entire country. Do you genuinely believe that any Democrat out there could run a better race than she did? I'm going to be honest, I don't think so. And I think if you do, I do believe that you're coping and you're living in a world where you think that only if my ideas about how to win an election would come to pass, somebody who has never won an election, and who's never ran, and 3 probably doesn't even really vote that much. I really don't think so. Yeah, there are things that she could have done better, but I'm talking about doing better and 100% winning the election. I don't really think that there's much really to do. I don't think there's much more that she really could have done. I know maybe to you, maybe there's something out there, but no, I don't really think so. So I said this before. I made this tweet a little while ago. I'm not sure if I can pull it up at the moment. But I talked about all the things that I saw from the Harris campaign and what I believe. The campaigning, the messaging, the groundwork, the ground game, just like the aesthetics, right? Like she ran a race that she wanted to win. I really don't feel like she left almost anything on the field when it came to this. And so it's not that I feel good about this loss, but what I think is that if this was like 2016, I feel like I'd be really angry with Harris. And I just can't be angry with Harris, honestly. I'd be angry. I am angry, and I was angry when I realized what happened with Hillary Clinton. And the more I knew about Hillary Clinton, the angrier I got. But am I angry with Kamala Harris? No, I don't think there's anything that she really left on the field that I feel like she could have done better, that she just simply didn't, in a way that would have fundamentally changed this election. I just don't think that's the case. When it comes to how people feel, when it comes to being down, when it comes to the economy, because Donald Trump is like, I'll just fix the economy, and Kamala Harris comes out with like more detailed plans. I just don't really think that much is going to, I don't think much anybody else could have done to run a better race than she did. And if you think that her coming into the race and in 100 days building up $1 billion, do you really believe that your hidden plan with your secret candidate was going to be able to put up this type of fight with $1 billion in grassroots, and much of it grassroots funding? Do you think any of your ideas and candidates would have done that and also won? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you don't think so. I don't think so. Everybody doesn't think so. Kamala Harris ran the best race that she could. It ran just about the best race that she could, just about at capacity. And I can't be mad. I can't be mad at that. What I can be mad at is the DNC, Joe Biden, Jamie Harrison. I can be mad at them. I can definitely be mad at them. Oh, we didn't talk about this either, but did you see that the DNC and Jamie Harrison put out an attack ad against Jill Stein? Like, that fucking dumbass actually ran an ad boosting the name recognition of Jill Stein in Michigan, the state that they really need people to not know who the hell Jill Stein is. It was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And you want me to be mad at Harris for this? Yeah, in Pennsylvania too. Why? They're fucking stupid. That's why. They were Biden dead enders. That's why. Okay. And so you want me to be mad at Harris for this? No, I'm not going to be mad at Harris for this. I am mad at the DNC and I am mad at Biden. And I think and I'm upset that we're going to have to go through the absolute worst discourse ever that I'm going to completely disregard. Because like I said earlier, there's going to be a lot of stupid people who are going to be giving their takes about why only if Kamala Harris did this or that, she would have absolutely blown out this election. We all know that's not the case. Or if somebody else would have gotten it, dude, there's already going to be so many people who are going to be like, we should have had an open primary and dragged out the Joe Biden dropping out of the race for an extra 2 months. and we should have continued the party infighting for another like month and a half, only to have some other random guy run with like literally no groundwork whatsoever, to hop into the race, and the Josh Shapiro would have swooped in and completely got the no. Come on, right? Like, right, this says a lot of it over here, like this Dearborn, Michigan. Like Trump won Dearborn. Well, Trump is winning Dearborn. Absolutely stunning collapse in ED votes only, but yeah, Arabs are going out blazing against the Democratic Party, right? And so like that Harris, Stein there did pick up a whole bunch of votes. And yeah, it does seem like at the very end, when it comes down to it, there are so many issues that people had with Joe Biden's presidency, from Ukraine to the economy to the fact he's so damn old, to the fact that he's so damn old, his mental health, how they feel like he didn't do enough all the time, how he dropped out of the race. Too, just, I mean, there was so much with Biden's presidency, and now we get to shit on Biden without having to worry about it. Now we get to shit on Biden without anybody getting mad. That's the good part about chat. Look at the W's that we get. Now we get to shit on Biden without some bitch nagging at us about how it's going to harm Joe Biden, because he's cooked. He's cooked now. So we don't have to worry about it. So when it comes down to it, I think a lot of people ask, like, what do we do now? You know, it's the same thing we do every day. We fight, dog. You work with your community. You help the people around you, and we push for more power next time. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at right now. If Kamala Harris does actually lose this race, I like people for the most extreme things. I think if actually implemented, Project 2025 would be incredibly horrible. But the one thing that we can take from this is that Trump would not be in the position to grow power. And as he's in office, the one good thing is that we do still have very strong institutions. And I think our institutions, this doesn't remotely outweigh the cons. do you think I'm gonna give you something? Do you think I'm gonna like give some, like talk to you in a way like Donald Trump is, we're going to totally defeat Donald Trump with like the power of friendship or something? What I'm saying, well, I'm not like, okay, this isn't some damn monger like story, okay? It's not about fucking defeating Donald Trump with the power of friendship. It's about what are we going to do when we're given situations that we have? And the answer is the best we can, right? They're going to shoot protesters. They already do. They already do. You know, we're just gonna have to see, you know? We're just gonna have to see. If Trump actually wins, we got 2 years. If he completely shits the bed in 2 years, and if the Democrats kind of get their shit together after losing here, if they actually do, then if they actually do, then we're looking at a much better 2026. Flip the Senate, flip the keep the House, grow the House probably too, if that were to be the case, and stymie a lot of the things that he wants to do. Very possible, very possible. Thanks for keeping things perspective. I don't know, I think it's like really stupid to be just complaining all the time. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I know, like, you know, get it out. I get it. Do you think if Harris loses tonight, she should be the top of the ticket again in 2028? I don't know, maybe. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe, absolutely. Yeah, maybe just, you know, switch around the message a little bit and then spin back around on it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And come back with like, look at all there needs to be actually a progressive. You think there's gonna be an actual progressive ready to have like the power to run for president in 2026? And don't your ass dare say AOC, who specifically said that she doesn't want to run for president. Maybe she changes her mind sometime. No, but that's the only way they'd win. That's not true. That's simply not true. Sorry, I'm frustrated. You know, here's the thing. I can't say we, I didn't say this, but a lot of progressives said this in 2020, and that was like a bald-faced lie. Now, maybe Sanders could have done better. I think he definitely could have. Possibly. I don't know. We didn't live in the world where that happened. Tim Walz for president. Walz doesn't want to run for president. That's actually one of the big reasons why he was picked. That's one of the big reasons why he was picked. I think Harris coming back around on it would be pretty cool. I think she could. I think what we can do in this is something very similar to what the to what the Republicans did, which is while the Republicans and while Trump is in office, absolutely like cook him when it comes to the cultural zeitgeist, because let's just be honest, Trump's gonna fuck it up. What we know is that Trump's gonna fuck it up, right? He can't keep his shit together. And so making people aware of that, keeping Trump in people's mind, and then watching, and then, you know, and not only like us, letting Trump fuck shit up, like we don't really have a choice if he does win, letting him fuck it up, and then using it to campaign off of to be able to gain more power back. Just like in 2018, it'll be another generational sweep. He'll still fuck shit up no matter what. Yeah. The great recloseting. I mean, maybe, you know, we'll once again, we're really just gonna have to see what happens. Cool centrist Dems moved to the right. Yeah, one thing is that one thing that really, one thing, right, that came out that I guess now, like looking back, we can see is that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were running about neck and neck in people's minds as like who's more extreme, and almost as many people said that Donald Trump was too conservative as people said that Kamala Harris was too liberal. I'm just gonna be real, too liberal on fucking what? I think what just happened is that people saw Joe Biden running and they said, oh, Joe Biden, liberal. Oh, Kamala Harris, she wants to do stuff too liberal. And that's just kind of it. Median voter be like, which is insane. Yeah, which is genuinely crazy. But like once again, you know, people are angry at Joe Biden. You know, what are you gonna do? People are angry at Joe Biden. They're mad at Joe Biden. So that's just kind of what it is. Will what will the centrist Democrats do? What will the Democratic Party do? I don't know. They got their shit together in 2018. I know that. But what I think us as progressives should do is we should take this time. What I think us as progressives should do is we should absolutely take this time to push for more power in the Democratic Party. After all this is like said and done, honestly, right? So, what's the game plan now, chat? If it's actually true that that Donald Trump wins here, shit on Joe Biden. Shit on Joe Biden. That's what, chat. Everybody needs to lock in with shitting on Joe Biden. Okay? That's what you got to do. You got to shit on Joe Biden. We have to return true tradition, which is shitting on Joe Biden. All right? And when we do that, then use it to leapfrog. Then use it to leapfrog into then use it to leapfrog into gaining more power. If Trump's tariffs go into place, yeah, there's one thing. If Trump's tariffs actually go into place, like 2026 is a cakewalk. Honestly, recruiting progressives down ballot to be prepared to knock down centrist Dems and to knock down centrist Dems and to knock down Republicans in 2026 in House and Senate races will be important. So locking in on that is very important. It's expensive as hell up here. Yeah, he's just gonna fuck shit up, and then and then we need to pounce on that. Economy is definitely fucked. I've definitely taken my money out of the stock market. I tell you what, put that shit back in the savings account. He is going to blow up the economy. Absolutely. Remember, there are no Shrek movies with Trump. Real. Thank you, RKO Man. Explodot, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you for being the Knight of Faith. I'm devastated tonight, but I'm hopeful for the future. Yo, that's what you got to do. One day we were going to lose an election. If you think that you'll just constantly lose an election, to win elections forever, I'm going to tell you you are very wrong. You're very, very incorrect. Very, very incorrect. Think Trump crypto is going to pop off now? Nah, I don't think so. Nah, in my opinion, I don't think so. No. Nah. That shit's going nowhere. But Donald Trump will definitely be able to dodge going to jail for at least a little while longer. Don't know how to feel? You can feel bad. Feel however you want. I'm not here to tell you exactly how to feel, okay? I don't think politics is about necessarily how you feel. It's about what you do. In my opinion, feel sad, feel upset, feel scared, Feel hopeful, feel upset, feel angry, feel tired, you know? Feel powerful, feel however you want. But it's what you do is what's really important. So if you need to grieve for a bit, like take it out, but work will always need to be done no matter what happens tonight, and no matter what happens tonight as well. So do it. So, you know, as I said, do as you please. Yo, chat. Yo, wait, Hugh, wait. North Carolina, wait. North Carolina W, chat. North Carolina W, incoming. It looks like Democrats are set to break Republican supermajority in the North Carolina legislature. Massive win for Stein. Basically, if you don't remember, what happened after 2022? What happened after 2022 was that the Democrats broke the Republican supermajority, but then some crypto Republicans were hiding out, and then after the election, we're hiding out to win elections as Democrats, and then switch their allegiance to give the Republicans a supermajority, and then pass really draconian laws in North Carolina. Since Josh Stein has now cooked Pizza Party Nazi, he now has the governorship, so the governorship remains a Democratic hold, and also Republicans have lost down ballot as well, and they have lost their supermajority, so it stops them from stopping Stein from doing good while he's in the seat of the governorship. They won't be able to just single-handedly stop him no matter what. Huge, actually genuinely huge W. Like actually like genuinely like really good stuff. So yeah. That's something to look forward to, living in North Carolina. Oh yeah. That's actually pretty big. Listen, if you feel you dial 988, dude. Dial fucking 988. Do not harm yourself or anybody. Please calm down and take care of yourself. Go to bed if you need it. We're still probably getting an East-West Ukraine situation. Yeah, he is in the pocket of fucking fascist state Russia. Oh, my bad. Don't dial 988. Sorry. Talk to your loved one. Dial a loved one. How about that? Nevada counting ballots. They're just fucking sleeping. I feel bad for Tim Walz' son. Yeah, that does really suck. Here's on track to match Hillary. Yeah, I mean that's what a loss looks like. Now he doesn't do shit. I've never had to call something like that, so I mean, that's just the resource I had. Sorry if it's wrong. If Democrats do something rash, here's the thing. Democrats can do something rash. You just gotta be really rash. You gotta be so rash that people won't be able to react to it. Listen, if Joe Biden does the right thing, okay? If Kamala Harris does the right thing, now Democrats need to send in their false electors. It's time. Chat. Now it's time to play their game and then do a little switcheroo. It's time to stop the steal. Chat, it's time to stop the steal. It's time. See you all on January 6th, brothers. See you all on January 6th. This one's actually funny. Trump deporting Arabs, Latinos, and gays that voted for him. You? Mm-mm. You? I see you. Thank you. Thank you for your voter information. I see you. That one's funny. You could do something rash. It just has to be rash enough that people won't be able to react to it. Fast and rash enough. Just like January 6th, okay? Trump did it fast and rash enough that you couldn't do anything about it. I feel guilty for not doing more. Don't. Like take your time. Like I said, take your time to move through your feelings, but like don't feel bad. You didn't do anything. You're literally just some guy. You're literally just some guy. I hope I get deported to Mexico. Not a Latino though. That is true. That is true. Trump is going to, if Trump actually installs his policy, we are going to see like a crazy recession. I mean, like even Elon Musk said that Donald Trump's policies is going to trigger a recession because the economy is still very delicate. It's going to trigger a recession. But he says it's going to be for the short term. Yeah, dog, you're getting banned for that one. Sorry, worship. You're getting cooked for that one. Get that shit out of my chat. Do you have a mod in Twitch chat? Yeah, you're out of here. Sorry. Hate to be the one to say it. Yeah, you're done. You're donezo.
Based and red pilled?
You're definitely donezo. Thank you. Thank you, PA. Appreciate you. Maybe we'll bring you back. You're gone for at least a week for that one though. At least a week, maybe 2. I'll see how I feel later. Take a nap. Your night's over. Take a nap. Close the laptop. You're done. So it's up to you. Yeah. Like I said, I'll grab them later. Like I said, however I feel. So many people forget that Trump's economy was propped up by. Listen, no, that's not true. People don't forget that that's what Trump's economy was propped up by. They don't know. Our electorate is plagued by the ignorance devil, right? No, it's not that people don't remember. It's that they never knew. And it's also that they don't really care either. Details, facts even don't really matter when it comes to national politics like this. What matters is like how you feel and how you remember feeling, right? Which is that people didn't like how they felt when Donald Trump was in office, but they remember that they feel better. They feel like they felt they felt like they felt better because even though Donald Trump was trying to antagonize war everywhere, the war didn't actually break out until he was out of office because he was only in office for 4 years. Because people don't care about abortion either. No, they do. How you feeling? I'm okay. I'm okay. I mean, like it's definitely really unfortunate. I don't like it. But you know, it is what it is. You just gotta get your lick back. That's basically it. You can't completely fall apart and die every time you lose an election. You gotta hit the ground running and you gotta get your lick back. That's all I'm thinking about right now. That's why the first thing that I talked about, I was like, we gotta get our lick back. 2026, we're getting our lick back. That's all I know. That is all I know. The abortion ballot, yeah. I mean, like it was just electioneering in what is it? Florida, when it comes to that needs 60% to win thing. How the polls are wrong and then right and then wrong. Yeah, just Trump. Like in the video that I released earlier in the night, remember? Trump is the like bellwether breaker. He won bellwethers that he lost bellwethers in 2016 but won. He won bellwethers in 2020 but lost. And we have way less bellwethers. We have way less things that tell us exactly how tell us how the election's going to go after the Trump presidency, because his base, his coalition, and the elections that he came up in are just fucking insane, right? They're completely all over the place. So the polls have been saying almost like a whole lot of different things. But when it really comes down to it, when it comes to just Trump, who he is, and we're also in a transitionary period when it comes to a lot of our demographic groups. That's just how it goes. I know a lot of pollsters are happy that they survived the night by hurting like crazy. Our polling industry is completely cooked, though. Completely cooked. So I don't know. But what I do know is that what's the plan? Shitting on Joe Biden. Gotta do that. Yeah. Gotta do that. We need to fucking get Jamie Harrison. I'll get you, dog. I'm gonna get you, Jamie. Oh, when I get my hands on you, Jamie Harrison, cook. We got to get him out of here, man. We fucking got to get him out of here. We got to get him out of there. The Democratic Party will wither. And the Democratic Party is our best tool to ascend into legislative power, into the levers of power in the country. So them withering like that's fucking insane. Other streamers are being really doomer about this. What gives? I don't know, it's a personal problem. Personal problem. Listen, at the end of the day, Donald Trump, piece of shit, horrible guy, will do terrible things. Most of the things we'll be able to undo. There are a lot of things that we'll be able to undo. There's a lot of things that we'll be able to stop from happening to begin with. And there's a lot of things that we'll be able to like overcome, and or if we can't completely stop them, we can definitely mitigate them. That's not everything, but so is life with every Republican presidency. Donald Trump, especially, if he's able to get done everything that he wants to get done, or if he's able to get done a lot of the things that he wants to get done, which could be possible. I don't know. He's still a fucking dumbass. So I guess we'll see. A lot of people that he's surrounded with, even though slightly smarter than they were in 2016, still big dumbasses. So I guess we're just going to have to see, right? I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen. I'm not a fortune teller. Maybe Donald Trump fucking dies of a heart attack sometime and somebody fucking poisons JD Vance's eyeliner and he becomes blind and he can't be the president either. And then we win the House, and Hakeem Jeffries ascends to the presidency or something, right? So I don't know. Can't tell you exactly what's gonna happen. But what I do know is that it'll be bad. And there are a lot of people who are going to be hurt. I've said this before, but when this happens, when Republicans win, people suffer. People are going to be hurt. Some people won't make it. This is what we know. What we know is that every time we've been able to make it through. There have been people before us who have suffered more than us. There are going to be people in the future who will go through more strife than us. And a lot of those people made it through. So the idea that it's like completely over now, I just don't believe so. There are too many people in this country who really do care. And I don't believe that it's just over like that. Things will get worse. Things will get better. It ebbs and flows. But what we need to do is take this opportunity to move forward and hit the ground running and take that shit back, and harder and better than ever. At the end of the day, this was cooked up back in 2020 when the electorate decided to become, and I've been on this for years. When the electorate decided to pick Joe Biden, not because they liked his policies, but because they felt like he could just beat Donald Trump. Didn't really care about how old he was. Biden had basically no policy platform when he was running for office. His mental fortitude, whatever, right? At the end of the day, this was cooked up all the way back then. And Joe Biden's hubris when it comes to not dropping out of the race or not running for a second term to begin with, I think is what really sealed the fate here. Like, because let's just be honest here. The race was close because Donald Trump is Donald Trump. The race is close because Donald Trump was Donald Trump. I think it would have been so much worse if even like DeSantis, if Nikki Haley got in, oh my Lord, if Nikki Haley actually won the election, Owarida. Chat, we would enter the fucking Tsukiyomi. we'd be cast into the shadow realm. We would be trapped in the Tsukiyomi for 1,000 years. We would have been cooked. Ichigo never would have been able to save the Soul Society. We would have been so cooked. We can still nab the house though. Queer rights are done. Y'all get a clue. I mean, that's like a state by state basis. I mean, here in Kentucky, we like you're like Kentucky, we're screwed. If we were screwed in Kentucky, we would have been screwed a long time ago. What's the lowdown on the election right now? Cooked. Unfortunately, we are cooked on the presidential level. Donald Trump has been able to sneak into the presidency once again. Yeah, the Bashir kingdom, the sun never sets in the Bashir kingdom. Cooked, unfortunately. He did nab back he got his lick back on Biden, and he got a second term. Probably one of the most racist campaign in the 21st century. He was able to get his lick back just like that. Election was closer because Donald Trump is who he is. If any other Republican was running, dude, any Dem would have been finished, like completely finished. I think Pennsylvania has just been called for Trump. Yeah, that would be it. Pennsylvania has been called for Trump. He nabbed it back on Fort. If Joe Biden does the right thing, gotta weather out the recession. Yeah, gotta weather out the fucking Elon Musk recession. Yeah. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, like, you know, a lot of takes you're gonna see a lot of takes. I would say try to stay away from getting into take war with people. Save your sanity. Don't get into take war with people. Don't do it. Just stay off Twitter. Like the reality is that nobody really would know. If Kamala Harris couldn't win, I don't think any of them really could have won. I don't think there's much that you really could have done. And let's just be, and once again, you're gonna see like some people be like, oh no, Kamala Harris moved to the right on a bunch of issues, that's why she lost. There's a large chunk of the electorate that thinks she's too left-wing, and actually more left-wing than Donald Trump is conservative. There's something. People don't vote for Donald Trump because the Democrats are too right-wing. I'm sorry, but that shit is not real. That's what you call generational cope. That ain't real. That ain't real. It's because they tied left-wing and liberalism and left-wing policy to how they feel bad about the economy right now. That's what's going on. When it comes down to it, when we really hawk to it, at the end of the day, when we really hawk to it, all right, get down to brass tuas. Election came down to this. Joe Biden old. Inflation bad. That's it. That's really it. And there's nothing really I think any Democrat really could have done better than Kamala Harris to actually win. I don't know, maybe if we run 1,000 simulations, moving from the second that Joe Biden dropped out of the race, and maybe you could have found one that would have won more votes than Hillary Clinton. Sorry, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris against Donald Trump, but I just don't. I just really don't think so. I just really don't think so. At the end of the day, people are fucking mad about the economy, and just, you know, that's just kind of it. But yeah, the worst thing that could happen is if too many Democratic senators lose, then the night will really burn. Yeah, then tonight will really burn. Casey's, yeah, it looks like Casey's losing. It's possible. It's possible. Because if too many legislators lose, if too many legislators lose, then we're gonna have to dig. Then we're gonna have to dig out of a 2012 style hole. Where our ass is gonna have to dig out of a 2012 style hole, which is not good. Not good. We'll see. I assume that's bad. Quite bad. Because like it's fuck. How long did it take to? Aren't we like still kind of technically digging ourselves out of 2012. Well, sorry, I can't say us. I'd be registered as an independent if I could. But just like left-wing people in general, like we're like, I think like across the country, Democrats are still digging themselves out of 2012 in like a lot of ways. I bet 2014 too. But definitely it became a lot better in 2022, especially after the redistricting helped bring the gerrymander kind of back into order. Yeah, actually, the Democrats didn't get back. Yeah, the Democrats didn't get back after 2012 until 2020. Yeah, it took until 20. Now, I do think Democrats are a lot less prone to suffering for a long time under a bad loss than they were in 2012, because they back in 2012, because the 2010 census, the Republicans really were able to do a crazy gerrymander. Like I said, the gerrymander kind of evened out, and so now Democrats are not, they can't lose like 63 seats in the House. They can't do that. It's not possible anymore. Which is a whole lot better. Down ballot races, we'll have to see. We don't have a full biopsy of we can't do a full autopsy of the race yet, so we're not sure. How competent do you think Trump will be? I think Trump will be as competent. I think Trump will be less competent than 2016. I think Trump will be less competent than he was in his first presidency. I think his cabinet and his government will be more competent than they were in 2020. But a lot of the worst stuff from Trump came from Trump himself. So I don't know. We'll just have to see. I know there are a lot more crazy people that he's surrounded by now. So we'll just have to see. Maybe what's very possible, because we've all been, I don't know, we all were saying that. We all were saying that, I mean, like, remember how we thought that, you know, like Ron DeSantis was way scarier than he actually was, and he's actually not. He's not as scary as we thought. Now he can still run up the margins in Florida, but when it comes outside of Florida and his like political ambitions and everything, he's nowhere near as smart as we thought that he was. JD Vance is nowhere near as smart as I think a lot of people make him out to be. I think a lot of the people also surrounding Trump aren't as smart as we make them out to be. Now, once again, we will see. We will see. I'm not a fortune teller. I don't have future sight. But what I can tell you is that we'll just have to see. I think what would be really funny is that if we thought that Trump's cabinet would be way more way more smart, but they actually turned out to be way fucking stupider than we thought, and they actually were all just little 2016 Trumps together and just fucked up everything that they touched. I mean, they already have Elon Musk, who's not, that ain't, they have like RFK Jr., man. Like, let's just be honest with ourselves. The Department of Health and Human Service. Oh yeah, RFK wants to ban vaccines in the country. Yeah, he actually does want to ban a bunch of vaccines in the country. Yeah. Hello, polio resurgence. Dude, there's already polio resurgences across the country. right now. Yeah, that's going to be definitely an issue. Definitely get your vaccines when you can. I don't know. We're just gonna have to see. I don't know. I don't know how much they're going to be able to do. We're gonna have to start investing in iron lungs like we're in the 90s, and Microsoft just hit the scene. Had Trump won or not? Yeah, he's won. Climate change will be a big issue as well. Hopefully the world can help pick up the pace on that, though. Oh, whoops! We're supposed to be talking to Dylan here. I forgot. Oh, we were supposed to hop on Dylan's stream. Let's see. I don't think I'm in his server though. You may have to give me the server link. Dylan. Ugh. Yo, what's up, Doom? Will you be reclaiming the hippy dippy belt? I don't think I ever had the hippy dippy belt. I think I was on hippy dippy a couple times. I have my own belt. I have the Sharky drippy belt. Man, only if voter fraud was real. We did need way more voter fraud. I've become Massandra. So true. What are we looking at in Texas? Reversion in Texas, unfortunately. Big margins in Texas. Quite apocalyptic, even. Huge reversion back. Here we will have to see. I missed Dylan. I didn't see Dylan's text. He hit me up like 6 minutes ago. Let me see. I was busy yapping. I was yapping too hard. Oops, teehee. Whoops. Is Dylan live? He is live.
Been something to build credibility in the state
Lord.
that I would have believed in. But this
Lord. Oh, did Jake decide not to come in?
Yeah. This is the whole reason I was talking about this in the first place. I'm fearful of repeat behavior. I'm fearful that there could have already been a deal made over Ukraine, over those 7 phone calls that we're hearing from Bob Woodward, or that there could be a deal made in the next few months before he's even in office, with the Ukrainians not at the table. And we're going to have Trump and we're going to have Putin sitting down with a marker going through, this is what goes to you, this is what goes to you, without any consultation to the people who actually live there, you know, the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so this is what I think that we have to consider, Dylan, is that
first of all, the Afghan government is essentially a United States proxy government. I think that we have to consider the actual intentions of both either Joe Biden or Donald Trump when it comes to Afghanistan.
Do you care if I interrupt you one more time to announce something pretty big? I'm sorry. But
real quick.
Okay.
Let me try not to lose my train of thought.
So I'm sorry to say this, guys, but Pennsylvania is Donald Trump land. I'm confirming Pennsylvania for Donald Trump at this point.
Oh, he just learned that Pennsylvania dropped? What, that poor boy. I feel so bad for him. He just now realized. It's like watching I don't know, it's like watching somebody from the past, you know? He's like oh no. It's like watching someone from the past. It's like being a time traveler. Like, oh Lord. Oh Lord. No, don't open the box. Oh, they didn't call the race yet? Nah, he's definitely should have called it. Here's how Kamala Harris can still win. I will say Harris was completely cooked Harris was completely cooked in that Pennsylvania Dearborn and over there with a lot of Muslims. Yeah, I can't say Muslim, Arab voters really moved away from Harris. Latino voters moved away from Harris as well. I think there was some black reversion as well, just a bit. We'll have to see. It's going to take a couple weeks for us to have genuine results of like what actually happened. It's going to take some time, so that's why you're not going to see me making a whole bunch of claims about that yet. But it's really an across the board movement away from the Democrats, at least top of the ticket. Oh, another W, another down ballot W, Chatterino, in a district. Moms for Liberty has lost their seats in, what is this? In Wake County, North Carolina, the largest school district in North Carolina. Dude, there's actually a lot of wins in North Carolina. Yo, wait a second. Yo, NC. Outside the top level, there's a whole lot of wins in North Carolina. Your largest school district, all but one Mom for Liberty candidate swept out of power. Realistically, how much power can he get? Like become a dictator? No. No, there will be an election. There will be elections. No, he can't become a dictator. He can hamper a whole bunch of rights. Though, if he wanted to go like super crazy, he could. No. I do have an L to share. Since it's L time, it seems like a decision desk is moving the House of Representatives in Republicans' favor, and it looks like they're more favored to win the House at the moment. Very unfortunate. But we'll see. Could be very slim. We'll see. I will say one fuck up, one big mess up for the Harris campaign is definitely sending Richie Torres, staunch Muslim hater, staunch Arab bomber, to Dearborn, Michigan to shore up votes. Probably one of the worst decisions I've ever heard. almost as bad of a decision as Andrew Gillum asking Hillary Clinton to campaign with him in Florida. Well, I don't know. I look back at the decision sometimes and I'm like, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought, because once Hillary Clinton did almost win Florida. Vonch said that too, bro. Huh? What are you saying? Yeah, horrible decision. That's one of the bad decisions. But I'm sorry, but like a slightly better margin in Dearborn, Michigan. I'm sorry. Richie Torres is not sending Arab voters into the arms of Donald Trump. It's something way deeper than that. Something way deeper than that. Oh, we're on a bit with Dylan. Give me a sec. Man, what the hell, whatever. Yes, I've read all the rules. Rayon, thanks so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Ghost Pants, thank you. Hey man, I'm a new viewer, but I want you to know that you really helped me through this night. Yeah, no problem. Give me hope. I'm back after the loss. Keep doing what you're doing. Listen, we're gonna lose elections. No one's ever said that we're not going to lose elections. Some are worse than others. Some are better than others. But we're gonna have another election. Don't believe the people who say we're never going to have another election. That's not true. That's hyperbole. Donald Trump can and will do many bad things. He will do some, he won't be able to do others. I mean, like, yeah, this Supreme Court is genuinely insane. But I will say that this is also the same Supreme Court that added trans people onto the was it the Civil Rights Act as well. This is the same Supreme Court that added trans people onto the Civil Rights Act. So they're not completely crazy. They're definitely pretty crazy. Title IX, not the Title IX decision. It was ruling that sex encompasses gender when referring sex encompasses gender, so you can't discriminate against trans people because of that. It's the same exact Supreme Court that did that. They're crazy, but they're not that crazy. And remember, they didn't let Donald Trump steal the election in 2020 either. They're bad. They're real bad. But they're not that bad. Yeah, they'll just reverse it. I don't think they've ever reversed a decision that they've made. Why would they do that? You can't even bring the same case. They've already ruled on it like that. I mean, I don't like if they could just, they know they can do whatever they want. Why would they know that you know that they know that they can do whatever they want right now. Why would they not do it under Biden, but then do it under, why would they not do it under Biden when the case was literally there for them to do it, but then do it under Trump? What sense does that make? That just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like, I don't know. It just really, I don't understand the logic there. Now, once again, they can do basically whatever they want, but I don't see the logic there. I am in waiting room. I don't know what the hell I do from here. How the fuck do I work Discord? Am I stupid? Chat, how the hell does Discord work? How the hell does Dylan's Discord work? Tag Dylan like 15 times? I might have to. What the fuck is happening? So I click join voice. I would imagine that would allow me to join voice, but instead it sends me to the announcements tab. And now there's voice channels, but there's nobody in them. But I know they're hidden in there somewhere. I just can't see them. Am I like too low rank or something? He's just, I know he has a queue of people that get cycled in. How do I get cycled in? Wait, and I go to waiting room? Okay, I'm in waiting room. What are we doing now? We're gonna hop on the Dylan stream. We're gonna talk about the election. Election. I don't know what the fuck to do, man. I'm trapped. You should do another aquarium update. There's not really much going on with the aquarium right now. I've sourced a frag of green star polyp that I want to grow onto the back wall. So that's coming in the mail. This should be here like tomorrow, the next day. So I have that coming. But other than that, the tank isn't doing anything. It's just cycling. It's going through its process. Right now I'm slowly building up the biome in the tank, and that's like the biggest thing for me, right? So adding plankton. I will be adding phytoplankton. Yes. So right now for this saltwater aquarium, what I'm doing right now is I plan to add, I have 6 species of copepods and amphipods, basically like little mini crustaceans that, you know, fly around the water, eat stuff, get eaten, you know, clean stuff, get cleaned, stuff like that, that are going to be popping into the tank, as well as phytoplankton, which is just like really small plankton that feed coral. They feed everything. It's pretty sick. It's pretty badass. So I have that. So I have that coming to build up the diversity microbiome of the aquarium. Algae? Like, what is phyto? Like, it's a... What is phytoplankton? Microscopic marine algae. Yeah, it is algae, technically. They're like little algae. Yeah. Are you adding algae? I have macro algae. Yeah, I have Caulerpa in the tank so far.
Say, hey, this is what I would.
What the fuck? Wait, I clicked join voice and it kicked me out of the voice.
Here
here. And that's why it's so critical for the results that happened tonight. We gained seats in the House. We're gaining seats in the Senate. That's why we need to actually come up with a plan to either make America great again or start to try and cut the deficit.
So we agree that there's no plan then?
There's several different plans. Trump can't just like sign everything into order without congressional approval.
Well,
And
I mean, I
that's
know
why
there's
his win
multiple
tonight is pretty
plans,
good.
but there's no.
What do you mean though?
When he says there's multiple different plans, I don't see a commitment from Trump for cuts in deficit spending. And in fact, I would say that deficit spending and cuts in deficit spending has taken a massive backseat in this election. I've heard very little from either campaign about fiscal responsibility. And don't even call it fiscal conservatism, just fiscal responsibility when it comes to managing the budget. I haven't heard anything about cuts, really. I haven't heard anything about not about just basic cuts, about the economic expansions that would produce enough economic activity to make up for this. I haven't heard anything about the other end of what these policies and tax cuts are going to need to make them functional, unless you're just going to do massive deficit spending. And so if I'm thinking about Donald Trump and the way that he managed deficit spending before, or hey, Shark, I hope your camera's a little. Don't worry, you got time.
I'm doing my best.
I'm not hopeful that all of a sudden he's going to become fiscally prudent, because he hasn't shown that in the last 4 years during his term, and he hasn't shown any interest on the campaign trail because it's not popular. It's no longer a popular issue within the Republican Party, at least amongst the voters. At least they don't seem to think so, because they're not campaigning on it.
So when it comes to actual deficit spending, right, that means you're spending less money than you're actually pulling in order to pay bills, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the main goal with Trump's policies right now is to increase the amount of money that's actually coming in, not through the avenue of increasing taxes or putting undue pressure on different people or organizations. The goal is to unleash some of the burden that these type of organizations and people are actually coming up with in order to spur the economic growth, right? And that's the difference between the Kamala plans and what Trump is planning, even if the spending is the same. So it's like, okay, how much money will Trump pull in versus what Kamala is going to pull in?
I'm so sorry, but I guess my camera isn't working. It works in the preview, but it is borked. It is cooked.
I kind of like it.
It looks perfect in the preview, but in like the Discord preview, but it is completely cooked. Yeah, I don't like listen, but on this topic, Trump is the dumbest motherfucker to ever grace the Oval Office. So like obviously he's going to fuck up everything like he did the first term.
Apparently,
I mean, it's not
better than Kamala Harris.
That's your president, bro.
That's you being wrong.
Okay. I don't know. That's your president, bro. I don't give a shit. What the fuck? I don't support my president. What the fuck? I don't care.
Called Pennsylvania.
Oh damn, that's crazy.
Look,
this has been over a while, but like no, like wait, on this topic, like Trump's is dumb as shit. His voters are also dumb as shit. Well,
why is he dumb as shit? Why
well,
is he dumb as shit?
Oh wait, Trump is also talking. He's addressing voters right now.
I do not care. But
why am I dumb as shit and why is he dumb as shit?
You're dumb as shit because you're dumb as shit because
dumber than him.
Wait,
what are you talking about?
This dumbass.
Why
am I dumb as shit? Why is he dumb as shit? Let's hear it.
You're fucking dumb as shit for voting for him and believing that he's going to do anything good for this country. When he was in office, you all were complaining constantly. You all were complaining constantly about how Donald Trump is going to fix the. You all were talking about how you're yapping too crazy. You all were talking about how Donald Trump is going to reduce the deficit. He blew up the deficit when he was in office. You all were talking about how he's going to reduce taxes. He raised taxes on middle class people when he was in office.
No, he didn't.
He absolutely did. He absolutely did. He did all those things. All of those things were 100% true.
26% tax break.
Cam. There's like 4 conservatives or 3 conservatives, including Trump now. Let Shark, finish his point first at least. I don't want to moderate.
I'm going next though. I initiated with this guy.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah, but no. Anyways, he blew up the deficit, ruined all of our relations when it comes to world leaders, ruined all of our just he kind of just fucked up everything, and that's why he got voted out of office originally, because when he was you're yapping too crazy. Because when COVID hit, he was really able to just before COVID, he was really able to just kind of coast. He fucked up like little things for a while, but he was really able to coast. His approval rating never recovered after he tried to nuke Obamacare, and he was stopped after doing that. Then he had to turn heel and say that I'm actually the man who saved Obamacare after blowing up Obamacare. Trying to blow up Obamacare and removing the individual mandate. And like, this isn't surprising. He's just a fucking dumbass. He's very stupid. Like, you ask him questions and he has no clue what he's talking about. He's never actually answered a question correctly. He doesn't know who any of the world leaders are. He's just
Kamala. Is this guy hippy dippy recruitment? I don't think it feels like he hasn't been around here before. Let me ask you a couple questions, pal. Okay, so first of all, individual mandate. Do you think that Americans should be taxed because they're too poor to afford insurance?
Should Americans be taxed because they're too poor to afford insurance?
Yeah, that's what individual mandate was. If you don't have insurance, you get fined. Do you support that?
Individual mandate was a good idea.
Who said that?
It's Patches.
Okay, I'm not talking to you.
Okay.
Respond, Shark. Individual mandate. Good thing or bad thing? Fine people for not having insurance. Good thing or bad thing?
The individual mandate helped keep Obamacare running, which is good. Yeah.
The individual mandate taxed poor people for not being able to afford insurance. Okay. Point one, you're an idiot. Okay. Step two, his approval rating never recovered. Well, he just got voted the next president of the United States and is on track to win the popular vote. So think again, pal.
Wait, what was your original point?
So
wait, sorry.
You said that
I didn't catch that.
You said that he.
Wait, I literally didn't hear what you said.
He did not increase taxes on the middle class. I can talk louder than you. I'm talking. You're not. Okay. You said he increased taxes on the middle class. People making $15,000 to $50,000 a year received an average tax cut of 24 to 26%. People making $50,000 to $100,000 a year received an average tax cut of 22%. People making $1 million a year received a tax cut of less than 4%. So think again on that one too. You said he ruined relations with foreign leaders. Name me one foreign leader who he ruined relations with.
Germany.
Who said that?
Turk did. He upset Merkel, right? She didn't like him.
Okay. Merkel
and literally all of the EU is trying to decouple from the United States because they don't want to deal with Donald Trump.
The entire EU,
they literally just said, they literally just came out. They literally just came out and they were talking on their they were talking on their TV not too long ago about how they were like, we need to make sure that the future of the EU isn't dependent on what like a bunch of voters, a couple voters in Pennsylvania.
Do you think that's because they politically disagree with Trump, or do you think that that's because Trump wasn't a strong leader? Which do you think it is?
Both.
Okay, prove why.
Prove why? Because what?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you want me to show you?
I want you to cite me something that proves that Trump lost international support because he's a weak leader.
That Trump lost. Okay, well, sure. Give me a second.
Pull up the.
What I'll give one devil's advocate example is probably the leader of the Kurds. I would say we probably botched that one since they.
Oh yeah, dude, Syria was such a mess. Oh my God, like you make a decision, either pull out or don't pull out.
I would say that's like
I could give you an equal.
Blowing up the Iran deal was also horrible too.
Biden. But regardless of that, you also said that
the Iran deal.
You also said
they were saying death to America before the Iran deal began, and they were saying death to America after it ended. It really did not change our relations with Iran.
You also said that his COVID-19 response was weak, but that's not true because he closed our borders early and
also,
proactively. You guys said he was racist for that. He passed the Family's First Coronavirus Response Act. He delivered 5 million boxes of food to farmers and families. He instituted Operation Warp Speed. He delivered you the vaccine. Joe Biden didn't create the vaccine. Donald Trump did. First Step Act
for
well, that's not
families
COVID
with
related,
fucking imprisoned fathers.
Not
yeah,
COVID
but I'm
related,
just saying,
but
like,
So
we're talking the first vaccines that came out weren't connected. The first vaccines that came out were not connected to Project Warp Speed, and also he specifically.
That was
and also he specifically.
That's not true. The very first one was.
And also he specifically didn't make other vaccines come to the United States.
Warp Speed. Shark Zero. Define.
Well, yeah, just like those other.
It was a government program to give money to. Go ahead.
It was a mobilization of the public and private sector to create a vaccine.
Yeah, every country that domestically created vaccines primarily used their own vaccines and disincentivized the use of foreign vaccines. Let's be clear about that.
Long story short,
AstraZeneca was like the main vaccine in the UK.
well, how much political homelessness that Project Warp Speed went through. It's like one of Trump's actually like decent achievements, where he got through the vaccine very quickly. But like amongst his base, it's not something that really ever really hit that hard, because very quickly the whole issue around the Fauci ouchie,
I think
C-19,
the jokey pokey is
effective as we
the
thought.
Fauci ouchie is
People on both
crazy.
sides are idiots. We know this. Like average Democrats are morons and average Republicans are morons. We know this.
Okay, wait. Can we go back to this original issue? The original thing that I want.
No. The original issue was that Russia is behind Kamala losing because there's so much voter fraud that kept her from winning.
Amen.
That's what I heard.
Oh no.
We do need stuff.
Hold on, guys. The election's officially over. Destiny ended his election day stream. That's how you know it's done.
Here, right here, baby, right here.
Hey,
Dylan Burns TV stream, right over here. We have the best commentators. Dylan Burns TV stream, right over here.
Listen, I'm just gonna tell you that immunity ruling, Joe Biden should think it looks real tasty right now. If Joe Biden does what's right,
100% in line with American legal tradition.
Whoa! I never said it wasn't. That's why I think it should. That's why I think Joe Biden should be taking a good look at it right now. If Joe Biden does what's right, we can save the country.
Remember that time you called me?
If Joe Biden does what he's supposed to, he can save the country.
You want President J.D. Vance?
Oh God!
No, I said if he does what's right, he can save the country.
Don't remind me of that possibility. Oh,
this is what I loved about people saying the same thing last time. I'm like, you want President Pence? You and me both, bro. I would have voted Pence over Trump any day. I voted Ted Cruz over Trump.
Would you vote Vance over Trump?
Can stay in office as long as he keeps talking about.
I would have. Hey, Dylan, you already know. You already know. I would have rather had. I would have gone DeSantis or Nikki Haley, and I would have been literally jerking off if they won. Like, I would be blowing buckets of cum all over my room if either of them won. But Vance is not one of those two. He is better than Trump, 100%.
Vance is teaming for the presidency, but he needs more political experience.
I don't want any. Keep him furthest away from as much power as physically possible.
Well,
Vance
then you
is
should have
everything I hate about
registered
the modern Republican
Republican.
Party.
You should have registered Republican and voted for Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley in the primaries, but Democrats didn't do that,
and
so
it
we
wouldn't
got
have
Mm.
Trump.
mattered because Trump had like a 70 to 30% margin over.
It's a Trump party. It's a Trump party, man.
No, it's not a Trump party.
it's
Trump
not
has
anymore.
plurality
Here's what
within
I-
the party.
here's
right?
what
What do you mean it's not his party? His literal
next.
daughter runs the RNC. What are you talking? It's not his party.
It's his
Okay,
His daughter-in-law, dumbass. We've
daughter-
you're
hold
an
on.
idiot.
A daughter-in-law is his daughter. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, wait, hold on. I'm
Is
gonna
his
do.
daughter? Is
I
his
got-
daughter-in-law? She's Eric's wife.
On the issue,
your offspring.
Can I do
Donald Trump is his
no one has to-
daughter-in-law. She's
Oh yeah,
Eric's
my
wife.
bad.
You
Sorry,
fucking idiot.
sorry, not daughter, just daughter-in-law. The
No,
huge
you're
difference.
just fucking stupid.
The Republicans
Crazy.
have stopped the open society and George Soros from continued billionaire manipulative influence over our democracy. I'm very happy about that. Welcome, Peter Thiel.
Hold on, Shark Zero. Since you're definitely 100% logically consistent on this,
Thank you, bestie.
without googling in 3 seconds, tell me who the previous chair of the RNC was.
Yes.
Oh,
Wasn't it Ronna McDaniel?
You've never thought that the leader.
I googled it.
No, he googled.
I didn't
Google it.
How fast do you think I could tell? What the fuck?
Shark,
You think I
Shark,
googled? You think in like 5 seconds I googled? Okay. You know what? It doesn't even matter.
So before this time, have you
It doesn't
ever
even matter.
suggested that the chair of the RNC was the leader of the Republican Party?
Was the leader of the Republican Party? The chair of the
When have you ever
RNC.
suggested
Are you watching the Trump speech
What are
right
you
now?
talking
He's
about?
like he's giving
The chair of
his
the
speech.
chair of the
I can defeat
parties.
this.
I don't care. I don't
Who's the-
like
who's
Trump
the
that
chair of
much.
the
I like
Democrat
that
Party?
Republicans won.
Jamie
Who's the chair of the
Harrison.
Democrat Party?
Jamie Harrison is the chair of the
No, Dylan, you
DNC.
can't answer it.
Come
for
on,
sure.
let me answer.
Well, I
Who's
just
the chair of the Democrat Party?
did you not hear me? Because I remember when I said
who is
you.
it?
Well, I already said it. Remember when I said earlier?
No, say it
you
again.
didn't-
Say it again. Say it again.
Well, listen, you didn't say it again when I asked you to say it again when I said I didn't hear you. You
I
heard
don't know
me,
what the fuck
didn't
you're
you?
talking about. Who is
Say,
it?
you
never
don't
asked
even
me anything.
remember.
Who is it?
You can't even remember anything. That's crazy. It's
Who
Jamie
is it?
Harrison.
Who is it? You're dodging. Who is it?
I said you actually yap after every time that I say it.
You're not answering the question.
I answered it 3 times.
Who is
It's
it?
Jamie Harrison.
Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but
That is Jamie.
You don't know?
if it's true,
Okay.
congratulations. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you think that she's the leader of the Democrat Party, or do you think that it's the nominee?
Is a he?
Whoever, I don't know. He's got a girl's name.
Jamie.
The leaders of the
loser.
Jamie
Yeah.
the girls. Okay.
So
What
true.
a loser.
So true. Yeah, they're definitely leaders. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
can we?
they're not the leaders of
Sorry to pause this.
Democrats
Can we
or
wait,
the leader.
wait. This is like a historical election. I think we're kind of bickering. Can we watch Trump's speech? He's making a speech right now. Can somebody screen share? We can watch it and listen.
Sure.
I'll screen share it again, but it sounded like no one was listening to it.
Yeah, I'd like to listen to it now. I'd like to listen to it.
You're like anything but this.
And how do I turn this?
I'll turn it up.
Volume on. Yeah, I can't. Well, no, I can't hear it. It says it's mute. Oh, there we go. Now I can
It
hear
was really low on my side.
I got it.
So that probably didn't help.
Here we go.
Oh, it's not loading for me.
Has he said anything significant yet, Jeb?
No,
Has he ever?
He said
Okay.
Trump stuff. They said we were winning in key states. The states are so key, like North Carolina and
Oh, poor Alan Lippman.
Georgia. Georgia.
Where are my 13 keys?
With my
Look,
Vice
I told
President
them to
JP
find-
Mandel.
I told them to find the votes. It took them 4 years, but they found them. They were everywhere. Votes were falling out of
4
the
years of
trees.
this bullshit.
It's gonna be so
much
fun.
fraud.
AP has him at
so much
267
fraud,
now.
but you know what? Didn't
Well,
matter
yeah, 'cause that's
anyway.
because Alaska hasn't been called, even though California got called the moment they started counting. Alaska doesn't somehow.
Yeah,
Alaska
he's projected
is
to win every swing state. except
closer than
Minnesota.
California.
Hey, and guess whose map had him winning every swing state except Minnesota and Wisconsin? And guess who's going to be right? Me.
Let's go,
Wisconsin's
Jeb.
going blue, and I'm going to have my Trump 302. And every Democrat is definitely going to totally listen to my criticisms and take them seriously now that they know I was right. I guarantee it.
Hell yeah.
So, Dylan, do you regret ending the hippy dippy now because you've got 4 more years of instant content there, man?
Man, not really. I mean, I don't know if I can do another 4 years of Trump hippy dippy content, man. Can we get someone new? Can we get like a few? Can we like switch it up to like Tommy Robinson or something and make it like interesting? Like make it a new fringe lunatic?
Bro, the Democrats could have helped me and we
Nigel
could have gotten
Farage.
Nikki involved, okay? But the Democrats
import
were
him?
too busy protecting Joe Biden to help Nikki Haley, okay?
I believe the only thing that can save this country is another season of hippy dippy.
Maybe that is the case.
I miss this. They put it good. Everything's good. Nothing bad. Let's go.
We're gonna be floating on clouds for the next 4 years.
Yep, and then Nikki Haley 2028 is gonna be a fucking it's gonna be a cruising.
So here's my takeaway from the evening. If we've won the Senate as soundly as what I've seen, 56 seats is what I've seen. I don't know if it's
where have you seen that?
just CNN and all the
Yeah,
other.
we already have
The
51.
Senate's won. The Senate's won. Yeah.
We've already got
I've got
51.
51. Where'd you get
Question of the
56
House.
from?
It's a question of the
Oh,
House.
the projection
56?
says-
No way. It's that.
Yeah,
heavy.
well, I've got
No.
51. Even the Daily Wire is only at 51.
Well, so
My
projections say going the way it's going will be at 54.
Oh,
by the
God.
end.
54. It's like it's not a super majority in the Senate, but it's
No.
still a sound majority.
We
I think it'd be
are
the Republicans'
trending-
biggest majority since 1930 something.
Yeah.
We're on track to have a full majority government.
54 is their largest majority since 1930. That can't.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Yeah, obviously the
it's like all
Democrats'
government.
largest was like near 60 in the during the Obama administration, but yeah, Republicans
Who's
have
this
not
chick?
have not
I'm
had a
into it,
good
kinda.
Senate time like that for a long time.
Who's this chick? Is this someone I should know?
That's Laura, I think, right?
Laura,
It might
that's not
be.
Laura Loomer.
No,
No,
Laura
Laura Trump.
chair of the Republican Party.
Oh, dude, I see why she got her post. Hello, Laura. My name's Jeb.
Jeb, you're
He's hot.
Dude,
what are you
that
talking
thing
about?
looks Botox the fuck up.
Hey,
I mean,
wait,
yeah,
Kim, you might be
almost
horrified, but it's not
90%
like
of
Trump
the
has
man.
ever, like, shied away from calling out the beauty of related family members.
There, she's not related. In law. In law.
And look, true, that makes it okay, Cam.
Listen.
Hey, what are you
every good
implicating
porn
me in,
involves-
Dylan? I didn't do anything.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about.
Dylan, every good
I'm
porn
saying,
involves-
Cam, you can defend it if you want to. That's okay.
Every good
I don't know
porn
what you,
involves
Dylan. Why
a-
are you implicating me in this?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. Turk would never do.
Oh my gosh.
This was Jeb's doing, not me. I have no idea what you're talking
Every
about.
good porn involves a stepsister. Stepsister is just like in law, okay? It's the same thing.
Technically,
Okay. So I came in about like 30 minutes ago. Did we go over Trump's immigration policy? Like, Dylan, did you?
No, but we should.
No, man, I'm still kind of accepting the fact that he went, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to get air defense systems or if I'm going to have to dig a deeper hole.
Can I sweep return now that I've swept
I
shark
kind of
card?
like accepted that fact.
Look at Dana! Let's go!
Let's
the UFC
go.
is on the forefront of American politics now.
I kind of want to talk about like immigration policy and how that's going to affect like.
Well, can we listen to Trump? Can we listen to Trump for a little bit? And listen to what he says?
Do that, yeah.
Is this shit gonna go on for 3 hours? That's the real question.
Roughest sport I've ever seen. Here, I should do this, huh? I began to like it. Oh, they won't let me. Okay. Nobody's done it. They're like, we can't keep up with what he's saying. Sports.
Dylan's just gonna post up in Ukraine full time, bro.
Wait, look at
I've been up here for 8 months out of the year, and I'm going to be here for 8 months out of next year too, no matter how bad it gets. And I don't think it's going to get good.
Did you guys see Ozempic Eric? Dude, he slimmed down quite a bit.
Because people love
skinny. Ozempic Eric.
Well,
no,
Dylan,
Eric was a little fat.
Now that Trump is gone.
Look at that jawline. He's never had that jawline. He's like,
what he's going to do is going to end the war.
Yeah, that was part of his spiel, right?
All right, guys, we gotta wait. Dana White is about to talk about how John Jones is the greatest heavyweight of all time. Okay.
Do you think he'll end his speech by knocking out his wife?
Couldn't stop him. Listen, she slapped him first. I don't want to. I'm not even going to get on that.
Resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies.
This is like when Destiny jumps into a debate.
They deserve it as a family.
He just starts talking fast and angry.
He deserves it.
Unless it's a 1v20 Jubilee debate, then it doesn't go so well.
I'm happy we're concentrating on the country.
Destiny got fucking. I will say, Destiny got cooked in that 1v25, and no one wanted to admit it.
What'd you think of that?
On the border.
Honestly speaking, I
was a part of that.
People were so insufferable. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't even watch it through.
So that was the issue. Was the best arguer in terms of how Jubilee cut it was also kind of the most annoying dude. But that the glasses dude he stumped Destiny like 12 times, but he was also a prick about it. So it was hard.
I got him good a couple times too. I got him good.
You did, but they didn't capture as much of your dubs. You know.
You're true.
Like my problem with
I didn't get to go up as much.
Debates is
that dude was up
straight
every
up. It doesn't matter who's sitting in that chair. Everybody that's like around him, like they're trying to be like, some fucking scene out of, some obscure website, that all they're trying to do is wait until the person filibusters the shit out of the person in the chair, and then they all raise their flags until they're like running out of points, and then like somebody runs up. I've seen it happen. That's not what happens though. I've seen it happen to
garbage content.
Liberals.
It's literally not what happens though. Destiny does not let people filibuster him. It's not what happens.
Well, because he always sits there and screams, wait.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
But that's when he's cooking.
Yeah, I mean,
Destiny usually does a pretty good job arguing. He's definitely the best debater in the space on either side. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And he lost to CTV. Everyone loses to CTV though.
Amen.
I did like when Andrew Wilson got up there.
So when is CTV going to go on the Jubilee show or whatever?
Amen. No, that's in-house talent here.
Bobby, leave the oil to me.
Yeah, I think that entire content format was just like, there's no way for anyone to have a remarkably good showing, and it's just a dog pile and see like how scathed do you get?
Go have a good time, Bobby.
I don't know. I think it can be a good format.
Wishing you the best out there. Thanks, Pause Patrol. I appreciate it.
Nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be.
Dylan, I appreciate you having me on. Hope you all have a good one.
You have a good one, Turk.
Shark Zero, your candidate lost.
Love you, Turk. I haven't seen as much of you lately, but I appreciate you when I do.
See you, Turk.
Campaign has been so historic.
Who the fuck was that?
Who the fuck are you?
Bro, Turk was here before me, and he'll be here after me.
Never seen anything.
Who am I?
Yeah.
I'm only a hippy-dippy fan favorite. Cam Higbee, undercover journalist.
Your name is Cam Higbee?
Destiny debater. That's my name.
I was watching it. They had some great
Who the fuck is this
Hippy
guy?
Dippy fan favorite.
Kanye
along with
West,
Hippy
thank you for
Dippy
gifting a
fan
tier
least
1
favorite.
sub to Pentuple TV.
From all corners, Union.
Pentuple's looking. Pentuple's probably literally creaming in his fucking jeans right now, dude.
American, Arab American.
So did anybody
He just got some of that
watch,
all-natural jean starch right there.
Beautiful. It was.
Did anybody watch Destiny setting up his streamer stuff for the election, and then Andrew called in?
Party of common sense.
All I remember is when he ended it early.
Andrew basically said like all the prompts.
Oh yeah, they
and
rigged
everything.
it.
It was
Gave
like
them the answers in advance. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, they all pre-coordinated on how to work the Jubilee.
No wars.
Wait, what?
Against him, yeah.
Hey guys, wait! We just found out we had no wars during the Trump era. That's
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean they pre-coordinated the Jubilee against?
That's crazy.
In that Jubilee, what are you talking
So
about?
Andrew Wilson said that he got a call like 2 hours in advance, something like that, like a time period around that, like before the Jubilee started, and he showed up. They sent him all the prompts, and like all of the people that were going to be around.
Wait, I doubt that's. I know what you're talking about. I doubt that's true.
Really?
I was there, and what happened before the Jubilee was that everyone went around and showed everyone the prompts that were going to be shown in the Jubilee, or that were going to be presented in the Jubilee.
Just the prompts?
It was just the prompts, and the reason is because Destiny went live 2 hours before the Jubilee, or he might have been live all day, but he started talking about it 2 hours before. He said all his prompts.
He did, yeah. He did.
Yeah, he
So
said
like,
all his prompts.
what's up with like you see a bunch of people in the Jubilee? They want to stand up and they want to like dash that fucking chair. What like? How is it that so many were just briskly walking and nobody like fucking gave a fuck?
It depends on the prompt. Sometimes people really want to go up, sometimes people don't, and sometimes the director chooses who's going to go up, and they tell people to like pretend to go up. So it just depends on the thing. Like
so it's rigged.
Like, you just said it right there. Like sometimes people, you know, are told to go up, and the director like tells them.
No,
to,
yeah,
like,
yeah, no.
pretend to go up.
No. That's not because like they're rigging it against Destiny. That's because the director is trying to like make sure everyone gets a chance to talk. So like,
wouldn't this make a whole lot more sense if they
pretend to go up?
Okay, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys for a moment, but I just
great job they do.
there it seems like he's just kind of like he's not really even talking.
I was about to say, like, none of you all are watching this speech. Like, we all know we're not watching the speech.
The only thing I heard so far is he said there was no wars during his time in office, which I mean, you know.
All I heard was I won bigly. The election is mine.
I'll get back to the stream.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you.
I feel like I've never watched one of those Jubilee roundtables, but it seems like the format is just borked. And it seems like it would just be a whole lot better if they simply just had everybody rotate to like 2 seats to their right after every question.
No, the format is fine. The problem is that if you did that, if you rotated 2 seats to your right, the problem is the person you land on might not necessarily want to debate the topic that's present.
No, I'm not
That's why
saying
you have
that.
people rush
No, I'm saying that they still have to make it to the seat, but like the person who's on the sitting to the back of the
They do that. They do that. They do it where like they do it in halves. So they split the room in half and they say, I'm gonna call on the left side this time, or I'm gonna call on the right side this time. So like basically, depending on like what rotation you're in, only people from the left side of the room or only people from the right side of the room can run to the chair. But sometimes the director will choose like a random person who's been like really itching to go but hasn't gotten the chance.
Do you work for Jubilee or something? How do you know all this?
No.
I was on the Jubilee
with Destiny.
I literally just said that I've never watched one before. So I literally just said I've never watched one before, so that's why I asked.
I've been on Jubilee multiple times.
I've watched one Jubilee video in my entire life.
No, that's why. It's
Because they're too busy watching Dylan Burns TV content.
That's true. Yeah, that's actually why I did ask why you know something, because I didn't know why you knew it. You got it. Good point.
There goes Trump. He's done.
That feels unfair to like say their structure is inherently wrong, and then also say, "Well, I've also never seen it."
Well, I said, wait. I prefaced by saying I've never watched it, but it seems borked.
The structure is fine because when they call specific people, like when they say, "Oh, okay, all right, this person's gonna go," because like it's usually they're not calling a specific person.
Guys, she's still in it. I swear.
How Jill Stein can still
call
win.
a specific person, and watch out for Jill Stein, guys, because she still has a chance. But anyway, when they call on a specific person, it could be somebody who's super smart, or it could be a total buffoon that they call it. Multiple times, the director called on somebody specifically who is a complete and utter buffoon to go up and represent our side. It's truly not to stunt destiny, and truly just to make sure that everyone who wants a chance gets a chance to speak.
My map is wrong.
I mean, all right. I wasn't really worrying about.
It's just the format in general.
I gotta kick my cats out of the room.
I mean, I wasn't really worried about Destiny being like jumped by like I don't know 19-year-olds who live in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Once again, I've never watched it.
Okay. Screw the Jubilee. I don't care about the Jubilee. Let's talk about the election. Let me read you one of the immediate reactions we're seeing from across the pond over here. This is from a British MP on the Defense Select Committee. So this is basically the United Kingdom's Committee for Defense Issues, and this is their immediate reaction. And they don't say Trump anywhere here, but this was a tweet from 1 hour ago around when it was kind of found out that Trump's going to be the next president of the United States. Let me read you what they're saying the immediate priority is. This is from MP Mike Martin. The UK immediately needs to, number 1, increase defense spending rapidly rather than shrinking its army. Number 2, focus its military strategy on deterring Russian aggression in Europe rather than confronting global threats, quote unquote. That sounds like a reference either to like terrorism or maybe a reference to China. I actually do not know. Number 3, work with European allies to defend Europe under a NATO that doesn't have U.S. support, rather than assuming that America guarantees European security. Anything less than this would be a government dereliction of duty. That's the immediate response.
I'm sorry. That literally makes me hard. The fact that these European countries are like, maybe we shouldn't force the United States to be the sole sponsor of all of our defense does not dissuade me from supporting the Republicans in this. It makes me happy. We are getting commitments before Donald Trump is even in office that other countries are finally going to step up and maybe try to do their part. I love it.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean force? Do you think that like Europe, we're in an abusive relationship with Europe, like they control us? We didn't have a choice in funding NATO. It's not like we have like
the situation is always
geopolitical interest in probably having
anybody
NATO
else
have a lot of our money and resources.
United States funding has been taken for. Hold on, yeah, United States funding has absolutely been taken for granted by the UN and the EU and NATO. Our funding gets fucking abused by everybody on the fucking planet.
What does that mean? How?
Okay,
yeah, but
I'm gonna advocate for the little guy.
Like NATO doesn't
what does that mean?
have like a coffer that everybody pays into.
What do you mean? What does it mean? Shark Zero. No, hold on. Shark Zero. Before this point, before Donald Trump just got elected, that UK defense minister just admitted their first and foremost priority was not fucking punching up their own investment in Ukraine, though they say it's one of their biggest foreign investment priorities.
This is an MP, not a defense minister, by the way. Well, I mean,
this British MP just admitted that Britain's first priority, despite them saying to everybody their first priority was defending Ukraine in this conflict, it wasn't ever that. They were never going to focus most of their spending that they wanted to focus on defense spending to defense spending.
Jeb, that's false. Keir Starmer literally, like, less than a few weeks ago, literally said that his objective running the UK government was to focus on defense of the UK. That was his primary objective in NATO.
Okay, so he and this MP admitted that their first priority was not to contribute to a reasonable level to Ukraine in the way that the US has to. And now it is.
What would you consider a reasonable level? We're like way richer than them.
Probably not letting the United States being like 50% of the fucking defense capability of NATO.
Do we have more than the 50% of the defense capability of NATO, though?
Probably more. Yeah, we're probably more like 60 or 70, but I was being conservative.
Yeah, so it seems like we're contributing less comparatively compared to how large our
military is. And we've contributed less than 50% of the expenses to supporting Ukraine.
Okay, but let's Hutch. Thank you.
Which is also kind of criminal because we have way more than them.
That's a massive raid for Hutch. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much. 1,390 people. Welcome in. What are you gonna say, Cam? You were gonna make a quip?
Yeah. Where is Hutch?
Hutch, he's re-rated in. He's supporting Dylan Burns TV.
Sorry,
Cam. That's what he's doing.
Appear on Dylan Burns TV.
No, I shared his. I shared
everyone should appear on Dylan Burns TV. Wait, let me quickly say something about this MP tweet. Okay, the first thing is we're not talking about a reduction in U.S. support. Let me read you the sentence again. Work with European allies to defend Europe under a NATO that doesn't have U.S. support is the sentence.
Yep.
And let me just say, if that's being perceived from Ukraine's allies, I do have a fear that's also going to be perceived by Ukraine and Europe's enemies as well, because I do think that part of the reason why the Russians really wanted Trump to win is the assumption that he's going to pull back from Europe, maybe pivot to Asia, and he's going to basically leave the Europeans high and dry. Now, I agree that the Europeans should pay more, but I also do not think that they're going to be able to increase production in the next 3 to 6 months to be able to make up the difference when it comes to American artillery production.
Sure.
And
Trump's not going to leave NATO. British MPs don't decide what Trump's going to do. Trump's not going to leave NATO, but if Trump doesn't leave NATO and NATO prepares as if Trump is going to leave NATO, we have the most powerful NATO we've ever had. Period.
I agree that they should increase, but if the negotiated position or the place that they're starting from both the European perspective and the Russian perspective is a NATO unsupported by the United States or unsustained by the United States, the leverage that the Ukrainians are going into it is much less, the leverage that the European defense community is going into it is much less, and the Russians are going to either feel encouraged to either A, push harder, or B, that they can make much stronger demands that they would have made otherwise.
Wait, Dylan, I got a question.
Is Russia?
I got this because this is really interesting to me.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like the prior already for both of you is that like both the European countries should be contributing more to their defense. My question is like, why? Why would they? Why do we really care? For one, we'd have a lot of military resources to do so. We probably are doing it without too much stress, aren't we? And not only that, doesn't it sound pretty good to control all of our sister nations defense almost completely unilaterally?
There is a usefulness to the fact that the Germans defer to us on any defense issue. That basically what America's position is on a foreign policy issue becomes the German position. That's very useful. And I will say to many people who are asking for more European strategic independence, while I think that's good in the long run, don't assume that necessarily is going to cut for the United States. If the United States, in my opinion, doesn't stand with Europe when it comes to its immediate strategic priority in Russian aggression, you cannot expect the Europeans to stand with the United States when it comes to placing sanctions on the Chinese if there was an invasion of Taiwan, considering their market is heavily reliant on Chinese imports and they're deeply involved with the Chinese economy. And if it's not that much of a priority for them, and the American government did not make Europe's defense a priority for them, then why would they go out of their way to help our defense commitments in Asia or support?
All this sounds like is more arguments for why we should be controlling the military.
Let me go. The reason why, though, is simple. We do not have the productive capacity to both support Ukraine all the way and support Taiwan all the way and be confronted on both fronts while also dealing with issues in our own region. And therefore, we need to be able to lean on our European allies to be able to support Ukraine. And this is a bigger issue for them than it is for us. I think it's an issue for us. When it comes to credibility, I think it's an issue for the United States. When it comes to nuclear nonproliferation, I think it's an issue of the United States. When it comes to the fact that Ukraine would just be a useful ally for the United States to have as on the cutting edge of drone development, the resources that are available, and the fact that they want to be part of a Western democratic world, I think we should be allied with the Ukrainians. But Poland's right there. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are the next ones on the list. Moldova, we're seeing Russian interference in those election systems right now. Georgia, we're seeing the result of Russian creeping and authoritarian control in Georgia right now.
I get all that, but I guess it was more of, I thought we were talking about specifically defense for Europe. Are we talking about that?
Spend more on defense if they're going to deter the Russians, and they need to send more, and they need to spend more because they need more to send to Ukraine because they're the ones right there. It's a shorter supply line. Their security is more directly a threat than ours for the invasion of Ukraine. But we still have immense, need for this. I still think there's a really good reason for us to support them. But yes, the Europeans need to cough up more. They are paying more than we are already, but I'm not talking about paying more. It's not just a question of buying buying this or buying that. You need the propellant for artillery shells. You need the explosive material for the shells. These are things you need, and it's not just a question of like having money, because these are bottlenecks that are currently in artillery production that are making it so the like artillery disparity on the battlefield is like 3-to-1 on a good day.
All right. I mean, I was just wondering more like, well, I just wanted to clarify also there, because we were going to Europe. We're talking about, well, originally, and I could be wrong, that original comment that started all this was about the UK's national, like the UK, I guess, UK borders, not UK. Was it UK or EU borders? More so than shipping weapons and defense to Ukraine. But if you mean both,
Ukraine
but if it's
is
like
the
all
largest
wrapped into
country in
one,
Europe,
that's okay,
right? It controls 25% of the world's grain. It has
I know, but I mean,
you know,
like Dylan, I love you.
Ukraine's defense is Europe's defense.
Yeah, yes, Dylan, we're on the same side here, okay? I get. Please spare me the lecture. I love you though, okay? I love you a lot. Thank you. But what I mean, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be giving it. I'm just asking for your opinion. You know about more foreign policy than me. What I was just asking is that when I said EU, what I was talking about was specifically the European Union and the borders of the countries therein. As far as I know right now, Ukraine is not officially a part of the EU, right? And I thought that original person that we were talking about was talking about the borders of EU countries officially part of the EU. And now, if we're talking about both and they're both wrapped up into this issue, I understand how they're interconnected. But what I was talking about was what my original question was specifically about the military defense
guarantees European security. It just says European, not necessarily EU, but those are usually used interchangeably.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I love you. I do want to join the conservative circle jerk with my boys Lactoid and Gibbs.
You know they're coming on. They're supposed to come on next, right?
Am I invited to that circle jerk?
When are they coming on? I thought they were coming on.
They're supposed to come on right now onto the show.
Jeb, if there's any circle jerks post Dylan show, I'd very much like an invite to the circle
they're going to come on. We'll also
apparently they're going to come on now. It's going to be all conservatives and me and Shark and Patches apparently.
Well,
this shit is three.
I mean, we'll all run through Shark. I still want to hear.
Have gone to sleep,
guys.
Okay.
I
don't know why.
I still want to hear Return's position on immigration. We already ran through Shark. He's pretty much irrelevant at this point. Even Dylan was shitting on him.
I'm going to rip off my fucking shirts and show these titties once my conservatives get here. So you got to get it out quick.
So it was
Dylan, you were shitting on me?
I was going to give like a
we shit on you. All of us did.
Like immigration exactly.
No.
More of a consequence of Trump's immigration policy.
What are the consequences?
So, like, if Trump were to actually apply a policy that were to deport like any illegal immigrants that we found, like we would actually have a crisis when it comes to food
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Like especially like farm goods.
Why do you
like
think
stuff
that?
Like because a lot of the workers, like I grew up in California, like a lot of the workers that grow up or that like go and like work on what? California.
Keep going.
Yeah, but a lot of the workers that work on these farms, and I know a lot of them because I know a lot of their kids, or at least I knew a lot of their kids when I lived in California and I was growing up. A lot of them are not documented immigrants.
Okay.
They come in, they do a lot of the work to pick all of the like produce that we consume in the United States.
Okay.
So if we were to deport a lot of these people, if they were caught, like I don't know what methods we'd catch them. I don't know if they'd be humane or not. But if we were to deport all these people, like we now need to find new workers.
Yeah, perfect. All right, so I got a couple questions for you. First of all, have you ever been to the border?
Yes.
What part of the border? Where?
Just south of San Diego.
Okay, cool. So I lived in LA the past 2 years. I've been to the border. I actually just finished filming a documentary on the border a week and a half ago about. So the problem is that a lot of the people who move in from the border, the illegal immigrants, every aspect of the border issue is coordinated by the cartel. So it doesn't matter if you're talking about baseline illegal immigration. It doesn't matter if you're talking about human trafficking, child trafficking, drug trafficking. Every aspect is coordinated by the cartel, with the very small exception of the few people who try to move their own way across the border without cartel guidance. But the problem is especially when you're looking at places like San Diego, Arizona, California, or sorry, Arizona, Texas, is to get across the border, you have to fend yourself through the desert. Not only just the Texas, Arizona, or California desert, but also the Mexico desert. It's very difficult, very high likelihood that you're going to die along the way. You're going to be walking for days at a time through a very hot desert, and there's a good chance you're going to die. If you don't die, there's a good chance you're going to run into law enforcement, which is something you obviously don't want. So you have to hire somebody to help you not only evade the treacherous desert and the consequences that come along with that treacherous desert, but also law enforcement. It costs thousands of dollars to do that. These illegal immigrants do not have thousands of dollars. So what happens is they go to the cartel looking for a guide, and the cartel says, we understand that you don't have thousands of dollars, but it's okay, buddy, don't worry. We'll get you a guide, but you're going to owe us. And so once they get across the border, they get them a job in the United States of America, whether it's working on a farm or working in a restaurant. And the cartel, of course, while they're already making basically nothing, slave wages essentially, because the entire incentive of hiring illegal immigrants is to pay them less money, the cartel steps in and says, you owe us X amount of dollars every single month or every single week or whatever it is they decide to charge them. And if they don't pay that money, they kill them. And if they don't, or if they don't kill them, they kill their families. So they're essentially slaves in the United States.
We're going to have to stop you. You said like almost everybody that comes across the border has to go through this process.
Yes, almost everyone,
That is simply not true.
Unless you come in a massive caravan, unless you come in a massive caravan that charges a port of entry, yes, almost everyone. Again, I was just at the border, and I filmed a documentary. You were just at the border.
Like, what sample of people did you get?
I interviewed. So I toured. Perfect. I'm happy to answer this question.
And then how many places across the border?
Yeah, perfect. Happy to answer your question. So I toured Eagle Pass, Maverick County. I toured Del Rio, Eagle Pass, as well as San Antonio and a few other locations in the border.
So out of this process, we're talking about millions of illegal immigrants that went through this process that were.
Well, you can pair the research I did with specific interviews, like with the mayor of Del Rio, Texas. I interviewed the former mayor of Del Rio, Texas, along with several sheriff's deputies. But you can also pair this with data from the Texas Department of Public Safety. So, like Kinney County, for example, Kinney County, Texas, which is a passage from the border to San Antonio, which is a major place that illegal immigrants want to reach once they cross the border. Kinney County, Texas arrests more illegal immigrants in their county than they have people living in their county.
I don't really care about Kinney County, Texas,
and they're all related to smuggling.
I don't know how we got all the way to how all these immigrants come across the border, but let's go back to my original point.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen when all these people get deported and we're looking at these people who are undocumented immigrants?
Do you believe
California are the ones that pick all of our produce?
So do you believe it's going to cause economic problems? Yes.
Yes, it is going to cause economic problems.
And that's your major quarrel?
That should be a massive quarrel to anybody who buys groceries.
Do you agree with the abolition of slavery in the southern states of the United States?
Oh my gosh.
Do you believe that we should have abolished slavery despite the fact that it caused economic devastation? We had to completely rebuild the South. Do you believe that we should have done it regardless of the economic devastation that ensued?
Yes, we were working.
Okay, cool. So why are you arguing that we should allow slavery to continue in the United States currently in the form of illegal immigration and cartel slave labor? It's absolutely slavery. The
Why don't you just give them citizenship
people to the United States and indebts them and makes them pay money to the cartel every fucking week or month and says that they're going to kill them or kill their family in Mexico if they don't pay them.
This is like a gross exaggeration of the labor market.
It's not a gross exaggeration, Dylan. I was just in the border last week.
Wait.
It's absolutely not.
Wait.
Absolutely not.
Don't most illegal immigrants in the country not even come over the border?
Can we please challenge this for a second? I didn't say that isn't even happening. I said That's a gross simplification of the labor market. So would you say that every undocumented immigrant working in those fields are working under the employ of the cartels, and if they choose to leave, they'll be executed?
No,
None of them.
The majority of undocumented immigrants who are working in this country, I'm going to answer your question, Dylan.
Okay, answer my question directly.
The majority of undocumented immigrants who are working in this country that are not visa overstays, yes, are working on the diamond
What do you mean
cartel.
are not visa overstays?
How many of these undocumented
So if you illegally cross the border in violation of 8 U.S. Code 1324, then yes, the majority of them are working as cartel slaves.
What percent of illegal immigrants are that?
Talked with individually because I grew up with a lot of their kids. Like I grew up in Southern California. Like I know a lot of the people who were undocumented citizens. They only had either green cards or they
especially in
didn't
the
have a green
central
card
and
at all
eastern
because
parts
they
of the
were
country,
illegal.
the majority of people who cross the border need cartel guides to evade the desert and evade law enforcement. It costs money in the cartel in order to guide them and debts them to the cartel.
Is foreign to me because like when I grew up,
probably because you never spent time interviewing people at the border.
Like,
I grew up in a border town.
I've
I've been to the border twice to film independent documentaries.
I would like to interject this. I've worked with a lot of illegal immigrants of varying varieties in my career here in life, and I'm from Texas, right? And we're on the border. I grew up near the border. I would say I think that you might be correct if it's like going through the desert. In Texas, it seems like the setup with the cartels, they'll pay once, and then they're not indentured to them permanently.
That's not true.
That's the experience I've seen.
Absolutely not true. Interview any sheriff in Texas. Interview any mayor in Texas.
Hold on. I'm definitely very pro like border reform. I want a big wall, all that stuff. Don't give me, I'm definitely not a libs guy. Don't worry. I like definitely with you in the general part. I will say that I don't think slavery in Texas, at least not in the working sense, is as big. Now I will think sex slavery is a big problem in Texas. We got a lot of that.
Sex slavery is very minor compared to human trafficking related to moving people for labor.
I still want to get back to my original point.
Sex slavery is a minor problem.
I don't want to get away from the original point.
Labor trafficking.
How do we solve the problem
labor trafficking
with
is a larger
once we
issue.
get rid of any immigrants working like in fields who are picking our produce? How do we
address
solve the problem of not raising the prices on those? Because undoubtedly, if we get rid of them, we're going to have to pay workers.
I've already addressed what you said 3 or 4 times. I want to respond to Admiral. So. Sex slavery is a problem, and trafficking children is a huge problem, especially when what the cartel does is currently family units get preferential treatment. So what the sheriffs in places like Eagle Pass and Del Rio, Texas have told me is that they'll see the same child smuggled across the border multiple times. They'll smuggle them up with 2 adults who don't know each other. They'll come in as a family unit, say that they're parents or whatever, and then they'll smuggle that child back down to Mexico and back up the border with 2 more adults. But they're not being smuggled for sex trafficking. And most people aren't being smuggled for sex trafficking. I'm not saying that's not an issue. It certainly is. But it's not the majority of human trafficking that's happening. The majority of human trafficking that's happening is coyote smuggling people across the border, and then high school age people, college age people who need money being hired by the cartel to drive down to after those people have been smuggled across to smuggle them up to cities like San Antonio once they're into Texas. Okay, those people get paid several $1,000s a head. Those people get paid several $1,000s a head, and the immigrants don't have the money to pay that, and so they get indebted to the cartel.
So I would like to push back against that a little bit. I don't think that's the
No. Let Cam answer my original question. He's been going through like illegal immigration.
Wait 1 second, Dylan.
Like
I love you, but I gotta dip.
Like what?
See you later, Shark.
Have a good stream.
Appreciate you coming in here for a little.
Okay. He didn't get to finish, but the GF is. She has to go to work at 7, and I'm yelling in here. So she can't. She has to go to work at 7, and I'm yelling in here at like 3 a.m. And I just realized how inconsiderate I'm being. You get off these guys' stream. This sucks. Yeah, I do this. I was supposed to have more people in there. Actual Jake was supposed to come too, but yeah, it's just crazy. Okay, listen, I love you guys. We'll deal with the aftermath tomorrow. We'll have to go through some stuff. We got to spend some time doing a full reading on everything Donald Trump related now, because unfortunately we won't be rid of his ass for a little while longer. So that's it. Well, thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you all. Thank you, Jack, for the raid. I hope you all are doing great. Thank you so much. Crazy night. Very unfortunate. Harris did her best, but you know, with such an unfriendly electorate, and with Joe Biden's approval rating being actually in the dirt, I think still one of the most incredible things is that she was able to turn her approval rating around to being at least close to positive, if not positive. The fact that she's hovered around a positive approval rating like this during the election is, I think, a testament to her strength as a candidate. But with how unpopular the Biden presidency is, I just don't think there's much I really like I said earlier, I just really don't think there's just about anybody else. Looking at the results now, I just don't think there's just about anybody else who could make an improvement off of what she did, right? I mean, who else was gonna have the ground game? Who else was not? Listen, nobody else in your fantasy football team, the Democratic challenger, was going to be bringing up $1 billion. I really don't think anybody else was going to besides her, and I think she did a good job, all things considered. Definitely a better job than Harris, no matter how the numbers come out. Simply just ran a better campaign. Love to see it. So with that being said, it's time to move on to 2026, and it's time for me to move to bed because I gotta. My ass is bothering the GF, and that is a crime punishable by years of suffering. So we're gonna raid real Radhom because they're a real bestie. And they're not even American, so you know they won't be mired in the gunk that we are. So they're probably having a better time than we are over here. Thank you everybody for watching the stream. I love you all, and I hope to have you back on another meme stream. Have a good one. I'm also thinking about changing the name from the meme stream to the spin room. You tell me if the spin room sounds cool. Meme stream is great. It's been around for a while. I feel like we might be due for a little rebrand though. Love you. Take care.